so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive. Walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams out lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much, I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes I always feel different.
subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight, we go inside. The man, he is the one. You build your walls, faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your mission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt. Go! It's so high from here. You can see the world. And we all insistent to be smooth.
No pulse and all alone. Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Bring me to Oh, you bring me to life. Now you bring me back to life. Bring me to life. No. I stopped on my side, tried to run on a faulty line. I'm safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. But she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Oh, you bring me to life.
sign though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that.
That sounds like a pop song.
Take a dive before you dry, y'all. It's the only way to live. You can't be without it, baby. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Try before you sign off. Shit can kill the sick. Real stories. It's the only way to live. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Rush. Pick up panel to be right on. Yeah. 'Cause no one really gives. Don't look back, I'll keep your eyes on. Long ago. Doesn't matter what it gon' cost. Never gave a shit. Real soul. Let it take a hit. Hey. Who's getting high on emotion? Look around. People fight all their life for some peace. Yeah. Look around. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. chatting. I just step up and make it happen. It's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, we quite wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well then you know I got it. Then you know I got it.
Nobody got it like
Welcome to the Road to SI 2020, the largest esports event in Rainbow Six history. The 2026 Invitational is approaching, and for the next 5 weeks, the entire Rainbow Six community is invited to join us in celebration for a Road to SI full of surprises. First, during every weekend leading up to the Six Invitational, you can play the all-new Road to SI in-game event, featuring a new exclusive map, the Stadium. This unranked playlist will have the same rule set as a ranked playlist. Only this time, every operator is playable, even the ones you don't own. Next, it's time for the Road to SI Battle Pass. This Battle Pass will contain exclusive Road to SI 2020 rewards distributed through 35 tiers, which you will unlock by collecting battle points. This is the only place to earn items such as the SI 2020 Finisher Charm or Signature 620 weapon skins. Everyone will progress and collect rewards on the free track. You can access the premium track for 1,200 R6 credits, which will immediately grant you Sledge's SI light set. Upgrade to the premium bundle for 2,400 credits and skip ahead to immediately unlock Hibana and Caveira's full uniforms. Moreover, Year 4 pass holders receive a 30% discount on all Battle Pass prices and a 30% boost on battle points earned. To cap it all off, 30% of the revenue generated by the Battle Pass will go to the Six Invitational prize pool. Fight alongside all the operators in Rainbow Six. Collect battle points, level up your Battle Pass, earn unique rewards, and join us as we embark on the Road to SI 2020.
G'day there and welcome back to the ANZ Pro League here for Rainbow Six Siege. I'm Guz. This is Raven. This is 4 Playday straight for you now. How are you holding up?
Holding up good, man. It's actually been super enjoyable, and the class that we've seen from ANZ Pro League so far has been really exciting, so I'm excited to be casting them.
Well, make sure you guys stay up to date with all the action in the ESL Rainbow Six universe. Socials are on screen now. And additionally, if you are watching this broadcast on Twitch, make sure to use !donate, and you can help support Australia in their relief efforts, because we are experiencing some pretty bad fires.
Yeah, it's a real crisis at the moment, and look, we're in Sydney at the moment for the broadcast. It's 42 degrees. It is literal hell outside, so yeah, all the help is definitely needed.
Now, last night, we had some absolutely banging matches. In particular, the Fury versus Wildcard match. We saw a pretty unexpected result there. And fortunately for us, and fortunately for you, we'll see them play again tonight, won't we?
We will, and the form they presented last night was outstanding. Taking down an opponent like Wildcard is no easy feat. On the opposite end of the scale, though, Wildcard really presenting some worrying form, and we're going to be able to see whether they can try rectify that tonight. It's a really short turnaround, but they need to get something happening.
Well, let's have a look at who will be playing this evening. First up, it will be Fnatic versus Fury in a series, 2 best-of-1s, and then it'll be Wildcard versus Sinister.
Yes, and we were talking about Fury slaying the Giants of Wildcard, if you want to call it that, getting 4 points in the match last night. Now they've got another Giant ahead of them in Fnatic, and they have been in monstrous form. Wildcard and Sinister will be very important for the overall standings, which we will have for you later. It's going to be very interesting at the end of the night to see where everything is fitting in.
Yeah, I think heading into the previous Playday, looking ahead to this current one, we thought, yeah, these games are probably going to be a little bit one-sided. Fnatic probably going to smash Fury. Wildcard probably going to smash Sinister. But after last night, there is a real chance that both Wildcard and Fnatic could potentially draw or drop 1 or 2 maps, which is really going to shake up those standings.
It really would, and that is going to be scary for both those teams moving forward, but an opportunity for these other teams that are starting to rise, and especially Fury, after the points they secured last night. If they can secure some more points against Fnatic, they're definitely in contention for one of those land spots.
Well, Fury have a very tough opponent ahead of them in Fnatic. They haven't yet lost a map this season. They've drawn one, but they're looking pretty strong.
They are looking very strong. The usual suspects stepping up for them being Virtue, but I mean, I say usual suspects, all these players can step up. I do want to point out, I've said it before, Magnet is having a fantastic season. This new lineup is allowing him to play a bit more of a natural way that he likes to play. That's what it seems to be. And then new players in Mentalist coming in from Airwolf, now Giants, having a big impact, and likewise with Tex. So this roster is not to be messed with.
Well, Fury played pretty well last night. Let's have a look at their roster, and will they be able to back it up again this evening?
They've definitely got a good shot. Shade had a fantastic night last night. Some impactful plays. He went big on that first map on Coastline to help Fury towards that victory. And their other players also being instrumental. Golden had a big map on Cafe. Rock and Warden had their moments. Muesli, of course, also with some of those frags. They really combined for a good effort. And if they can do that again with Fnatic, it's definitely going to be a really tight match.
Yeah, I think Fury definitely played quite confidently. The question will be whether or not Fnatic will be able to shut that down, because you could make the argument that a lot of those big eccentric plays that were made by this Fury roster were really off the back of some poor flank watch and some poor overall communication from Wildcard. If Fnatic don't slip up and Fury try to continually attempt these aggressive plays, that could definitely be their downfall.
Yeah, and that's a great point, Guz. It's something that Silex actually touched on in the interview that we had with him last night after the match. He talked about the communication issues that they had, and that the plays that Fury were trying to pull out, they just weren't able to really get a grasp on and able to deal with that. So if Fnatic can get that read and can deal with that, Fury were going to have a much more difficult time trying to get on top.
Well, as we see time and time again, the map veto plays a pivotal role in how these matches will play out. And we have map number 1 ready and waiting. So let's bring it up and see where we will be playing as we roll through. It's going to end up on Clubhouse. And we were mentioning pre-broadcast that it is very brave for Fury to let that slide.
Yeah, and notably, they had the option to choose Border if they wanted to, also known as a strong map for Fnatic. So, look, it's a difficult spot for them to be in on either of those maps. Clubhouse, Fnatic have proven very strong on already this season, having 2 wins, and 2 strong wins at that. So, maybe Fury have something up their sleeve. We were saying this last night, Guz, with the Wildcard matchup. The 2 maps they got with Wildcard, Coastline and Cafe, strong maps for Wildcard. Fury just took it to them. So it could be the same situation tonight.
Yeah, I still think it's a really risky choice though, because it is basically Fnatic's most played map.
Yeah. Yeah. And,
I don't know.
And wins as well. Like, it's not just that they've played it, it's that they've won it as well. So, yeah, for sure. It's not going to be easy. Fury might have something up their sleeve. We're going to have to, wait and see.
Well, we're a little bit scared for Fury. What do you guys think? Let's bring up the poll and see who you are favouring. And Fnatic with 88%. I know you voted for Fury.
Got to balance it out, right?
Yeah, they're still below the draw. That's a little bit disheartening.
Yeah.
However, it was a very similar result against Wildcard, and
for sure.
Yeah, that was wrong.
Yes,
so.
And look, I've predicted in the CGD predictions double Fnatic win, and
I think everyone did.
I think everyone did, yeah. And look, I wouldn't be surprised if people are still standing by that. It's one thing for Fury to have those good results against Wildcard, but Fnatic are a different team, and they haven't given us any reason to really doubt their form so far in the season. If anything, they're just continuously solidifying that they are a strong opponent this year, or this season. I don't think it's going to change tonight.
Well, Clubhouse is a map that Fnatic love, and they've had a lot of success on. Let's jump straight into this first matchup. Fury have the odds stacked against them. Can they pull a miracle? We saw them do it last night. Can they do it again? Straight into the ban phase. Raven.
Yes.
What can we expect?
We saw some target bans coming out of Fury last night against Wildcard. Buck being the attacker ban on both maps, very much taking out Emo Rin. He was a strong Buck player, but not last night because he didn't get a chance to play it. And we definitely saw Emo Rin go missing, essentially. Never really had a massive impact on the match. So interesting to see what they get here. Is the Thatcher a big common ban in ANZ? We talked about it last night. In fact, he wasn't banned at all last night, available all the matches. Tonight, he will be off the board, so these attacks will have to be more thorough with clearing utility. Not as simple as throwing those EMPs down just to clear it out.
Interesting that Fury didn't leave that Thatcher ban open for Fnatic, because we know they often pick it. I think the biggest thing to note out of this attacking phase, we are in Clubhouse. Maverick is on the board, so not only does that make Cash really difficult to hold, so I'm expecting maybe teams probably won't go there first. On top of that, downstairs, those hatches are going to be even more exposed. So I think this is actually going to sort of spice up this map, and we might see something a little bit different.
definitely setting it up for that. The other thing that I want to point out is that Magnet actually has been playing a lot of that Maverick. And the times he's played Maverick on this map, he's performed really strongly. So this could be working towards his favor as well, getting to play that operator on attack, which is Fnatic's starting half being attack. See whether he plays that and whether it does have that impact. For sure, Maverick will be a very key factor of these attacks though.
Well, we will find out shortly where Fury will decide to defend. It's going to actually be CC and Cash. Fnatic surely bring the Maverick, don't they, Raven? There we go. Yep. Magnet, you called it. And I'm feeling a bit nervous for Fury because how do you counter that Maverick play?
Depends on exactly where he's Mavericking. It's most likely going to be Kennel's Wall. The Hibana is available for that, but I would imagine they're going to be using the Hibana to open up some lines from construction into Cash, or they could be using it in Garage to assist with the Garage flush out. Either way, to counter that Maverick, it's pretty hard. A good Maverick player never exposes themselves when they make the lines if you're trying to do a Maverick trick. And so far we've not seen Magnet really being countered. I don't see that happening tonight. I think it's after that phase where Fury's going to have to figure out something. Maybe some aggression, Gus.
Fury have brought the hard breach denial on the wall. That'll be Muesli with Kaid. Expecting that pick is in response to their own ban of Thatcher. Hopefully they are mindful that Maverick did slip through and have a way to try and deny it. It's such a hard wall because of but the fact that it has that platform means that it's quite safe to sit behind and can be hard to flush out. I guess maybe Fury will be trying to set up for a post plant or try and deny the plant, because the thing is, once the wall's open, it isn't exactly the easiest entrance onto the actual bomb site.
That's right. Ooh, early aggression there from Warden, maybe trying to get that early spawn peak. Gonna run away. But yes, guys, as you were saying, that Kennel's Wall is quite safe to sit at, and it definitely is going to have to be a post plant or plant denial scenario that Fury will be dealing with there. I think they're definitely trying to get this aggression early and just displace Fnatic a little bit, slow them down on their attacks, because they've got some pretty good pace so far. Speaking of, Magnet is already starting to work on this wall. Again, good time management coming out of Fnatic here.
So we have Warden roaming. I think he might have been close to an engagement there with Virtue. Rock was offside as well. So Fury definitely playing quite loose at the moment. We saw them play very aggressively and very confidently against Wildcard yesterday. Warden still playing behind this bar. There is a player that's approaching to his left. Does he see him? He flicks. Does he hit the shot? He does. Ooh. Virtue caught sleeping and Fury get the man advantage. Lusty gets one back though on the Hibana. So not the worst result for Fury. They do get one of the top fraggers from Fnatic down.
Yeah, and he's going to take away frag grenades as well, which are pretty big arsenal of Virtue to use to get some picks. It's going to slow them down with entry frags. Mentalist has pushed through Bart. They really are doubling down on a bit of a roam clear here. They want to find this Vigil and just make sure that he's not going to be more of a pest to them. There's not many on site though. Warden has moved up to that master bedroom. He can still be quite the pest with those, you know, the little marks that come up as he's drowning him out, because it might still look like he's in bar. It's going to take them a little while to pinpoint. Muesli has the garage control, so again, a lot of good map control still held by Fury here.
Warden wasting so much time here, and Fnatic are failing to get this roamer. We often see Fnatic hit the refrag really quickly, but in that scenario, Virtue was just taken down so quickly, and Warden, he was able to get away. Fnatic have got that main wall open though, so it's definitely an entry point where they could go for the plant. Lusty is one to keep an eye on though. He's the one on the roof with the diffuser in hand.
That pick on the Virtue has really stalled out Fnatic. They're spending a lot of time just droning and being really thorough, trying to spot Warden, make sure he's back on site, or if he's off site, where exactly is he? Do they still need to deal with him? Because when it comes down to this 45 seconds, you have to make the big decision, whether you're still pushing for that or whether you're just going to start going to site. Going to site, it looks like they are, Guz. They are at the breach, pre-firing a lot of these angles. Muesli still with such a strong position in Garage. They aren't able to flush him out. It's going to be very difficult to run through for plant. They've backed up onto the construction side though, guys. So it looks like it could be more of a plant coming from the west.
Fury continuing to drain time here. The run out will drop Magnet. A fantastic kill there from Warden. secures his triple. And now Fnatic are left in a 2-on-4. Lusty enters the side as Mentalist gets one. This could potentially be very dangerous for Fury. Fnatic trying to find those frags. The plant will be so challenging. Muesli's caught sleeping. He gets one. He gets the second as well on towards the stairs. And now it's Rock left in a 2-on-1. No Nitro Cell, so he can't go below. He needs to try to deny the plant. He tries to go through the rotate. He baits it out and pre-fires that angle, but he doesn't net the kill. Sees one to his right and flicks. He lights up that player, but he needs to hit two. Fnatic with a really strong post plant now, and Rock has the odds against him. He is eventually going to go through that rotate in towards Cash. Lusty is to his hard left of that door, so he needs to be mindful. The timing here for Rock couldn't have been any worse, and there we go. Lusty will swing around wide, and Fnatic will take the round. It was a 2-on-4, and Fury just caught sleeping on the side.
Yeah, it was looking really good for Fury off the back of some great plays from Warden, that aggression slipping around as the vigil, but they weren't able to secure it. Those players for Fnatic, we've talked about it time and time again, their ability to be able to step up in those stressful situations. Neither Lusty nor Mentalist looked stressed. Look at Lusty just calmly walking through sight. They knew where they were. That pinch on the Cash stairs is beautiful. Just their late round is so hard to deal with for a lot of these teams.
Super unfortunate that C4 from the Mozzie was used earlier. Otherwise, Rock would have been in a perfect position to go below and deny that plant, because it was just planted inside of server. The floor is destructible, so Fury just so close. And it's a little bit like when Homeless were playing Fnatic, isn't it? Because we saw a lot of those rounds on Homeless's defense be so close, even those that they lost. So I guess that is a real testament to how strong Fnatic are in that late round stage.
Fury looking to do quite the roam here yet again. Warden has gone all the way to the top floor. He's going to be reinforcing this Fusey wall, but guys, Mentalist on this Jackal. He's going to be able to flush out and find Warden a lot easier. It's going to take less time and less effort. It's going to be good to see whether that actually has a big impact on Fury's defense, as Warden did end up with a triple, I believe it was in that round.
5 seconds to go.
Fnatic, we know they're really good at refragging, so it was a little bit disheartening to see them struggle in that last round, trying to hunt down that Warden. Had a big impact on Fury's ability to almost get that round back right at the very end. But it just wasn't meant to be. Fnatic, I'm sure, will be a little bit more vigilant. Did you like the pun? Vigilant in how they clear out those roamers. Warden's actually very low. Okay. He gets away with his life, though. If he isn't trapped, he might be able to get his way back to site.
Potentially was a pre-fire there. Some Jacko scans are coming out, and ooh, he has been downed now. He's getting reset, actually, on the side there. Easily doing the job. Warden will be back around, start to create some havoc. Looks like he's set to re-enter through Garage, and it is going to waste a bit of time as Fnatic are droning out that top floor so they can check whether they actually have that map control, which they don't, because Rock is here in CCTV, trying to be more of a nuisance on the roam, which is allowing Warden time to rotate back up. It did look like he might be entering Garage again.
Rock looks a little bit scared. He decides to run off, but once again, Fnatic aren't cutting off his rotate. If he wants to go down blue, he should be able to. Lusty, meanwhile, he drops Shade, one of the big impact players last night for Fury. That's a long way away from the side, and Lusty is now given free control of Lounge. It does look like that player roaming earlier in Rock is close to his left at the top of blue. Not sure if he's quite aware that Rock is in that position. If he swings wide, he could get the kill. There is a player over towards the main door that could cover, but I don't think he's in the greatest position. Rock is holding this very patiently, deciding not to peek wide.
Yeah, unless he did seem like he was a little bit aware or wary of that position. Fnatic are going to drone it out, which will mean Rock can go back to site. He did catch a drone just there on Cash stairs. If he gets the chance to move it, that could be pivotal, but no, I think it was shot just in time by Fnatic. They can now start to open these hatches as they have obtained map control. But guys, that did burn 2 minutes, so somewhat effective on that roam. Shade, though, was the one that was a bit strange there. A really odd position to be caught out in the stock room.
A decent time waster by Fury, but in the last round we saw them waste a lot of time and that didn't pay off either. So they just need to be a little bit careful in the aggression from Fnatic late here. Lusty's super low with that diffuser. If they can drop him, it could change the tide. Moosley gets Tex. Of course, Copper from Sinister, as he was previously known. Playing pretty well for Fnatic so far, but not having an impact this round. Virtue, meanwhile, gets Warden, as Magnet will come in late through Dirty. This is where Fury need to be careful. If they get rushed on, it could spell their demise. Moosley, he's going to get aggressive over towards the stairs. No way Fnatic let this flank work. Muesli, he could be on for a massive play as Lusty gets his double and Muesli finds his way into Kitchen. He gets one.
Muesli.
And the second, that's his triple. The diffuser is down with 5 seconds left. Fury just need to burn time. Watch the hatch drop and they should be fine. Magnet has entered the side and he gets Muesli. Now Golden just needs to play passive and there we go. Fury protect the bombs and take the second round. What a flank from Muesli.
Yeah, it worked out really well. And the trigger discipline as well. He waited to get into the room, assessed who was there, and took out the players necessary. The biggest one, obviously, that second one over near the hatch with the diffuser. Timed to perfection. And you know what? He didn't stick to try and get the third one.
He didn't overpeak it.
Yeah, he didn't overpeak it. It was beautiful discipline from him. And went back to site. So well played by Fury. Very similar to what we saw against Wildcard last night. Shade able to get similar plays, similar flanks, downing diffuser holders, downing somebody in plant motion. It's starting to be a Fury thing.
Fury, of course. I labelled them as the gatekeepers of ANZ last night. They have a bit of a reputation of maybe not being the most consistent team. But when they have a challenging opponent, they will show up. They did it last night. They did it last season. Can they do it against Fnatic? Fnatic only lost to Fury last season in season number 10. They haven't lost one yet so far, so maybe a little bit of deja vu.
Could be. So far, we are looking pretty tight here, guys. Fury playing it quite well. The roam clear was relatively effective by Fnatic, but a little bit slow. Maybe that was the deciding factor in the end that cost them the round because it came down to the wire. Also, maybe some lacking in the flank watch there. No Nomad for Fnatic, which is actually something we've seen them play a lot of before. Not used this time.
10 seconds to go.
No Nomad. It's a bit of a tongue twister.
It is a bit of a tongue twister.
5 seconds remaining.
And also, you know, got to bring Nomad, right? Rep the Fnatic skin.
True.
Attackers must locate and defuse.
I mean, any flank watch at this stage would probably be nice. Surely Fnatic watched a bit of the VOD last night of Fury. After seeing the result, at least. And gone, okay, maybe they're actually pretty good this season. And surely they saw, like, the flanks coming out from Fury. They weren't complicated. They could have been shut down. Maybe Fnatic just are confident in their drone placement and their flank watches.
Yeah, I'd also think that maybe the emphasis out of watching that VOD from Wildcard is Fury flank a lot, and it's really effective and well-timed. Maybe we should emphasize our flank watch. Perhaps there was just some communication issues again from Fnatic in that instance. They might be able to get on top of it. He's only 2 attacks deep here. Their droning has been great so far for these roam clears. They're really trapping Warden. They've got a lot of effective tools, and nobody really had a big impact early round on the roam. So it's more that late round situation for Fnatic. Magnet is using his blowtorch slightly there, and they will be trying CC attack again. Kennel's Wall will have to be attempted soon just to put some pressure on the defense.
I love the fact that Fury have taken Fnatic to arguably one of their best maps, yet they're still playing super aggressively and super confidently. Yes, it didn't work out in the first round. It almost did. But then to back it up again in the second round shows to me that they're not scared. They're just going to play their game. Hey, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out.
Fnatic definitely going to have to avoid Warden here. He is slipping away again in that bathroom at the bottom of main stairs. So they do have a drone set up on flank or something to assist with that because it could be a dangerous situation late there. No engagement so far, guys, over halfway through this round now. Approaching this final minute, and it means that Fnatic need to start to get a little bit more map control. Just having construction and kennels can be a little bit tricky for an execute, a little bit messy, but it is doable. Warden is making his move, as is Shade with him on the main stairs. They seem very aware, though. There's 2 Fnatic players at the top of those stairs, and they are just waiting for that. They are pounced on. Shade did find another, though, so it is a 4 versus 3 in favor of Fury.
Fury just need to hold out for another minute. The diffuser has been dropped inside of Con, so expect Fnatic to go for this western push, unless they decide right about now that they are going to rotate. Looks like Tex is being spotted out. He finds the Valkyrie camera and will delete it. Virtue gets Golden though, so it is a 3-on-3. Virtue inside Con as well, managing to get that pick.
Yeah, some potential denial still available in Muesli and Rock. Tex is going to be able to find a nade. No, there's an ADS still there, Guz. It's going to really hinder this execute. Tex is the one with diffuser. It's going to be hectic now.
Fnatic getting aggressive. Virtue's made his way in towards the side, and Rock is once again left to try and clutch it up. But Fnatic swiftly take the round.
Look, it wasn't looking too bad for Fury again on this CCTV cash defense, but the late round did not work out for them. They can't just rely on flanks to work out just to secure rounds. They've got to be able to hold those angles on site. No crossfire held at all into Cash. There was 2 players that pushed through there, Virtue and Tex, completely untouched, basically. So Fury got to tidy that up if they wish to win that defense. They are going to change now to Gym Bedroom. Try something a little bit different.
We are yet to see Gym Bedroom in this match so far. If you are just joining us, it was Cash, then downstairs in Church and back to Cash. Unfortunately, Fury hasn't won either of those upstairs defenses. Only successful when they did go below. Interested to see if they can be a little bit more
Defenders,
effective
protect your
over
bombs from being
to
defused by
Bedroom.
attackers.
Fnatic bringing pretty much the same lineup.
Yeah, it's a well-rounded, universal lineup, and it makes sense because Fury are doing a bit of a strange roam. The Jackal helps a lot. The only thing you could argue maybe they could bring instead, IQ, the Nomad as we said, even a Zofia for that extra soft breach. Either way, their lineup is working quite well, so I'd say why change it. Shade has gone into this Pulse, which we saw him using to quite a lot of effect, especially on Cafe last night. And extra intel, allowing some flanks to happen, and some nice vertical denial.
That was such a perfect breach, and it had that tiny bit that Beasley just couldn't get through. That's a bit rough. Looks like the rest of the setup for Fury though has been quite clean. They've got the rotate in between the sites that we normally see. Doesn't look like it's the heaviest of cash holds yet. Golden is playing in there currently. I'm expecting maybe Muesli to head back there, offer some assistance with those Kaid Electro Claws. But again, with this Maverick on the board, they're really not going to be that effective.
No, Magnet will be able to make light work of this wall. Nothing that they can really do about it, to be honest. As Magnet is pre-firing, of course, they could peek down from construction there. Doesn't look like a player is going to be doing so. Magnet will make work on this wall. Very critical wall to open, especially early. It will cut that rotate around the main stairs and in between Bedroom and Logistics, which means that you can basically sever the site in half and trap the defense just that little bit extra.
Lusty gets the entry onto Shade, so he's been shut down again. Not the greatest start for him. He played so well last night, but unable to really back that up here on Clubhouse just yet. Magnet, meanwhile, is going to do the breaching torch trick on the wall. Torch the top, torch the bottom. And that should create a soft wall for Virtue to hit down. Nice straight lines there from Magnet. Very clean job.
That it is, and yeah, look, Shade has been pretty ineffective. Maybe the big takeaway that Fnatic got was, let's find Shade. Let's find him early and take him out, because he is annoying, man. Warden, though, does find Mentalist. That's going to be the Jackal off the board, so they can now start to move around a little bit more freely and not be hunted down as much. Speaking of, Warden is the main one that has been that little pest running around for Fury so far in Clubhouse. Now that he can roam a little more freely, it could be something that comes back late round.
Mentalist once again taken down quite early for Fnatic. Losing Jackal probably isn't the worst. Unlikely really to provide a lot of utility for the plant, outside of info, of course. Fnatic once again taking their time to drone, and Magnet, he'll find Warden. He was flanking earlier, he did take down Mentalist, but the refrag will finally come out. More shots coming down. May have been Tex in that engagement. Either way, though, it looks like Fnatic are setting up to try and get in towards the Jacuzzi wall. Head for that gym plant, potentially. Flashes come out. Virtue could be flashed. No, luckily it just misses him as he makes his way in towards Bathroom. He covers Con. Magnet's going to follow, as well as Lusty. Virtue is now getting quite aggressive on this peak as Tex will provide support from the window. He could be on for a big play, but he gets shut down as he whiffs his shots, and Golden gets one. It's now a 3-on-3. Fnatic have 20 seconds to attempt the plant. Magnet will be the planter. Brock gets one though. Leaves it in a 2-on-3. Lusty needs to try and cover as Magnet has fallen off that plant. He's going to make his way in towards Logi, but he gets taken down as well. And Fury will eventually drop the bomb and get the last kill in the process. Fury with a pretty nice fourth round there.
Yeah, and it was a pretty nice retake. They actually did completely lose site control, but the retake coming out of the frag rock got onto the planter. Just really helped Fury excel themselves forward there and even it out at 2-2. Really back and forth so far here, Guz, which is a great sign for Fury just to stay in touch with Fnatic. Very important for them.
Church and Arsenal is now, of course, unlocked for Fury. They attempted it in round number 2 and won that round. Scores are even. Definitely hasn't really felt too one-sided either way. It's been a couple rounds where Fury could have even potentially been higher up. Maybe even 3-1. The first round in particular was so close.
Yeah, those catch defenses, I feel like, definitely could have gone either way. And they're the rounds that Fnatic has won. So, yeah, definitely so far. Passing mark for Fury coming into this night, backing up their efforts from last night. Fnatic doing a good job, though, just shutting down that loose erraticness that Fury really had, especially in the early rounds, at least. We did see them get one flank, and that did cost Fnatic a round. But so far, that is being shut down. Players like Warden and Shade not having a great effect so far. Warden in that first round did get some frags, but that's really it to this stage.
Well, Shade is playing Smoke this round, so anticipating him to maybe play a little bit more of an anchor role. Maybe realizing that his aggressive roams aren't quite working out so far. Maybe his strong fragging can be used later in the round, where Fnatic have definitely looked their strongest. Fnatic's flank clear has improved slightly. It was weaker at the start of this map, but it is slowly improving. And once again, we are going to see some very heavy droning. Fnatic are such a fantastic team at really making full use of those drones, and it's something that I think a lot of teams can look up at.
Definitely thorough, and it works effectively. And look at that, they've shut down that roam of Warden on the Jaeger. He's definitely going to have to go back to site. Not able to have much effect again early round, but he's just going to go straight back out the other side. It looks like Rock, a strange angle there, on a bit of a boost, looking to catch them off guard on main stairs. Warden's going to be there to assist those drones coming out, and instead of dropping, he's actually pushing up, something that Fnatic might not be able to read into.
These players from Fury are just so unpredictable, and if Warden can just sit here, he might be able to get a couple of picks late, and it's in Kitchen. It's where we saw Moosley help his team win the round when they last defended this side with the last flank, but it looks like Warden has been discovered and is going to be shut down. Lusty finishes the job, and Fnatic now have a strongman advantage and top floor control.
We did see very briefly in the observer tool there was a drone sitting in the middle of Kitchen, so really nicely stealth drone placed into there that saw that rotate. Well caught by Fnatic, and again, Warden shut down halfway through the round, and Fury are going to have to hold on here and delay as long as possible. Magnet making light work of these hatches on Maverick, being very efficient so far. This was pretty much similar time management that we saw out of Fnatic last time they attacked. It really was all down to that devastating flank from Moosley. Man advantage has been nullified now, though, 4 versus 4 as we come towards the final minute of the round.
Two members of Fury, Golden and Rock, though, are quite low. Fnatic should be able to play into that, as Magnet's having a few issues getting this hatch open, taking quite some time. Does eventually pop, though. He has the diffuser in hand, so we could definitely see a moto drop and then a push into Church.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
So Fury are playing this quite passively. Once again, Fnatic still sending out drones. It almost feels like they have an unlimited supply.
Yeah, being very efficient, maintaining their drone economy. Magnet is going to look to push through this dirt tunnel here in construction. Is not being held. Really signifies that they're likely trying to go for an Arsenal execute. The drones were there as well. Lusty did see it was clear, and that Fury were really playing all around Blue and Church, but that goo mine is a big signal.
If Fury have heard that, that could spell Magnet and his team's demise. Shade gets one on to Mentalist, who will once again not be available for this execute, as Fnatic will now be activated. 5 seconds left on the board. Tex and Lusty get one. Can Lusty get another? He will. That's his triple for the round, and now it's left up to Moosley to deny it. He flanks in the hallway. Fury have protected the bombs. They can't get the plant down.
Can't get the plant down because Lusty left that goo in to get those frags, which he had to. He had to push through it. But that goo mine in the end was just their undoing. Fnatic all coming up in that final part of the round really was theirs to take. Snatched away at the final moments. Fury hanging on here. They've got the round advantage now as we have the last round of the half. If they manage to secure this round, they're setting themselves up in a nice position coming into their attack half. Which is not overly favourable on Clubhouse, but based on Fury's attacks last night, we might see something special here.
These aggressive plays from Fury are definitely proving hard to read into at times.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
I guess
bombs
the change in that round was that it ended up coming down to some really, I'm not sure if lucky is the way to describe it, but maybe effective utility usage with those Q mines. Their ability to deny that plan proves so costly for the attackers late. And the only way Fnatic could have won that round is if they got that kill onto Muesli in essentially the last second of the round.
Yeah.
So unlucky for them.
The other thing too is at least 3 of those 4 plays in that final execute stage there, the final 20 seconds, at least 3 of them were on like 20 HP or something. Most of them were one shot. So it's engagements that Fnatic just didn't quite secure earlier. Came back to bite them in the end. Got to really make those count. Shade here going to try and get this cam outside. Pretty default into the tree though. Wouldn't expect that gets past Fnatic. Big difference here. Mentalist has gone into the Lion. Not bringing the Jackal this time. He's bringing the Lion. It was working quite well previously for them. Something they are probably deciding is more effective than the Jackal for this room clear.
Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on the kill feed, and it feels like for quite a few of these rounds, Mentalist is just dropping short of the execute, so he hasn't quite been available there to support his teammates. So maybe he's going to play a little bit more passive this round, sit back and pop those E1Ds. Further aid Fnatic in that roam clear and that execute if needed.
Attackers have located
Looks like
a bomb.
Fnatic will once again get this wall opened by the Maverick trick. Magnet has already opened the bottom, and Tex will babysit that in the meantime, as Magnet will now get the top. That'll allow Tex, of course, to impact the wall, exposing the site. But it looks like Fury are playing pretty intelligently. They're not going to sit in that site expecting this to occur.
No, and this is still pretty standard at this stage. The order of things that Fnatic have been doing and the time management, all very similar. Tex will use those impacts to open up the wall, which means they have a run-in, strong line of sight, pre-firing that catwalk position in garage, trying to clear out that person who's actually playing near the window. So playing very passive here. So far, getting close to the halfway point, guys, and besides opening kennel walls, nothing dramatic has happened for Fnatic. They're starting to get more map control over on the west side here, draining out Master Bedroom. Haven't physically taken it at this stage. Virtue is in logistics. But it's the pressure they have to put on Fury. And the real telling sign that we put emphasis on was Fury in their late round for this defense.
Tex is attempting to drone out construction. Those mute jammers are proving to be quite frustrating though. Sounds like Lusty is potentially trying to breach a wall open. It may be an impact trick just going off the sound cue. Either way though, Fnatic do seem a little bit stalled out at the moment. Just trying to set up for this execute.
Being very, very cautious. And look, no engagements have caused any HP damage. Fury comfortably sitting on site, but you know what? I don't see all of them on site. Rock is below. I believe there is someone elsewhere as well. I only counted 4 outlines at that stage. Didn't quite get a look. Magnet does finally open the scorecard though. It's traded back. 40 seconds here, guys. Time has ticked away. It's going to end up being very similar story for the 3 defenses we've seen here. It's going to end up being a really quick execute.
Lusty needs to shut down the flank. That was risky as he had the diffuser, but he hits the shot. And now Fury need to try and hold this attack back. Lusty is pushing in through Con, so expect the cash push. Rock and Tex get 1 each, so it is a 3-on-2, but Muesli, he'll even things out. Doesn't quite get the second. That was close, but Rock gets his double. It's a 1-on-1. He has a C4 in his pocket. If he has the intel above, he could well get this kill. Fury do have Valkyrie cameras. Surely they have some intel on this plant. Rock will replace the C4, but he doesn't go off a ping, and he won't be able to get the kill. Oof. But Fnatic don't go for the plant, and Fury will win the round.
Yeah, ill-advised C4, but I think Lusty just also thought because he was getting pinged, maybe just not worth risking the play. Maybe suspecting that Rock was about to come up the stairs and he might have that last second to try and get the pick. Not to be though, Fury taking a 4-2 advantage into their attack half. Not unheard of on Clubhouse at all, but they've been playing pretty well, to be honest, guys. It's a little bit untidy. Fnatic have been shutting them down in things that were working really well last night against Wildcard. But either way, they've got themselves 4 rounds. They've got a really big opportunity here to step up on attack, and they were attacking quite well last night.
This switch of sides could definitely change the momentum of this match. It is a slightly defender-sided map, as you mentioned. A 4-2 scoreline definitely not uncommon. But I still get the sense that there is a bit of pressure on Fnatic. A couple of the rounds that they did lose were on the back of some misplays. Quick look at the scoreboard, we'll see Lusty on 12 kills. So despite a slight misplay potentially there in the last round, not going for the plant, despite the fact that it would have been denied anyway, so look, blame definitely not on Lusty for that round. He's popping off, and hopefully he can continue to lift his team through the rest of this half.
sometimes it can be a concern seeing a support player, especially ones playing hard reach, popping off like that. It's great to see sometimes, but seeing players like Tex, Virtue, not really racking up the kind of frag count you would expect to see, and it's the kind of thing that you can't always count on, but it's when Fnatic is going strong, it's usually those players that are stepping up. Maybe that is a sign that Fnatic is struggling with something here. And we'll have to see whether it changes on defense. Virtue is on his comfort pick as Jaeger. Seen him get some mad amount of frags on this operator. So if he can pull that out, it could be the end of Fury.
On the topic of Fury, it looks like they are going to be playing quite patiently, droning it out. Warden using that skeleton key to create an entry point from Jacuzzi. There's only one Fnatic defender on that side of the map. That'll be Mentalist on the Koyo, trying to shut down these drones. The Mute Jammers will assist in that. Does appear like Fnatic are playing a very strong anti-intel game. Mentalist makes his way into Bathroom. If he pre-fires this wall, he could get a kill, but he's thinking better of it. Probably just going off sound at the moment.
Could be that. They do have a Valkyrie, so maybe there is a Valkyrie part of this strategy, trying to set it up. There's a lot of aggression onto this side. Tex is there backing him up. Virtue is over at the cash door, also able to back up in the logistics section. Case Mentalist is getting flanked. This is burning quite a lot of time considering it's only a master bedroom room for the cash defense. Almost half the round, Guz, that cost just to get Mentalist to go back to site.
Mentalist was sprayed at when he tried to escape, but he's still on full HP, and now Fury are left with half the round to try and salvage something. Doesn't look like Rock has attempted to get the main wall open yet. Instead, he is entering over towards construction. More drones coming out from Fury, and they should be aware that it is currently clear. They can deny the flanks using that Nomad and now try and get to work on construction. Muesli is on Habana, and that should be his role.
They're really doubling down on this construction attack, and without opening kennels, it means that CCTV can be a place of comfort for Fnatic to play. Of course, there are ways they can shut that down elsewhere, so CCTV window, for example, there on the west side. Virtue is in garage, so that is not an option. Rock is finally on Kennel's wall doing something, but this late in the round makes it very tricky. This is again going to be a bit of a messy execute. Tex finally opens the scorecard here with 40 seconds to go. That is Warden on the buck, out of play.
Mentalist tries to shoot back through the Maverick hole, but Rock will survive. The flashes are coming out from Fury, and they might be executing shortly. Mentalist hits the shot onto Rock with the TCSG. A good start for Fnatic this round, and it's now a 5-on-3. Flashes still coming out, but Lusty will dodge those as Mentalist gets his double. They've actually made themselves all the way into sight, but Lusty gets the first, and Mentalist gets the second. Fnatic cleanly take that round, and not the greatest start for the half in the eyes of Fury.
No, they just really didn't have enough teeth on that attack. All they did was drone out and use some utility to clear Master. Yeah, great, but that took half the round, and then the rest of the round, the only teeth they tried to get was Rock getting some holes in Kennel's wall. That's not going to put pressure on anybody. Clearly, Mentalist was not pressured by that at all. In fact, he saw that as an opportunity. And then they just had massive crossfires onto that construction doorway, which just, like, they couldn't get through. And even when they got through, they didn't know the positions. Those mute jammers in the way. Yeah, I'm not too sure what Fury were really thinking in that attack. Not really having great effects at all on the defense. And they're going to be rotating site now due to that success. Going down to the basement.
Fnatic opting to 6-pick onto the Vigil. That'll be Virtue, saying we may well see an upstairs hold. They have brought the castle. We know that Magnet himself has said that they know how to clear this upstairs hold. I guess that poses the question, do they know how to hold it? I'm sure Fury as well will have some VODs out there that they have reviewed, and maybe even potentially they've scrim teams that have done this hold as well, if not done it themselves. So I don't think this will be too unfamiliar territory for Fury, as long as they're nice and clean.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, it's started to become a pretty common roam to attempt on Clubhouse. A lot of teams have been trying this lately. Not just within our region, but within other regions, and for quite a while, all with slight different flares. But either way, it's nothing we haven't seen before, and Fnatic did play a club last week against Homeless. They had a strong Clubhouse against Homeless. So Fury shouldn't be stranger, and speaking of, Warden opens it up. Whether that's a pre-fire or an ill-advised spawn peek by Lusty, either way, he is gone. That is the Mozzie off the board, a C4 potentially not used. Maybe some pests not used, we won't know. Start for Fury.
Definitely not the greatest start if you're defending with a roam and one of your roamers gets shut down so early. Just puts more pressure now on the rest of the team that is off-site. Virtue is one of those as he makes his way above. Magnet, okay. He drops Warden, so he's now taken off the board after getting that initial pick. And now Fury need to make the decision. Do they try and go towards site or do they try and flush out these roamers? And it looks like there was 3. Magnet makes his way down though, so it will now just be Virtue and Tex over towards Cash. Fury are aware that they're there, but they need to do something to try and flush them out.
Yeah, there is also a possibility that they could ignore the roam and try push to site, which can be a bit risky, but might be worth it. That pre-fire from Tex though.
Oh my god.
What is that? Playing a sound cue perfectly. Oh, Rock is just not going to believe what just happened to him. And now that is Fury with a man disadvantage. Losing the Maverick as well. That is an important hard breacher that is just not going to be able to do anything. Muesli using 2 of these X-Kairos onto Dirt Tunnel. That means they're really doubling down on taking that.
Shade, he will be taken down by Magnet. So now it's Golden and Muesli. Golden has actually found himself inside of Arsenal, trying to hold out as he waits for Muesli to bring the diffuser to him. Multiple players, though, are aware that Golden is now in the site, and he will be shut down. And now Muesli's left in a 4-on-1. He does have the diffuser, but he needs to find multiple picks. The timing there so unfortunate, and Fnatic will win the round.
Timing really costing Golden, and then that final player there looking away when they could have got a pick, but either way, not a great attack from Fury again. They started it well, Warden getting that opening pick, but then they just lost. I mean, Rock was pretty unlucky as well. That pre-fire through that wall. About to see it here from Rock's perspective.
No
You would
way.
never have expected that that was coming. That is just insane to have hit that shot. A headshot as well.
It had to have been a sound cue, surely. Surely the default wasn't up. Anyway, I think the attack there from Fury definitely didn't look as clean as Fnatic. And the thing is, Fnatic never actually successfully attacked that site. So that's a little bit worrying.
Yeah, the roam clear was not very effective at all by Fury, and maybe at the end there they were literally thinking, let's just ignore this. They ended up pushing straight to Dirt Tunnel. We saw Golden was there really early. That call might have come out, but you won't know. Something I do want to point out, based on defense last time, Fnatic versus Homeless on Clubhouse, we saw some really big survival rates coming out of some of their players. Tex had a solid 70% survival rate. So surviving 70% of the rounds on Clubhouse, and a majority of those came from the defense. So this could be something that Fury are going to be having a lot of difficulty dealing with. Magnet is now playing an Echo.
10 seconds to insertion.
A jack of all trades. Fnatic definitely, in recent times, are not afraid to rotate their roles, rotate their operators around a little bit when required.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
I guess he's made that call. Jumping on to the hard support. The rest of his team playing quite aggressive operators, really. A lot of intel gathering on the board also. It's going to be up to Fury to try and clear that out. Again, Fury did clear Thatcher off the board. So you would hope that they know how to clear some of this utility without those EMPs on the board.
Yeah, definitely going to be very important. Speaking of Fnatic's flexibility, I do have a note here that literally says, Fnatic have been flexing their flexibility muscles. And it's something that we're...
Is that a flex?
I guess it's a bit of a flex.
It's a flex.
Quite a flex.
It's a flex that they're flexible in their flexibility.
Yes. Either way, something that Fury are going to have to try flex on as well, because they're having a lot of difficulties clearing anything that Fnatic are doing with their defenses. Virtue is opening up on this Jaeger now, as Warden on that sledge, gone, dropping straight into logistics. Not sure how much intel he actually had on that. Maybe being a little over-aggressive. I think that's kind of been the story of Warden's Clubhouse so far, usually being the opening death. And Fnatic are positioned very well here, spread out across towards CCTV side. Also not easy to clear out.
Rock running the G36. There's so many Ash players these days that are now reverted back to the G36 with that ACOG. Rock is exposed to the CC window that he has pinged out. Lusty playing on that side of the map. Also needs to be mindful of Virtue. He's quite close to the jump out too. But Fnatic, they just look so calm and collected right now. They don't have to do anything crazy.
Yeah, that Valkyrie cam too was very nice, giving a massive overview towards this bedroom balcony. So that's not going to be very bothersome for them at all. Tex still had one in the pocket, and he's put that into Jim. He's going to go for potential run out here from the strip wall. Not going to be spotted. Doesn't seem to be a drone there. He could get that player on the balcony. Just rock over there on the construction window. And Fnatic just have so much control coming into this last minute, guys. Not sure what Fury's going to be able to do.
Virtue, what? He gets taken out as Muesli finds his way into sight, but he gets dropped. The diffuser is down, and Fury are left in a 2-on-4. It's Shade and Golden. Shade missing those shots, and now Golden needs to try and find him, but he can't. And they have 40 seconds to collect the diffuser, which was dropped again by Muesli, but Mentalist gets his double. And now it's Golden in a 1-on-4. The C4 almost shut down any hope of this round being clutchable, as now he needs to make his way through the hallway, but once again, the timing will be poor, and Fnatic will take the round.
Again, Fury's attack's just lacking... I keep using the word teeth, and it basically is. They have no grip on what Fnatic is doing. It's not moving Fnatic around. They're playing so comfortably in the positions they want to be in. And it just means that late round Fury just have nothing to go off besides trying to frag out. And Fnatic roster is not a roster you can just rely on fragging out against. They're all very strong fraggers, great gun skill in this team. They can't rely on that. They need to have a little bit more strategy here just to push Fnatic around and just bully them a little bit.
Fnatic often the team that we would associate with that sort of bully playstyle, where they force the defenders to move around the way they want. And it looks like Fnatic they're chilling out under an umbrella, just having a bit of a holiday wherever they're sitting, just not really feeling any pressure whatsoever. Fury just unable to really get anything going. Can't rely on these heavy flanks, particularly when you're on the attack. Fnatic proving why that isn't so effective.
Are seeing some operator changes from Fury though, so attempting something a bit different here. Golden on the Capitao. Likely trying to use that to deal with a potential bandit trick, but Fnatic have not brought a bandit at all. In fact, their only form of wall denial will be in Tex as the mute player using mute jammers. And it looks like they're setting up again for quite a spread roam on the west side. Using mute jammers to slow down this clear from Fury. I like the adaptation from Fnatic. They're not doing the super hard roam that they had last time with the Goyo. It was Mentalist playing in that hallway. But they are doubling down on the intel denial there, which will stall out Fury.
Fury getting quite aggressive below, inside of dirt, trying to gain control underneath the objective. Multiple members, 3 in fact, actually.
Could be a rush up cash.
Could well be. There is a player inside of the catwalk which could shut this down, but if they make their way up the stairs, it could be too late. There is a piece of barbed wire there, but if Rock can sneak through, this could be the end. There is a player to his left. That's Valkyrie. That's Lusty. Can he shut him down? He will. So it's a 5-on-4, and just like that, Fury's rush has potentially been stalled, but no. Muesli, he'll get one on to Magnet. That was the player inside of Garage. Poor nade there from Warden. Can he hit the second? No, he thinks better of it. Lusty meanwhile gets one, and Mentalist as well. So it's a 2-on-4. Muesli once again left with the diffuser. He's alongside Warden. Both these players aggressive at the early stages of this round, but it looks like Fnatic have just shut that down.
Yeah, I'm just not too sure of the thought process of Fury. I like that they maybe tried to do a bit of a rush, but it was really clearly shut down early. And then some of those players were still trying to push and get some picks. They're just trying to, again, just rely on this aggression, trying to get some frags. Fnatic aren't having a bar of that. They're just too good at their positioning, shutting it down without even a refrag coming out from Fury. And we are seeing a 4 versus 2 against the attack here. Fnatic just looking really strong at this stage, guys. They could be going to match point very shortly.
Definitely looking likely as Warden pings out for an entry into Garage, but Muesli is actually all the way over on the main wall. Their only real chance here is if they can both get into CC and try and refrag it out. It's so challenging though. Okay, Lusty, he's taken off the board, so it's a 3-on-2, starting to look slightly more winnable. Fnatic should be fully aware that both players are on this side of the map, but Warden gets his way inside the objective. Fnatic playing so passive. Can Warden get the pick again? The timing for Fury is terrible, but he still gets the kill onto Virtue. That's his double, getting quite aggressive over towards the stairs as Muesli will come in late towards Cash. 2 players inside of here. Tex, though, he shuts him down. Not sure the play there. And that leaves Warden all alone with 40 seconds left. He knows there's a player on the stairs. He'll go for the vault. Can he hit the kill? Yes! Mentalist gets taken out, but Warden is now one shot. Tex is full HP. He has the shotgun and the SMG. SMG isn't reloaded though, so Tex is definitely confident in his shotgun skill here. He's watching the diffuser quite intently. Of course, he killed him easily, which dropped it, but the C4 will shut him down, and Fnatic are now on match point.
Look, that could have almost worked against Tex. Warden looked like, maybe reading it a little deep here, but Warden looked like he was potentially about to pre-fire towards that table in cash, right as Tex threw that, and with a gun that Sledge has, it could have spelled his doom, but either way, Fnatic just too good on that round. Fury really split up, a bit spread out. They never really refragged anything, and even at the end there where it was 2 versus 2, they were both completely separate. And Muesli walked into cash by himself with Diffuser. That was all hope gone at that stage. Close round in the end due to some sloppiness, but either way, Fnatic are on match point, guys. They're up 6-4. It's 4 rounds in a row on their defense.
And I think it's fair to say that these last 4 rounds have definitely been Fnatic controlled. I don't think there's been a single one where Fury have been in a realistic chance of winning the round, or at least deservedly winning the round. Fnatic are just playing their comfort game. Their clubhouse game, really. We know that they're so strong on this map. Definitely shining in this second half, and I can pretty confidently say that they're probably going to clean this up here with a flawless second half. I don't think it's going to be too hard. Fury really need to start mixing it up if they want to try and make Fnatic feel a little bit more uncomfortable.
Absolutely, Guz. Fnatic on a pretty solid roam again, seeing this setup offside here. Mentalist bringing that castle. Tex reinforcing those walls up the top floor, so pre-fires coming through that hallway, or even just using the soft breach won't be as effective. Fury try to do the roam clear again. I fear that will probably be their end. They've really, really struggled with roam clears. Might be better off for them to try and ignore somehow and cut the rotates back to see what their decision making is.
Rock on entry once again with the G36C. He's already dropped Oil Pit. Fnatic need to be awake, or he could get a couple of free kills here. Will he see the castle? He will, but he misses his shots and he gets shut down. Magnet sweeps out wide. Fury are now, once again, with the man disadvantage, and it's not looking good.
Just got to think that Fnatic's intel and teamwork is just a little too good for those solo quick pushes that Fury are trying to do. Let's rock off the board super early. No impact at all. He didn't take any HP off anybody. Tex has been traded out, sure, but at the end of the day, it's not really going to be netting you any rounds. Warden is pushing deep here.
Oh, no.
Again, depends whether Fnatic have the intel. I didn't see default shot. So if someone flicks on the default, which there is a dead player, very well catch him off guard. That it doesn't, though. He finds Virtue off guard, giving Fury some man advantage.
Warden tries to get the second in towards Lusty, who's looking above. He almost gets the kill. Lusty scathes away with his life. Fury now with that man advantage, so critical on this downstairs push. Shade, he's pressuring from above, and Fury now have heaps of time, have half the round to try and maybe flush out one more player before they go for the execute. Fnatic, for once, are finally looking a little bit less comfortable on site. Mentalist, though, he's going to go up blue stairs, and this could be a massive flank from the castle. Flank watch is there, but was Rock watching the drone. He's the only down player for Fury, and if he doesn't call this out for his teammates, Fury are going to find themselves in a lot of trouble, and the flank comes out. Mentalist gets 2, and the diffuser is down. Fury has let their chances of winning this round and potentially the map slip. Mentalist looking for a third in towards Moto and Raven. It's just fallen apart.
There were 3 drones in lounge. Whether watching flank or not, 3 drones tells you somebody has shot a lot of our drones, man. He is off-site. Mentalist out furying Fury, you could say, with that flank. Warden going to push in, and that is not effective. Fnatic have done a great job at bringing this back. It is all up to Shade. 30 seconds here, pushing down the hallway.
He needs to get 3. All of them holding a powerful cross, but he gets the first onto Lusty. Tries to pre-fire the second. He knows where these players are, but can he hit the shots? No! Fnatic will have a flawless second half on the defense, winning the map in 11 rounds, and Raven, what a performance it was.
Yep, really solid Fnatic as we've come to expect in ANZ Pro League Season 11. 7-4 scoreline, never looked in doubt on their defenses there, just way too strong. Composed as ever. Mentalist on that flank. Opened it wide up on that round to win it for his team.
Let's have a look at the scoreboard. Lusty on 16 kills and only one player for Fury in the double digits. Definitely not their strongest performance on attack. And Fnatic, just Fnatic things really. Yes, they may have looked a little bit uncomfortable in that first half, but the bans were definitely defender-sided and they made full use of that in the second half.
Yeah, and that's Clubhouse to a T as well, usually going in the favour of the defense. But they just so composed. And look, Virtue was the one that bottom fragged for Fnatic. Not that scoreboard reading is a thing that's super important, but what that says to me is that Fnatic can still win matches quite comfortably, even with a player like Virtue just kind of cruising by.
Well, Fnatic have continued their undefeated run here in Season 11. Come back shortly and see if it will continue.
Seconds to go. 10 seconds. 15 seconds left. Attackers drop the diffuser. 5 seconds remaining.
No pulse and all alone. Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Bring me to I'm safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. Does she bring me back? Not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Oh, you bring me to life.
Ay, push start, ay, ball so hard, ay, raise the bar, ay, turn into a star, ay, play my part, yeah, I aim too far, I do it big, I keep it large, okay, live it up, this is fake, better give it up, young but I feel like I've seen enough, numbers going up, better keep it up, ain't slowing down, better live it up, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, about too hard, yeah, I'm killing your favorite rapper with minimum effort, yeah, your coach getting severed, the industry dry as a desert.
G'day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Rainbow Six Pro League here in ANZ. Raven, we saw a pretty interesting map number 1, but it reinforces the fact that you don't take Fnatic to Clubhouse.
Yep, a pretty dominant Clubhouse in the end from Fnatic, flawless on their defenses. They were a bit troubled on their attacks. It's usually tricky on Clubhouse, but as we said, they just backed it up on defense, winning every round in single succession and closed it out 7-4.
Yeah, and I think the most worrying sign for me was the fact that Fury banned out Thatcher. Then they didn't win a single attack. So maybe the way that they were going to play without Thatcher was an afterthought.
Yeah, it really could come down to that. They did have some difficulties clearing out roamers, whether that was because of utility in their way or not. But I have to think there was a bit more to it than that as well. Just not really positioning themselves in a way that would create issues for Fnatic to deal with. Fnatic, in fact, never really seemed like they were dealing with anything that was troubling them.
Well, Clubhouse was, of course, the first map in this series. Let's bring up the map Vito and see where we will be heading for map number 2. Man, those logos are not the same. Coastline will be the last map. That is a map that could produce an interesting result, potentially.
Yeah, well, that is the map that Fury did take off of Wildcard last night, and they played really well on Coastline. Opposite to what we just saw in Club, they actually attacked beautifully on Coastline, winning a lot of attacks in a row to win them that match. So, look, it might be better for them. Fnatic are a team that have historically been all right on Coastline. They've had some different results, though. I believe they drew with Avant a few seasons ago on Coastline. So it's not a solid map for them, but considering the way this roster has been playing, I wouldn't hesitate to guess to say that's different.
Well, you guys were very confident in Fnatic's abilities in map number 1, and you were right. Let's bring up the poll for the second map, and it's going to be a very similar result. I don't think there's really much to be said here. Fnatic,
yeah,
pretty dominant.
Yeah, that was a pretty dominant first map. Pretty dominant team overall so far this season, so why not have the majority of the community poll, I think it's fair to say. Fury, of course, have made a statement on this map. It could change things, but after seeing how Clubhouse worked out, I'm a little bit worried.
I think the most worrisome, bad English.
Worrisome.
Worrisome, there we go, there's the word. For Fnatic is maybe the fact that, at least as far back as I've tracked, they haven't actually really played a lot of Coast. In fact, the last time that I have it written down here is when they versed Wildcard, and that was a draw.
Yes. That was a clutch from Virtue, in fact, on the final round to secure a draw.
was.
On the brink of losing it.
Well, let's jump into map number 2. It's ready and waiting. It will be Coastline Fnatic versus Fury. Once again, will Fury be able to replicate the result that we saw last night against Wildcard? They themselves will be starting on the defense first. And as such, they will have the first ban.
They will. And thinking they might do the Thatcher ban again just to create some issues for Fnatic's initial attack. Or maybe they will bring out a target ban, which we did see happen last night. It's going to be the Buck. That is what they banned against Wildcard. It was quite effective. I don't think that's going to have as much of an impact against Fnatic, though.
It'll be interesting, I think, to see how Fnatic try and approach this site. Then themselves actually banning out the Lion.
Yeah. Look, Fury used it quite effectively last night against Wildcard. It was definitely an issue Wildcard had dealing with. So it's quite the target ban for Fnatic. Just saying, we're not going to deal with that. We're just going to get rid of it. Likewise with that Valkyrie.
Is that maybe a fair indication that Fnatic were watching last night?
Absolutely.
You reckon?
There's no doubt Fnatic were watching last night. You've got to be preparing like that for your matches. And Fnatic professionals, they're not going to underestimate Fury, especially considering what happened to them last season. They're not going to let that happen again.
Well, let's go through the final ban. It will be the Maestro left on the board, or taken off the board. So that will leave Mirror on the board. We saw a bit of Mirror play last night. And Echo will be on the board, an operator that Fnatic on occasion can play quite well. Have flashbacks to the 6 invitational qualifiers on LAN for APAC, where Tex himself was playing a really strong Echo. But Fnatic have proven that their roles are quite diverse. I mean, we saw Magnet actually playing Echo in the last map this evening.
Yeah, and I've even seen Mentalist play some Echo. So some mad flexibility for Fnatic in their roles and operators. Fury, on the other hand, they are going to be on Hookah. Not quite as flexible, but definitely trying strange things, different things to throw off their opponents. And it's going to be intriguing to see what they bring out against Fnatic tonight on Coastline.
Well, let's jump into the very first round of this second map between these two teams tonight. Hookah is a site that many teams will opt to go to first. Where did Fury go first last time? Because I felt like it may have been the same. It was. They did go Hookah first. We did see quite a bit of Penthouse play though last night, so maybe with Mirror on the board again, we could see it again.
Wasn't ultra successful though.
It was still fun.
It was fun.
A+ forever.
Gotta love seeing variations and some innovation in old sites to make them new.
5 seconds to go.
We might have some more tricks up their sleeve to get the upper hand on Fnatic. Time will tell. This first round very important for Fury. Not just, of course, for the round count, but for a bit of momentum. And oh, a Spawn Peak Guz off the board.
That was a run out. Actually dropped the diffuser. I doubt Shade knows that the diffuser has been dropped. Of course, Pro League HUD settings dictate that you don't have points, so he will not know that that diffuser has been dropped. Either way though, Fnatic will now need to waste quite a bit of time running all the way over there, as no one spawned alongside him.
No, and that's the Capitao as well, which is a very effective operator for a lot of different reasons. Of course, clearing out tricky positions is a speciality of Capitao, along with smoking off line of sight. So missing that on Magnet is going to be a bit of an issue for Fnatic. See how they deal with it. Lusty on the roof there with the Hibana, probably looking to make sure that those hallways are cleared so that they can open that drinks wall, clear out the cocktail drinks bar. Mentalist has cleared Shade though, so Jaeger off the board, essentially refragging Magnet from the start there.
Mentalist will now drone himself up ahead, setting up a flank actually over towards Office. Lusty has his own drone above that. Fnatic and their drone game, it has been so strong tonight, as it always is. Virtue on Sledge. He hasn't had the biggest night so far, but it's probably a good sign. You don't want to be necessarily relying on one player all the time. And Fnatic looking to have a balanced approach to both these maps.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest difference for this Fnatic roster moving forward, is it doesn't all hinge on Virtue consistently having a big game. He's quite the consistent player, but he doesn't have to pop off for them to win. He can actually be well balanced. Warden.
Oh no! Warden, he gets 2. The pinch there from Tex is unsuccessful. And unfortunately for Fnatic, they are now left in a 2-on-4. That diffuser is still down as well. Fury in a good position to get this first round.
Was picked up and moved up a little bit, Guz. Is stuck on the balcony now, and they're going to drone out.
Attackers have
It's
located
all going to
a
come
bomb.
down to Fury and their patience and whether they don't get over-aggressive, because it's something that we saw being their undoing previously. Lusty and Virtue, not strangers of clutching out for this team, though. Can be very effective in these final moments as we enter the final 30 seconds. They got a lot of intel on these players, and Virtue hits a nice grenade.
Peeking in towards the objective, trying to get one more pick to even out that man count.
A bomb has been located.
If they go for the plant, Virtue's effectively left in a 1-on-3 to try and cover. Muesli swings around to Cocktail. He has one more gas grenade. This is going to deny so much time, and Fnatic will only be left with a couple seconds to go for the plant, but they're going to rush straight through. Muesli gets one. Does he get the second? He will, and Fury will take the first round. Unfortunately for them, Warden with that double kill set up the round so nicely. And Muesli just finished the job.
Yeah, they really stuck to their guns there. Well played by Fury. Fnatic not able to get anything happening after that spawn peak. Did essentially get the refrag, but that double kill in luggage hallway was just devastating for Fnatic's attack. And now Fury are going to try the double bars.
That's going to be a bit frustrating, I feel, for Fnatic, the way they lost that round.
For sure.
Particularly considering that Warden was sitting in the weirdest spot I've seen. There's another word that I want to use, but I don't want to get banned from casting. And it worked. Tex was just a fraction too slow to refrag it and then missed his shot. From there,
Attackers need to locate
there's nothing
and defuse
really that they
bomb.
could do, and Fury played it pretty smart. Bar, in particularly Blue and Sunrise, of course, play out quite differently. Let's have a look at the match history again. It looks like Fury did attempt it. Again, though, it wasn't very successful.
Yeah, no success against Wildcard in this site last night. But it was a great start for them, and it's going to just give them a little bit of momentum. It's going to mess with Fnatic just a touch. You want to try and get every little jab possible in towards Fnatic's mindset, as they are a strong mental team. Quite the vertical roam here looks like. Warden up there getting some reinforcements on the wall, using some mute jammers to slow down their droning, which is going to be very important. Stalling out Fnatic is going to be a big key to Fury winning these matches.
Verticality being established as well by Muesli. Often we see those holes created when actually defending the hookah objective. Deny the plant from below, but it looks like instead they're going to try and deny some of those entries from above. Fnatic will likely need to try and clear out those positions. Shouldn't be too difficult, but either way, it will waste quite a bit of time. Fnatic's time management on their attacks has been okay. Of course, their attacks on Clubhouse weren't the best. Virtue could get a pick. That is so nerve-wracking for that Fury defender holding that position. But he thinks better of it, and Virtue won't get the kill.
I believe it was one of the SAS operators holding it with an SMG-11 as well, so that's a rough shot to try and make, long distance. Not getting into the engagement at least. First minute burned here, trying to get this roam clear happening. Trying to push through Aqua. Tex is also working solo on Hookah there, clearing that out, which he has to some extent. Top of Cool Vibes has one. Magnet gets the Claymore kill into Shade. Trying to be overly aggressive again for Fury. He is shut down now. That's going to put them in a deficit.
Rock gets one back though, so it is a 4-on-4. Muesli as well is still holding above with the smoke. Warden, unfortunately, on this occasion will be dropped early, so Magnet secures his double and opens up the round for Fnatic. They have just over half the round now to start setting up for the execute. Rock's over towards the main desk watching that courtyard drop. Doesn't look like he's going to get a kill just yet. Golden left alone on site, but Muesli's going to come down to try and assist. Fnatic now have two options. Do they attack Sunrise or do they go for Blue?
They do, and look, they're being so disciplined and careful with these drones, pushing them through Office, through Blue Bar, just sussing out what exactly is happening with site. Virtue has that aquarium control, so he can pinch Billy to make sure that there is no vertical play happening in Blue Bar, which might be the play for the plant. They just have to be careful of that courtyard position, which no player at this stage can deny from. Rock was playing over there, but it looks like he started a rotation towards security. Golden does find Magnet though, so it is equal man count now as we enter this final 40 seconds.
The diffuser is down and must be recovered by Fnatic if they want to win the round. Rock's at the main desk. He'll rotate as he gets thrown out. That's one player a long way away from sight for Fnatic. It's Tex. If he gets down here, Fnatic will be in a terrible position to try and win this round. Tex will flank around wide, try and wide peek this angle. Not sure where that player exactly has gone, and he could be taken out if Rock peeks it, but he doesn't. Lusty, meanwhile, he will drop Muesli, so it is Golden left alone on site, effectively in a 1-on-2. He's going to throw out more goos, but there we go. The push up from Tex will drop him, and Rock looks away too late. 5 seconds left on the board. He could deny the plant from the angle from corner.
Rock!
Misses the shots. Rock misses it completely, and he gets taken out.
No way.
He's going to be so upset that he potatoed that.
He had so much time to line up that shot as well, and he just got a little bit too excited, missing a lot of them. And Fnatic close out a round that essentially they just should not have had at that stage, basically. You can't say it any other way. Fury, it was in their grasps there, guys.
I think it's important now for Fury to not be too mentally scarred by that round. The more they think about it, the more it's only going to have a flow-on effect to the rest of these defenses. So they're going to head over to Kitchen. Hopefully they can reset their mindset. Losing one round this early definitely doesn't spell the end of your campaign on this map. Particularly considering that Coastline is attacker-sided. One of the few maps that are.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
It is
as
in
many
fact
bombs as they can.
54% in favour of attackers heading into this season. So yes, not the greatest way to lose a round, but they should be able to bounce back.
They should, and they showed us last night that they can be very strong in these defenses. Seeing them attempt Kitchen now. One thing that Fnatic are doing very effectively is shutting down just that early aggression. Worked very well in that previous round to give Fnatic that early advantage. Being instrumental into them actually in a position to secure the round.
That's an interesting rotate from Rock there, over towards the service wall, so Fury may be playing quite aggressively off-site.
Moving out to locate a bomb.
Giving themselves an opportunity to return in case there is a post plant. Fnatic though with a pretty universal setup. Rock going for this drone spawn peek. I'm not sure if it was him that attempted it last night. It may have been.
It was actually Rock, yeah.
Was it against Ethan? I think it might have been.
Yeah, Ethan was the Ash player that ran past.
Neither of them got the kill though. Doesn't look like Rock on this occasion will either. So it's going to slow down a little bit here. 5 versus 5, still plenty of time.
The attackers bomb
Golden
diffuser has been
above
dropped.
as well, so Fury are playing quite fluidly.
Playing vertically. Shade over in the white stairs section. Playing around luggage. Does have Golden nearby to assist if needed. Mentalist pre-firing through the stairs window. He was tagged up. Probably through some pre-fires of Fury's own. He's going to jump down and just decide to push through office. They've got a drone holding security so that they can comfortably push through. Start to take some map control.
Tex, meanwhile, he's outside of the Sunrise Bar. Waits down the door. Rock is still holding this position at the drone hole. No one is out there, Rock. Hello? Move. No, he can't hear me. Ah, well. How long do you think he's going to sit there before he moves away?
Well, I'm just curious. Are Fury telling him that the push is actually coming from the west side? Because that's where it's coming from. They've taken Sunrise. They've taken Aqua. Now they're taking Hookah. It is very clear that this is a west push. They're going to try and get the plant down somewhere in Kitchen, most likely. Magnet is the one with the diffuser, and he's actually holding flank and security at the moment, where Shade has started to rotate towards.
Shade in a powerful position, makes his way up the white stairs, wary of a player that could be in luggage. Magnet, meanwhile, is gaining control of the opposite side of the map. Virtue as well is above. His flank from Shade could be quite impactful in flushing out these plays, but he needs to be mindful that Fnatic likely have the pre-placed drone. Rock as well being pressured from the service door, so Fnatic are pressuring Fury from multiple angles at the moment. It'll be up to them to not fall victim to these peaks, try and hold strong as there's only 40 seconds left.
Somebody out there holding the lobby rotate as well, but Shade did find one on that flank. It was Virtue. He's pushing through that air jab as Muesli finds another, so Fnatic now on the back foot in his final 30 seconds. Tex is pushing into the kitchen. He's down with his smoke.
That leaves it in a 2-on-4, Magnet and Mentalist. Okay, just Magnet. Rock will shut down his teammate. Here's Capitao, he has the diffuser, but he doesn't really have much to go on here. Fury have 4 members up, and they will win the round in pretty convincing fashion.
Yeah, that little execute that Fnatic attempted there was a little bit sloppy, and Fury just capitalized beautifully. Great positioning, not really pushed around at all. Shade again executing a flank. Could be getting into this map. And it means that Fury will rotate back to Hookah. They're going to try that again. They think they can do something a bit different here, Guz.
And I guess we didn't really mention this during the map veto. We did in map number 1 saying that it's pretty brave of Fury to let Clubhouse go through. Maybe it, to a certain extent, was brave of Fnatic to let Clubhouse go through. They've only just beaten Wildcard.
Coastline?
Did I say Clubhouse?
Yeah.
There's 3 maps in the map pool that start
All
with
starts
C.
with C, yes.
It's a bit confusing.
I get
Definitely not Concert. Definitely it is Coastline.
Yes, but I agree with your point. Maybe it is a mistake that Fnatic let this through. We'll be able to talk about that post-match because that will tell us whether it was a mistake or not. And that could be a great question for Magnet in the interview. If Fnatic don't manage to secure points on this map, maybe it was something they weren't expecting to make it through. Either way, Fury looking pretty good so far on these defenses. Very well could be up 3-0. Let's remind you that that one round Fnatic won was based on a very bad, unfortunate potato from Rock. Could have denied Plant in that final 2 seconds.
10 seconds left.
Anyway, Fury are here, and let's see if they can get themselves another defense round.
5 seconds left.
Shotgun
Attacker's
shots
objective is
are
to locate a
raining
bomb
out
and defuse it.
from Fury, once again creating a lot of verticality, and it looks like their players once again will play an aggressive roam. The flanks haven't been quite as aggressive as we have seen Fury in the last couple of maps. Probably one of the harder maps to flank, particularly with Fnatic's strong flank watch, so probably wise of them not to be too reliant on that. As Fnatic will slowly progress towards the map, try and secure an early pick and give themselves some sort of momentum heading into the rest of this round.
Fnatic just positioning themselves on the roof. Again, just being cautious, setting up some flank watch. Mentalist on Nomad.
Device planted.
Using those air jabs, they have been getting the flank, but Shade, for example, he was the one that ran into an air jab last round, just pushed through. Usually that's the smoke taken off the board in that first minute. It's a big pick from Magnet.
Has been located.
Magnet definitely exposed on that rappel, but he gets away with his life. Has a frag alongside his
Attackers
name
have dropped
as
the
well.
bomb diffuser.
Fury slightly on the back foot now as the
Attackers recovered
diffuser
the
is
diffuser.
dropped above, rotated onto Virtue,
Attackers
playing
bomb diffuser
Sledge.
has been dropped.
He's going to juggle that down, so they're playing hot potato with the diffuser at the moment.
Attackers
Fnatic
dropped
taking
the
their
diffuser.
time to set up for an execute. And plenty of time they have, still half the rounds to go.
Tex on Aquarium balcony here with Virtue. So looking to make some kind of entry soon in towards the bomb site. They are set up pretty well. Virtue has pushed through and he's going to start moving towards luggage. Assisting with flank, trying to get the long angle towards VIP. There is somebody playing around 90.
Attackers
They
recovered
are
the bomb
rotating down
diffuser.
that hallway, so if standing up at a bad time, will get tagged, and he is tagged low. It was Shade, but he survived. Lucky for him, and there's 1 minute to go here, Guz. Fnatic untouched at this stage in HP.
Attackers have
Shade in one of the
located
most important positions to deny the plant, but he gets taken down by Lusty, and Fnatic now are in a 5-on-3 scenario. Fury don't really have any control over on the A bomb side, and it's going to be up to them to try and waste as much of it as possible. Try and maybe deny a plant or two. Rock's going to try and make a last-ditched attempt to try and retake that position, but it's not really going to work. Warden, he's below. He could potentially deny the plant, but it looks like he may have been spotted out. Playing quite aggressively down towards courtyard. Definitely aware that a player could be watching this flank. Meanwhile, Tex, he's going to attempt the plant. Fnatic covering the C4 comes out from Rock though. That could be massive. It denies the plant, but it could be re-attempted from Fnatic. Rock once again potatoes his shots at a critical stage in the round, and now they can reposition over towards the pool table. Warden, he doesn't have a C4 anymore to go below, and instead he's going to rotate above. Lusty should be able to stick this plant, and he will. It's now a retake for Fury. Both members are below Raven, and I think this round is basically over as Mentalist gets one, and Warden is left to try and clutch it up.
That he won't. Magnet will shut him down. Fury just never really able to stop Fnatic in their push there. Strong attack. They will even up the score now, and it's looking like another back and forth map here, guys.
Poor Rock. Oh my goodness. That's potentially 2 plant denials that could have been critical in winning the round that just fell short. Either way though, you can't pin it on him for that round. I think the clear of Fnatic over towards Cocktail was so important because once that position was forfeited, Fnatic had a pretty easy plan.
Yeah, you could almost make an argument with Rock. Could the situation be different if he was running the Commando instead of the Rooney? Because Lusty was tagged very, very low.
Maybe.
Difference of just a couple of HP points. Either way, we can guess all we like, but Fnatic got those rounds. They're going to reattempt Hookah. They're pretty confident they can do something different here.
Protect your bombs from being defused.
That last round was definitely much stronger for Fnatic. That was their round.
It's definitely a classic case of Fnatic on the attack, really forcing the defenders into uncomfortable positions. Jade, as I mentioned, inside of Cocktail was flushed out by Lusty off of the farm really efficiently. And once that position's forfeited, denying the plan and swinging wide is just so challenging.
I'm reloading!
So Fnatic can continue to play their game, try and make Fury feel more and more uncomfortable on side. I think it's only going to increase their chances of maybe even coming out of the half with a lead.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it. The attackers' bomb
We'll have to see
diffuser
what
has been
Fnatic
dropped.
have
Attackers have recovered
in
their
mind
diffuser.
to attack this again. I dare say it's probably going to be a very similar push. Taking Aquarium is somewhat the meta for attacking this bomb site. Big difference here, Fury. Warden is going to be playing the Vigil, slipping around, trying to create some difficulties for Fnatic on that roam clear, which so far has been quite effective on Coastline.
Its early round stages have really been quite quiet. Not good English. Pretty dormant, really. A lot of it being spent gathering intel. That's pretty aggressive, though, from Warden inside of Kitchen. You could definitely catch potentially Magnet off guard, who's over near Sunrise Bar. He's actually going to enter that position. Magnet surely is aware of that. It looks like he is holding the angle, maybe anticipating a player to flank. Either way, though, Warden, if he does wide peek, that could get a kill, but it seems like he's pretty content sitting behind the bar and just chilling out.
Got a mate down there in shade in the blue bar. It's the Jaeger. Looking to try and, again, create difficulties on this roam clear. If Fnatic want to plant Aquarium Billiards, you have to have some kind of vertical control. We saw Rock almost completely win the round for Fury vertically. Due to a little bit of sloppiness from Fnatic. Virtue has a line of sight now, thanks to the X-Kairos from Lusty. They are starting to prepare themselves around site. They're at this stage really ignoring that bottom floor room.
Lusty again creating more angles towards Cocktail. Magnet, meanwhile, he drops Muesli, so it's a 5 on 4. Smoke once again off the board, and Muesli is again that first pick. Definitely not an operator you want to be losing early, and it could prove costly.
Warden's rotated back up to replace him as a body on site. Golden tried to get aggressive for a refrag onto Magnet, but not hitting any of those shots. Tex holding a nice angle there through the bomb chassis, trying to find somebody. Oh, Virtue using that drone, sees a player he might have been able to get, does tag him low. It was Warden. He is going to be on his belly in the hallway. He's trying to get an angle, put some damage back onto Virtue, but not to be. Magnet is the one doing the damage.
Oh no! Virtue almost killing himself there. Fortunately, he gets away with it, and Fnatic still have the man advantage. Mentalist gets one, but Rock will trade that out, leaving it up to Warden to try and assist. He gets one. There is a player inside. He is, I don't think, aware that there is a player to his right. One enters, he tries to flick onto him and almost gets the other in the process. He doesn't get either, though. And now he's exposed to the door at Hookah. Virtue now attempts the plant. The impact comes out as a distraction. He'll flank around wide, but a good kill from Tex will shut him down. And he gets the second on to Rock. And Fnatic will take the round.
Fnatic just being able to slip straight through to site. Tex taking it all to himself, sitting in Hookah, making it very difficult for Fury to retake. Warden had a chance if he'd hit those shots on the players in Billiards, almost catching Tex and the other player off guard, but not to be. Fnatic now have 3 rounds on their attack half. You pointed out that Coastline is 54% in favor of the attackers, based on last season at least. And it's seeming true at this stage.
Fury definitely with a chance of evening out the half, though. They're going to head over to Kitchen. Interestingly enough, they've only been there once in this half, and they actually won that objective. Definitely some good form. A little bit upset that we're not going to see Penthouse in this half. Maybe Fury after last night are second-guessing that decision. Against Fnatic, a team that was probably in their last prime when that side was so popular, probably be pretty well in clearing that out. So I'm not going to say it. Fury instead opting for that safer choice. Looking up to Fnatic to try and adapt and overcome the hurdles that they did face on that first attempt. Of course, if they win this, they'll be 4-2 up entering the second half, and that'll give them a nice opportunity to get 6 points tonight.
Real question that I have, guys. Is Rock going to be on his belly at the drone hole?
5 seconds left.
Hey man, you're here to do analysis. You tell me. I'm gonna say yes.
Okay.
Alright. What about you?
I feel like he will as well.
Rock's gonna say like 20 seconds on the drone hole. That's my guess. We'll have to count it.
Yeah. We'll see. Magnet being very careful coming out of spawn. This was the one he was ran out on in that very first round by Shade. So having a little bit of PTSD. And look, we see Rock's outline. He's on his belly at the drone hole. 20 seconds of the round ticked away.
And he falls off. I was pretty close. I'll take that.
That was
That's kind of close. Yeah. It's about 25 seconds. Oh.
Well, Warden is also there looking to get aggressive, peeking out towards that front door. Somebody actually peeking that drone hole. Rock, if he sat on it a little bit longer, might have found somebody. Finding somebody, though, was Magnet. That is Shade off the board. Shade has really been shut down by Fnatic so far tonight.
Definitely reading into his aggression. Warden, though, he's going to get very aggressive on this service door, aware that there could be players outside. He's right, there are, but he can't quite get the angle. That was actually so close to being taken out by Tex from behind. The timing from Warden there was pretty exquisite.
Yes, and Rock has been tagged quite low as well. Fury doubling down on this aggression and beautifully trapped by Virtue at that very drone hole. Rock has been trying to trap somebody at what seems like his entire life. Fury, 2 players down now. Coming towards the halfway point of this final round of Fury's defense half. Fnatic do take this round. It's going to be a bit of a tall order for Fury, but not a position they aren't familiar with. In fact, last night when they beat Wildcard on this map, they came back from a 5-2 round deficit.
Well, they're going to have to come back from a 5-on-1 now. Rock left in this scenario only has a little bit over 25 HP as Tex will attempt the plant. Rock only has a C4 really to work with here, and he's going to get flushed out. Fnatic with the flawless round to end the half, Raven, and it's going to be a 4-2 lead.
It's a good lead, but attacks are proving to be quite strong in general. On Coastline. A bit of style on that shot from Virtue.
Quick shot.
Happy as you like. Fury will be on attack. We were saying just before they came back from a 5-2 deficit against Wildcard last night. That was on attack. It was 5 consecutive attacks to win them that map. Can history repeat itself against the Giants of Fnatic tonight?
Definitely can't write off Fury's chances here. This first round will be very telling. It's going to be a kitchen and service hold by Fnatic. That, of course, being the last site that we saw attempted by Fury. And unless your memory is very, very poor, Fury got smashed. It was a flawless round. The switch of sides could definitely change up how it's played, though.
Need to locate and defuse bombs.
I wonder how aggressive Fnatic are going to be.
Great question, and Virtue on Jaeger again.
Bomb located
Got
by
himself in the
attackers.
game a little bit on defense on Clubhouse. But not needing to step up large, and still not really needing to step up large. And that's the thing that I think tonight has been intriguing with Fnatic, is no one has stepped up huge. Lusty did get a lot of picks in that first game. But it's not like, you know when there's games where Virtue has just gone off, and you just know, like you can feel it. Lusty stepping up in that last match wasn't like that, and it's still not really feeling like that. And that's the sign of a team just working really well.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily Virtue having a bad day or an off day.
Oh, absolutely.
Maybe he is. Maybe he is. We haven't really seen a lot of him, but it is good that Fnatic aren't relying on one person to just frag out, because that's definitely not going to be sustainable against stronger teams.
Yeah, I think it's really just demonstrating their depth and just where this roster is at. They do have the challenge ahead of them, though, of holding off Fury after that famous comeback last night. Fury are going to be droning in, just trying to suss out what kind of roam Fnatic are trying to do. Multiple players offsite. Virtue is up on that top floor, playing Penthouse Theatre section. Got a lot of utility to help him hold that. Some little tricks of his own. We're going to have to be very careful trying to flush him out if they wish to hard push it.
Warden is beginning this entry above, but it's over towards Hookah. There is actually a player to the vase. Will he get the kill? No! Okay, Lusty. He shuts down Warden on that initial entry, and that's a fantastic start for Fnatic. Virtue as well was sweeping him wide in case the refrag was on. But Lusty, he came up really nicely there and gets the kill. Muesli has the diffuser in hand now. Could potentially be in a position to shut down that rotate back towards site, as another member of Fury will fall. Magnet gets one back though, so it's not all doom and gloom for Fnatic, as Virtue gets one as well. So Muesli and Rock are left in a 2-on-4.
The great start to the defense there for Fnatic, giving themselves a strong man advantage. Or run out happening there from Office. He's going to be detected as Muesli will hold this angle to see if he rotates back through. Virtue deciding to play very patient in Office. Say, come get me, fellas. I'm staying here. Over halfway through the round, Rock and Muesli are at least together. They are close to site. Virtue can easily get that flank off. They are droning out. They do have quite a bit of time to put something together, but the positioning of Fnatic is going to make this very, very tricky.
Strong positions being held by these defenders, and Fury need to try and flush them out. Muesli will begin the entry in towards site, but his position's already been revealed. He's being shut down by the cross, and Fnatic will cleanly take the round. That's 4 straight for them. Unfortunately for Fury, it's starting to slip away.
It is, and I don't want to keep repeating myself, guys. This is exactly how the round count was playing out last night.
Ooh.
To a T.
Too soon. Too soon.
Difference of the teams they're against, though, Fnatic are looking quite strong. They are going to the double bars. Not an easy site to attack. Goyo coming in from Mentalist. Loving the Goyo picks this week. Seeing a lot more starting to come into the team compositions on defense.
Goyo, of course, only introduced in this season after his quarantine alongside Amaru. Haven't really seen a lot of Amaru, unfortunately. I guess incredibly situational and really only valid for rush strategies. Goyo, though, on the other hand,
Attackers need to locate and defuse
very effective.
bombs.
And Mentalist, he's definitely a fan.
The Fury are going to have to be very careful with their roam clear here. I'm sure Fnatic are going to try and hold this vertically. Very, very important to be holding Hookah Billiards control to defend this site. Fury have had quite a lot of trouble in general just clearing Fnatic full stop tonight. Clubhouse, that last round, nothing really working for them on a roam clear. And if they can't do that effectively, realistically, I'm not seeing them getting many, if any, of these attack rounds.
5 seconds to insertion.
Setting explosive ordnance.
Mentalist
Attackers
just
are
setting up
moving out
the
to
last
locate
of
a
his
bomb and
Vulcan
defuse it.
shields. Using them to try and slow down Fury as much as possible and give him and his team more areas within the
Attackers have located a
surrounding
bomb.
rooms to play safe and gather intel. As we know, those shields, of course, have the little slits that you can see through. They are two-way, so the attackers can see it back, but it's not really ideal as Lusty gets Muesli. And I think that's, what, 3 or 4 rounds now where Muesli has been the first pick for Fury, and it's just not a great start, is it?
Yeah, it's seeming to have trended towards Muesli and Shade being picked off, but speaking of Shade, he has found Magnet. That's the Echo player, so Yokai's, if they are out, will only be effective as cameras. Shade just looking around, waiting to see if he can get another pick on that window. No one deciding to re-peek it. Tex is the one still playing in Sunrise, but not going to engage. So 4 versus 4, still a long time to go in the round, 2 minutes in fact, as Warden puts out his first Logic Bomb call, assisting with them finding these roam positions. Stun onto Mentalist as they're pushing into Office.
Mentalist holding this angle with the TCSG, of course, with the ACOG, and there will be a player that rushes in, but he can't secure the kill. That's Shade for a double. He's had a pretty quiet night so far. Popped off last night against Wildcard, trying to replicate that once again. Lusty, though, he's going to try and flank. He gets one. He flanks up to the second. There's no way he hits that. Golden fails to shut him down, but Warden's already found his way in towards site. He takes off Tex, and now it's Lusty and Virtue. Virtue, I believe, was last seen above in Hookah. Could be in a position to deny the plant. Warden, meanwhile, will throw a nade out. Maybe a possible sound cue to try and stop them from hearing this plant. He's actually going to secure it. So Fnatic unable to deny the plant. They are aware of exactly where he is now. Warden, with that ACOG, should be pretty comfortable in sitting back. He's going to use this angle on top of the couch next to the bomb to try and give himself some coverage. The timing there was quite unfortunate, but he gets the shot on to Lusty. And it's a 1-on-1. Virtue is the king of clutches for Fnatic, though. We know he wins this time and time again, but the shield
Oh, no way, Virtue!
But he still gets the kill. Warden! No!
Defenders have
That's
eyes on
2
the
rounds
defuse.
now for
Attackers
Fury
need to
where
defend
it's looked to be theirs and the shots haven't been on point. What a clutch from Virtue, and Fnatic are now on match point.
Bomb defusing attempt failed.
Oh,
Defenders
guys, I
win.
feel like it's just inevitable to be screaming this man's name at some stage in a, in a match, and there it is.
Yep.
What a flick, though. He wasn't even looking towards that side. He was looking towards the couches, and rightfully so. That's where Warden was last spotted. And just that 90-degree flick straight to
I want to
Warden
see that from his POV.
on that peak.
That's nuts.
It's a great push into office to clear out that position. Fury set themselves up beautifully, and Lusty opened it up. Looked like Fury wouldn't have had a chance. Little did they know Warden was on site there, setting himself up for almost the round win.
That was a shot.
And then here comes this shot, Guz.
Oh! The SMG recoil.
Yeah,
He's going to be playing the CZ from now on.
true.
Maybe.
Should do.
I think it's got a little bit less recoil.
Could have even just used the primary in that situation. I mean, he had the jump. He just needed to hit 1, maybe 2 bullets. And
He could have even sat there, really, because then it would
True.
have been forced fault.
yeah,
Unless Lusty had a
Defenders,
C4.
protect
Not quite
your
sure if he
bombs
did.
from being defused
Either
by
way, though.
attackers.
He doesn't need it. He'll just shoot him. Now Fnatic. They're on match point.
they are match point 6-2. It's a very strong lead. And look, I've got to say, it's been some pretty close rounds. Even on Fury's defense, some of those rounds were super close. At one stage there, we said it could have been 3-0 or 4-0 in favor of Fury. Fnatic, though, just too strong to close out these rounds. Capitalizing on a lot of mistakes from Fury. And all it takes now is 1 round, and Fnatic will secure themselves another 3 points in this map and another perfect night of 6 points.
10 seconds to insertion.
If Fnatic close out this map, they're going to be in a really nice position heading into the second half of Pro League Season
Attackers'
11.
objective is to locate a
On top
bomb
of
and
that,
defuse it.
it'll be a nice little confidence boost for them, as of course they will be representing ANZ at the 6 Invitational. Tex, oh my goodness, almost hits that spawn peak. Warden, incredibly low. But back to my point, Fnatic, if they get another 6 points, I mean, they couldn't be more happy.
Oh, for sure. And this is their last game before 6 Invitational. They will have boot camp soon in London. And that will be getting them ready for that massive event. And nothing like a bit of momentum going into something like that will really help you boost some confidence. Match is still going, though. Virtue playing the Mozzie again. He is playing the Commando, different to what we saw Rock playing, who was the Mozzie player for Fury. He was on the Rooney.
Bomb
Big point of
located by
contention for
attackers.
Mozzie players is which primary weapon to use. Nothing decisive there, and Fury starting to surround the billiards here.
Frag grenades coming out from Warden on the Dockerby. Doesn't net him a kill. I believe the second one must have been caught by an ADS, as it didn't explode. Rock is still on this upside down rappel on that double window, as Muesli will open, or at least attempt to open, that wall. Virtue did deny those pallets from VIP, so an oversight from Fury will cost them some utility. Muesli is holding that angle to try and clear him out. Meanwhile, Shade from the hookah window will give Fury the man advantage, but a player is going to replace that position.
Fury looking not too bad so far in this attack. It's over halfway through the round. They have got that opening pick. A couple of small oversights, though, that could prove costly. Either way, setting themselves up. Muesli with the diffuser, he was on hookah balcony, but it looks like he is going to rotate around, going towards the aquarium side. So it indicates to us that this is going to be an execute in aquarium, and Lusty is below just that. He can deny. Fury aren't careful.
Lusty playing below very patiently. Virtue as well as made his way out of VIP, but not exposing himself to that double window. Rock, he finds Lusty, and Tex will trade 1 back, so it is a 3-on-4. Virtue, he's in a very strong position to try and deny this plant if that double window isn't monitored. Tex, meanwhile, he will go below as the default plant will come out from Moosley. Golden with fantastic coverage drops Mentalist, and it's now a 2-on-4. Virtue, though, he could deny the plant, but he doesn't. Golden is the only member to drop in that plant. Shade gets one, though, and Rock. And Fury will take round number 9.
Yeah, ended up shaping up to be a really nice attack. They did re-sweep through that bottom floor, which cleared out Lusty, and then, of course, the Jaeger player being Tex. So nicely done by Fury there. More thorough. They've got themselves another round. They've got another 3 perfect rounds, though, to get just to hold on to 1 point.
Kitchen and Service. That's where Fnatic will be going for their 4th defense of this map. It's been a pretty good campaign for them so far this evening. Map number 1 was incredibly strong. Map number 2 shaping up to potentially be a similar scoreline. If they win this round, they will best their first map performance by 1 round, as that was a 7-4. Fnatic definitely looking like they could take a 7-3 here, and I guess equally Fury maybe trying to bring it back, but it's definitely going to be a tall order.
Really is. It's not easy at all, and Fnatic, yeah, they have no pressure on them at this stage. Really strong round advantage. Their defenses have looked pretty good. So all that pressure is onto Fury to make something happen. Magnet almost getting the
legs.
legs.
Hit him then. Oh my goodness.
I'm surprised he didn't.
I think he shot through his legs.
Mentalist lucky there. He's going to rotate around towards security office though. So again, this room clear is going to be important for Fury, or somehow cutting it off. Magnet also chucking some mute jammers over in Sunrise Bar, which is going to create some more havoc on that room clear.
Magnet will shotgun. Pretty default hole now on that kitchen window to allow for those roamers to have better lines of sight in towards kitchen if Fury gets stalled out and are forced on the doorway. Tex, meanwhile, he's going to create some bullet holes on the connecting wall. That'll help him hold the service door. Fury, they need to try and clear some members early here. Try not to get stalled out of that kitchen push we saw on the last occasion. That they had a severe man disadvantage for the execute. Fnatic played it very smart, and they really didn't look like they had a chance of winning.
Fury is taking their time here to establish this map control. Virtue is by himself over in theater. Lusty nearby to assist. So not playing exactly solo. It's going to be important control that Fury will need if they want to attack kitchen, because that vertical play is so very important. Lusty shooting those drones. It's going to create much more of a problem for Fury to try and find those players. This whole first minute, guys, has been dedicated to just a lot of droning. Could come back against Fury late rounds, because we've seen them starting to run out of time in a couple of these executes.
Warden has made decent traction above. Looks like Shade is there to assist as well, but it could be a flank coming out, and it is. Lusty gets the kill despite there being intel on Tex with the C4, drops Warden. So Fnatic are now perfectly positioned to gain 6 points tonight, but Shade, he's going to try and deny it. He gets one onto Virtue, pre-fires 90 where he believes a player may be. I believe that may be Lusty who got the kill before. He's going to try and get aggressive on the peak. It'll be a battle of who's looking which way, and Lusty, he has absolutely no idea despite that camera being taken out. And Raven, it's now a 3-on-3.
Yeah, nice couple of picks to bring it back for Fury. It wasn't looking too good there, but managed to equal it out. They've got a minute to go, so they're starting to utilize some of this vertical control. Tex is actually the only one on site though. Magnet playing over in security. Mentalist playing in the lobby. Somewhat close by. C4 going out, but not hitting anything. It was Mentalist with that pulse scanner. Going to be giving away this intel for his team, as Fury are scrambling around to try and get some kind of control, displace some of these defenders, so they can be ready for an execute. And it looks like it might be happening over near service.
Magnet not in the greatest position with the shotgun at that sort of range. Either way, though, it looks like he was trying to make his way back towards the side. Fury don't really have the position in place to deny that. He's going to just chill over towards that security door. Shade could potentially try and shut that down as he pushes courtyard. Meanwhile, the rest of the team's going to push in as Shade does eventually get that kill. Magnet did trade it, though. Rock with the G36 gets one, so it's a 2-on-1 scenario. Mentalist is left to clutch it up, but Rock will get that kill once again with the ACOG. Fury is slowly crawling back.
The difference in Rock hits his shots, huh? They win some rounds.
Oh, no. Hey, Rock.
Sorry,
it's
buddy.
fine, man. Raven's a caster. What does he know?
Funnily enough, I actually used to play with Rock.
Is
Anyway.
that a flex?
No, you
Is
keep
that-
asking me stuff like this.
Is that a flex?
No. Anyway,
Okay, Boomer.
that's another round for Fury. 6-4. Comeback could be on. We saw them get 5 rounds consecutively last night.
Yes, we did.
They will have to get another 2 for that to be successful. Now they're going to retry Kitchen. Pretty happy with how it went. Maybe they just see a couple of things they could fix.
This is going to be the third time in this half we are going to see this objective. 1 win, 1 loss for Fnatic. Fury.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Just when you think they're down and out, they pull something out of the bag. Whether it's going to be enough to draw the map, I'm not too sure. I'm expecting the poise of Fnatic to really start setting in here. Surely they have the composure to just close this one out.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Get those 6 points. Head over to Montreal, have a fun time, hopefully get some wins. Come back to ANZ and be in a really nice position for the top 2.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, in fact, that we haven't really spoken a lot about, which is the standings, which we will get to have a full peek at later on. Fnatic are very comfortably at the top right now, securing themselves 3 points on this map. Will really lock in their spot at LAN, whether that is the first or second seed, depending on how the second half of their season goes. Either way, they are sitting very pretty at the top, a lot of points in their pocket. More so in ANZ, a matter of who will be joining them. That is something that the next match tonight will potentially have a bit of a say in. Fury are here attacking Fnatic, though, in this kitchen. Magnet is in this bathroom position, which could be flushed out from that drone hole, which somebody is at. He does take a shot to the foot. Nothing fatal, though.
I wonder if that was Rock on the... It was Rock. Oh, my... Can we just get that renamed to Rock, honestly? Anyway, he's going to go back to the roof. Not go too aggressive on that peak. He'll drone up top floor. There are a couple of members of Fnatic that are holding that position. I believe there may have been a couple of Goyo shields used above towards the 90 hallway. That'll help Fnatic in holding that position. More droning coming up from Golden as well. Doesn't appear as if Fnatic is really heavily investing on the western side of the map. Shade, meanwhile, he pushes in the main door. He could well and truly get a frag at service. He does. Mentalist gets taken off the board, and Fury have the man advantage. Magnet, he just whiffs those shots at the main desk. Okay, no, he downed the player, so that's Shade off the board for now. But hey, it's Sophia. He can bring himself back up, but no. Tex will deny that, so it's a 4-on-4.
Yeah, Magnet a little late to the crossfire there. Could have saved Mentalist a little earlier. Not to be, at least they trade that out. It's the Zofia utility no longer able to be used. Well, he did use it to actually secure himself that pick. Fury have given themselves some pretty good map control here. They are very much in control of Sunrise Bar. And there are still 2 Fnatic players off site. Willing to say that is Lusty and Virtue, who were roaming last time on this defense. Warden is over there on the server side. So again, Fury do have good control. They've got nice positioning around the bomb site here. This execute could come soon. Could be quite effective.
Fury seems to be stalled out, but Warden's going to get aggressive. Pre-fires bathroom, but doesn't get a kill. Magnet still scathing away with his life. Playing such an aggressive position, but Fury unable to shut it down just yet. That leaves 40 seconds on the board for the execute. Magnet continually holding that service door. Tex is there to support, but Muesli from behind. He gets one. Virtue as well. And it's left in a 2-on-3. Virtue, Magnet, the 2 members left for Fnatic. Virtue's holding the back push, Magnet the other side. If they get pinched by Fury, this may not end well.
Virtue very much aware of Golden's position, as he is as well. So it's Warden and Rock on site. Warden with the diffuser. He's in a position to start planting now, guys.
Planting on that bench, and it's going to be up to Virtue Magnet to flank late and try and deny it. But Golden gets Virtue. The C4 is too shallow. Rock will be able to survive that, and Magnet's left in a 1-on-3. Fnatic really unable to shut down this map and close it off. That diffuser in a perfect position for Fury to hold it in the post plan, and the long-range capabilities of that SMG definitely being tested by Magnet. Fury will eventually clean up the round, and Raven, we're going to be going all the way.
We are going all the way for the 3rd time this week with Fury. They have a knack of getting themselves in these situations. And now they're 1 round away from at least securing 1 point against Fnatic tonight, which would mean Fnatic only take away 4. Not desirable for them, but still puts them in a comfortable spot. Double bars is going to be the site that we will see for the final round in this series, Guz. Can Fury do to secure themselves this round? And conversely, what can Fnatic do to secure themselves 3 points?
Time will tell. As we see the final 6th pick phase of the map. Mentalist opting to jump off the Goyo onto an Echo. Goyo was picked in the previous round but seemed to have a limited impact, particularly on the above hold, as Fury took it relatively horizontally, in fact. Leaving Fnatic quite exposed on the retake. Quite intrigued to see how Fnatic approach this map, whether we will see some heavy verticality.
I believe we will need to at least see some to flush out some of the positions for Fnatic. Fury are going to have to get a lot of map control because something that Fnatic are doing very well is holding very tight positions on site. So to counter that, they need to get some solid map control, utilize that map control to move them around and get some picks so they can actually stick the diffuser down. Usually we'll be holding that first. The big factor here is Warden on this sledge. So they can use that effectively vertically. But also Warden's been getting a lot of frags that have helped his team on these attacks. Can open up this round, could be the difference.
The final reinforcements for Fnatic are being placed up. Mentalist going over towards Kitchen, so it looks like another horizontal hold for Fnatic. Magnet with a nice angle watching the hookah entrance, so maybe instead of holding men above, oh, they do have Virtue. They can also deny it from below. Wonder how many drones Virtue's captured. It doesn't look like maybe he's captured any so far. A little bit hard to tell. If he does, Fury will find themselves in a little bit of strife, as they will have intel against them alongside those Echo drones. But outside of that, Fnatic may find it a little tricky to find exactly where these attackers are coming from.
Some good map entry there for Fury, just taking where it's more comfortable, that being VIP. Smoothly by himself though. Warden is in theater, so he's close by, but not really in a refraggable position if they are surprised. Hopefully they're not. Droning out Hookah and Aquarium to see that they actually do have control of that if they wish to take it. Will of course have to be careful of C4s below. Speaking of, there goes one, I believe. Not hitting its target though. Muesli survives, luckily for him. Almost half the round played out now though, Guz. Fury gonna have to move on a little bit quicker, try and get a bit more control.
Muesli actually lit up from below then, but he does get away with his life. Magnet, meanwhile, he's holding the sunrise entrance. As Fury continue to drone it out. Just eclipsing the halfway point of the round, and Virtue, he will get a C4 kill onto Shade. Virtue himself has had a quiet night, but it's been enough to keep his team in with a shot. If they win this next round, it's 6 points for them tonight, but Fury, they're not going to go down without a fight. Looking to win 4 attacks straight here.
Really important player that Fury will have to deal with if they are going to do a blue bar plant, which I saw them starting to run around to potentially do, is the one in lobby. Not quite sure where Lusty is. He's playing close to there. Is Tex also in the lobby? Magnet finds one though. Warden missing that rotate back to side. It is all up to Warden and Rock in a 2 versus 5. Final 45 seconds of this matchup, Guz. Fury going to have to dig deep if they want to get any points. Rock's going to have to dig deep if he wants any points.
It's a 5-on-1. One man with a dream. Fnatic hunting down 6 points. They know exactly where he's positioned. The Yokai drone coming out as well. The Goo Mines to follow. And Rock is basically not in with a shot. And Fnatic with a final flawless round will win. What a performance from Fnatic, and that's 6 points for them this evening.
It is 6 points. A little under threat on Coastline, but nothing they couldn't handle. Closing it out on 7-5 and also maintaining an undefeated streak. They have had a draw, but no losses, so no defeats. Lusty having a big night, 2 MVP matches for him. Oh, look at the scoreboard there, guys.
Poor Mentalist. No, he's a support. It's okay.
Yeah.
Kills on everything.
It's all about the comps.
Very spread out on the rest.
Yes.
And it is a little bit strange, and we did mention this a couple times tonight. Virtue. He wasn't getting ridiculous amount of kills on both maps, way ahead of all his teammates. Definitely balanced performance from Fnatic. And it's a good sign.
Yeah, it's always nice when you can point out that it wasn't down to just one player popping off to win a match for your team. It was a real team effort. The scoreboard demonstrated that. And I think it was pretty obvious if you're watching that match that Fnatic, as a team, are just a force to be reckoned with at the moment. It's not easy for ANZ.
Yeah, I mean, there was almost a point in that second map where Fury won 3 straight. And of course, we did head to the final 12th round, where it started to look a bit shaky. But Fnatic, they kept composed. That last round was flawless.
Yep.
I mean, you can't look past how poised they look in these scenarios.
Yes, that's right. And what's really important to start talking about now, I guess, is their final opponents for the season, which should be their hardest games. It's the Nixian and Wildcard. So great contest coming up after 6 Invitational as well. Fnatic should be in fine form after some international matches. On top of the fine form they're already showing us.
Well, I guess the question is, how do you think they stack up against those two teams? Because Fnatic have won every map, other than one, where they drew to Kanga. That was an unexpected result. Do you think that maybe these stronger teams in the seeding have what it takes to beat Fnatic? Because Wildcard, maybe being a little bit shaky, and Nixium, though, they're looking pretty good.
Nixian have looked pretty good so far, so I think I'd say out of the two, Nixian probably look best poised to take some points off of Fnatic, whether it's a map. They've got a shot. It's going to be tough. Wildcard, we will see them later tonight, and we'll see what effort they can show us. But as you said so far, it's been pretty shaky.
Well, unfortunately for Fury, they didn't win a map this evening. We do have Golden on the line, though, to say g'day. Let's say hello. Golden.
Let's how you going?
What's up, mate? Unfortunately, not the greatest performance compared to last night. How you guys holding up?
Bit disappointed in just general performance. There was lots of chokes and just dumb plays there. We should have had a lot more rounds than that, but good on Fnatic. They're the better team.
Yeah, I'm sure they're not an easy opponent. And last night I actually asked you specifically, was there something you prepared for Wildcard? And is there something maybe you should have prepared extra for Fnatic?
We also should have looked into ourselves more. We sort of went, hey, playstyle worked last night. Maybe we could try it again tonight, but it's just from here, it's just further refining until we properly have that nailed down.
Yeah, and I want to ask about map veto. You guys got to Clubhouse on that first one. Was that something that you had already planned and prepped for, or did that manage to slip through and was a little bit shaky?
I think we kind of were going for it, but I wasn't even there, so I was out. I didn't get home like till 10 minutes before, so I missed out on all of that, unfortunately.
Yep. Well, wasn't the worst performance then. Well, of course, the 6 Invitational is coming up soon, so there will be a break in the Pro League. What are you guys going to be doing over that break, maybe to try and improve coming into the second half?
I think we're just going to really try and refine our play style as a team. We really need to work on like just stalling and other gameplay bits like that, because that is ultimately our downfall quite a lot.
All right. Thanks, Golden. We appreciate your time, mate, and enjoy your break. We'll see you soon.
Cheers. You too. See ya.
See ya. 10 minutes before. It's pretty rough.
Yeah, that's a rough way to go into a Pro League game.
They didn't play too badly, though. I mean, the whole team didn't play too badly. Couple of, I don't want to say bot players, it's a bit mean, but there were a couple of questionable plays where they could have got rounds, particularly on the second map, where they looked to almost secure them. Just fell short, and Fnatic just made them pay.
Yeah, just team and strategical errors. I really want to point out their attacks, especially on Clubhouse, because their attacks on Coastline weren't so bad, but their attacks on Clubhouse just never had enough ground in order for them to do damage to Fnatic. They always seemed to push from one direction, and any attempt to do anything from another direction was very solo. It was shut down by Fnatic because good teams will have intel on that. They know how to deal with those kinds of plays. And at that stage, the main push or execute just had crossfires galore, and they just couldn't get anything happening.
Yeah, we were pretty positive about Fury's performance last night and alluded to the fact that maybe potential top 4-ish territory after tonight versing Fnatic not taking any points. Is that still in the realm of possibility?
I think it is. Like Coastline, they still look quite strong. Their attacks are still clearly quite good on Coastline. There's just some smaller things that they need to tidy up, especially their attacks on other maps, because obviously they've proved Coastline they can attack. We didn't see that on Clubhouse. Their defenses were fine on Clubhouse, so there's definitely some glimmer of hope for Fury. They can still push for top 4, no doubt. Fnatic, obviously top of the board. If you don't get points against Fnatic, to an extent, you can shrug that off, because they're going to be the hardest to get points off.
Well, talking about Fnatic, of course, they did get 6 points tonight. And we have Magnet ready and waiting for an interview. Let's bring it up. Magnet, g'day. Hope you're going all right, mate. A pretty good performance tonight. 6 more points in the bag. How you feeling?
Yep. Feeling really good actually. Despite invitational coming up, we managed to get ourselves 6 more points before the this half. So yeah, really happy because we leave for boot camp tomorrow.
Nice. So I want to ask about Coastline. Fury did have a bit of a comeback start on attack. Is there something about Fury's attacks on Coastline that are a little bit tricky to deal with? Because we also saw Wildcard not managing to deal too well with them either.
They're just really good at sort of like surrounding the site and finding the picks. Like Hookah's a hard bomb to defend anyway, but they were able to just sort of surround the site, find the picks they need, and then go for the execute.
Yeah, and coming into boot camp, is there something specific that you guys are going to be trying to focus on going into SI?
Definitely focus on obviously the other teams, but what we've been playing in Pro League so far, coming into Invitational, it will be totally reworked, totally changed, and I hope no one will expect what we come out with at Invitational.
Well, you guys did mention that you are going to a boot camp. Maybe for those at home that don't play professionally, maybe talk briefly about what a boot camp actually is and what you guys will be doing.
So pretty much our boot camp in London, it's just like really intense training. So training goes a lot better when you're surrounded by the people that you play with instead of playing online. We'll be also playing a lot of EU teams, and we'll be getting a lot of knowledge and a lot of practice against them, which will help boost our team's performance as well. But it's all about sort of increasing synergy for our team, also getting Pat and Tex sort of trained against these top EU teams and NA teams, and also really focusing on trying to bring some new tech coming into Invitation.
Awesome. Well, Magnet, we appreciate your time. All the best at the 6th Invitational, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you very much, guys. Cheers.
Yeah.
Happy?
Of course. They've got some good form going into SI, and the bootcamp coming up just allows them to work out those kinks and, focus on their opponents. And it's a great point that he brought up about getting Tex and Mentalist ready for the broader Siege world. Mentalist does have some experience with the now Giants team. He did play Tokoname finals with them, and they had some success. So he's somewhat ready. Tex is going to be a big one to grind in, but I've got to say, with their environment at the moment, I think it's something they can achieve pretty quick, and they're going to look pretty deadly at SI.
Well, that wraps up Fnatic versus Fury for this evening. But don't go anywhere. We will have Wildcard versus Sinister very shortly.
Seconds to go. Attackers are activating the bomb diffuser.
watching from Paris to Poppy, yeah. With this music was lurking, now I'm attacking. Now with the chatting, I just step up and make it happen. It's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, we quite wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well then you know I got it. Then you know I got it.
Nobody got it like
you know. They can try, but can do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it.
Said I'd find a way to turn my heart into something gold. No, I sold my soul to the devil long ago.
G'day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the ANZ Pro League for Rainbow Six Siege. I'm Guz. Joining me once again is Raven. We had a pretty expected result in the first series of the night, but now comes a pretty interesting one. Wildcard versus Sinister.
Yeah, it's a big game coming up right now. Guz and Wildcard are trying to get some points for themselves. They're at 2 wins, 2 draws, 2 losses at the moment. At this start of the season, really not something they expected to be in right now.
Yeah, quick reminder, if you guys are watching this on Twitch, you can actually use the command !donate. That'll give you a link if you want to help support the crisis relief for the bushfires here in Australia.
Yes, and very important. Much needed help.
Okay, let's start talking about this matchup. Sinister versus Wildcard. Wildcard, not in the greatest form. Sinister, not in the greatest form. Sinister currently going into this. We're at the bottom. Wildcard, they're starting to slip towards the bottom. So what's going to happen tonight? Who are we going to see out on top?
Look, it's a really tough question. It depends on the kind of Sinister that we see, I'd say. Wildcard have struggled with form so far, and they only just played last night. And coming into tonight, that's going to carry some negative momentum. If we see a good Sinister, they might be able to capitalize on a weakened Wildcard.
All right, well, let's put Sinister in the backs of our minds for just a moment. Let's have a look at Wildcard. It's a roster that is becoming to become. It's growing to be more increasingly popular in the global scene. Walk us through it, Raven.
Yes, so we talked about them having some difficult form. One player that's still been stepping up a lot, though, we've highlighted heaps of, is Diesel. He's been playing very solid for his team, but they just haven't been able to get much going, dropping a lot more points than they would have expected at this stage. In fact, they have dropped 8 points that they should have secured by all rights. So they've come up against some tricky opponents, and look, they've got to have to step up. Silex has noted some communication issues and some really simple mistakes, which we really just shouldn't be seeing from an experienced roster like Wildcard.
Yeah, those points dropped really compromised their chances at finishing in the top 2. And if this is your first time watching APAC, only the top 2 teams from each sub-region, ANZ being one of those, will actually proceed to the APAC LAN final. Wildcard now at a real risk of not making it.
They really are. I know I've seen on Twitter some people saying that they just don't expect them to make it anymore. The fact that they've dropped that many points is going to make it really hard. The top 3 last season were separated by just a few points at the end of the day. In fact, Wildcard themselves only scraped through by, I believe it was 2 points. So the fact that they're already 7 to 8 points off the trot of the top, it's going to make it a massive mountain for them to climb. They literally have to be perfect from here on out. Otherwise, they're, sinking behind those top 2.
I guess if there's any better opportunity to get points, it's tonight. If they don't get points against Sinister, that is extremely concerning.
Yeah, Sinister have not presented some great form either. They've had no wins, no draws so far. In fact, all losses. This roster is not necessarily an easy roster to play against. The fact they're all great, talented players that can step up. A couple of debutantes in Pro League. One debutant, in fact, is Milo. And he's had a pretty good season so far, but like I said, the team just hasn't secured points. The rest of them, well versed in the Pro League world, they just haven't been able to tie it together to culminate to getting a win.
Yeah, it's all come down to them failing to sort of stitch together their individual qualities and performances into a nice, well-rounded team. And I guess there's no better reflection than that of what's becoming a little bit of a trademark. This is going to sound so mean. It's the Sinister throw. There's been quite a few rounds that should have been theirs. And for whatever reason, they've just fallen short of that final step.
You're just such a bully, Guz.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, guys.
No, look, there's no doubt that they've had a lot of rounds that they could have secured that they just weren't able to. And these will be massive lessons that they need to learn from in order to topple teams like Wildcard that they have tonight. Their roster, again, they have played quite a lot of Pro League collectively. Vinny is the other a new player on their roster. And he came from Onyxian from last season. They finished in 3rd. They were pushing for a top 2 position, so it's not like their players are strangers to the level they need to be competing at. They maybe just need some time and just the season to play out so they can actually get on top of some of this stuff.
Well, we know the map vetoes are really critical in how all of these matches play out. Sinister and Wildcard, is there any maps in particular that you're expecting maybe will go to, maybe an insta-ban potentially for either team?
I gotta say, Border's probably an insta-ban for Wildcard.
That's a... when was... I don't know the last time they played that map.
Probably a long time. I know they don't like
Years
it.
ago.
I know they don't like it, and I think, especially considering their form and against a team like Sinister, who are struggling a little bit, Border can enable a little bit more looseness. It might work out more for Sinister than Wildcard, I'd say, so I definitely don't think we'll see Border. In terms of the other maps, it's difficult because Wildcard, they lost maps that they're strong at last night against Fury, Coastline and Cafe. So I would have said that they would try and maybe get those maps against Sinister, but considering the efforts they had, it might be doubting themselves, and I think that's going to really have made the veto super interesting and a struggle for them tonight.
Well, we did see Wildcard drop a map against Fury last night. That was Coastline. Are they going to be avoiding that? Do you think that maybe it's just too risky to try and reattempt a map that you lost to a team that you shouldn't have?
Could be. It could be just playing into bad form. Sometimes it's not even that you've lost your mojo on the map. It could simply just be that your form is not up to par for you to win like you normally would on that map. So it could be a real danger zone if they try to repeat it. They might repeat the same mistakes. They might not have actually fixed what the issues were last night. And if Sinister were paying attention, they might have seen what Fury were doing to capitalize, and they could just replicate that.
And I guess looking back at Sinister's form so far this season, it has been relatively poor in terms of the fact that they're not winning maps. However, they have versed Enixian and Fnatic. Is that maybe going to work in their favor, the fact that they've versed stronger teams? Because hopefully they've learnt some stuff from that.
Yeah, that's actually a great point, that the opponents they've had are, at the moment, the top 2 teams. At least coming into this play week, they were. So that should be a positive that they can take out of that. And got to say, they put up a good fight against Enixian. Even Fnatic on that first map, which I believe was Clubhouse, they put up a good fight. Some of those rounds were quite close. So that's a big positive they can bring. And as long as they haven't let themselves get too negative through those thrown rounds, as you said, and just not securing points, they've got a good chance because, as we said, Wildcard are a bit weakened at the moment.
Well, we have the map veto ready and waiting. Let's bring it up and see where we will be heading. Where's the border ban? There we go. All right, it'll be Bank.
Yeah.
What do we expect?
Yeah, I'm not super surprised by that. It's a map we've seen Sinister play in the past. Nothing this season so far. Wildcard lost Bank. That was to Kanga. So they've shown weaknesses and cracks on this map. And look, they had the decision to go between Border and Bank. They've gone with Bank, so maybe they've fixed some of those issues that were appearing in that Kanga match. Sinister, on the other hand, maybe they've got something up their sleeve that they think they can exploit against Wildcard.
Yeah, maybe Wildcard was sort of picking between the lesser of two evils because we know Border, they never play it. And I'm assuming that they probably don't scrim it, don't dry run it. So if you take on Sinister, who may have been in behind the scenes really practicing that map hard, which we saw last night, Homeless on Border, they brought out some new stuff. They threw TBD off. If we had have gone there, maybe Sinister could have replicated that. But as you mentioned, we will be going Bank. But they lost that to Kanga, so it's by no means a good map for them, or a perfect map for them at least.
Yeah, the other thing that I just noticed on the video is Sinister's final ban was Cafe. That's a map that Sinister have lost twice so far this season. And Wildcard played okay against Fury on it, and they've actually also won Cafe so far this season. So potentially Wildcard thought they might have had a chance to get that through. Smart ban from Sinister, I'd say, to take that out, because as you said, maybe Border and Bank was more of a lesser of two evils, as opposed to Wildcard saying, yes, we got this map.
Well, we think that Sinister may have the edge in the map veto, but what do you guys think? Let's bring up the poll result, and it's going to be heavily in favor of Wildcard. Not too surprising, I guess. Both names, though, are pretty notable.
Yeah, and I mean, considering the form of Wildcard, you could maybe say some points could have gone towards the draw as opposed to a Sinister win. But at the end of the day, Wildcard are still a strong team. Sinister haven't posted any points on the board, albeit against tough opponents. So yeah, I think it's pretty fair for the community to be going in favor of Wildcard at the moment.
Well, Bank is ready and waiting, so let's jump straight into it. It's going to be Wildcard versus Sinister. The first time they've played each other this season, of course. Sinister trying to get their first points of the season, and Wildcard trying to get themselves back in a position to make the APAC LAN final. Wildcard on the attack, Sinister on the defense. So Raven, they will have the first ban.
They will, and the first ban locked in very quickly by Sinister. It is the Thatcher, strong operator off the board. We've talked about Thatcher bans so much so far this season, guys. He is definitely the majority attacker that has been banned. Wildcard locking in theirs pretty quick too. It is the Habana. Not a strange operator ban scenario for Bank. A lot of emphasis on having a Maverick now on attack.
The team with the stronger Maverick will definitely be favored on the attack. Meanwhile, Mirror will be taken out, very standard on this map. What can we expect for the final ban?
I'd say it's going to be a Maestro or an Echo. Strong defense intel, strong plant denial. It's got to be one of those. Is going to be the Echo. They don't want to deal with that. They are in defense first, though. They could have kept it up if they wanted to, but no, they won't. And we'll have to wait and see where Sinister goes first. We've seen a lot of variation lately about which bomb site these teams have chosen first. Traditionally, it was Lockers. Started to trend towards CEO. Teams recently, I'm about to say it, they've trended towards a first floor site, and open area has been picked by Sinister.
Definitely a fun site to see play out. Many teams having different variations in how they play it. It's a site that still has a lot of maneuverability in the way that strategies can be formed, and Sinister could be rewarded if they've dry run something successful here. Fisho, he's going to 6-pick off the smoke onto a Kaid. So potentially trying to deny some of the control above. That wildcard will likely try to gain.
First time Sinister is playing this map with their new roster this season. So nothing that wildcard have actually seen, which can give them the advantage. Wildcard potentially not able to successfully counter-strat them. Based on it hasn't been shown, whereas Sinister have seen wildcard's efforts on Bank. They have had more of an opportunity to counter-strat. The fact that Sinister have gone and chosen open area straight away shows them they've probably put a lot of prep into this map, and that could be a little worrisome for wildcard.
10 seconds remaining.
Very interesting to see Molosca on the castle.
5 seconds to go.
Typically on attack, he plays entry. He is a strong fragger. So to place him on an operator that has one of the weaker guns on defense is definitely risky. But as you mentioned, if they have stratted this out heavily, it's definitely a deliberate choice that they have planned out and practiced. Very interested to see how Sinister approach the pressure from above though. It doesn't look like they've got a very heavy roam above their heads.
So far, it's very just much spread out across the map, extending sight, so to speak. A lot of teams like to just extend sight. You don't reinforce everything on site and create a tuna can. You like to open up some holes, move around. It just allows you to have some freedom. Wildcard will start their droning. Identifying whether there's any cameras in lobby, and the fact that Valkyrie is picked and around, something that Wildcard will have to deal with. They do have Neofighter on the IQ to try and find those cameras. Can be a really difficult thing to push through on Bank if you don't find those Valkyrie cams.
Did you say tuna can before?
I did say tuna can before. In fact,
it's making me a bit hungry. Haven't had tuna in a while, man.
I've heard of strategies on coastline, in fact, where you reinforce all of theatre, and it's called tuna can.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that one of your strats?
Fun fact. We did actually use the tuna can strat, but I think it was somebody else. Anyway, almost half the round, Guz. Not much map control from Wildcard. Are you surprised?
Wait, Wildcard taking their time on attack Raven. No! Shocking. But Wildcard normally have better groundwork in place. Emorin though, he gets the first onto Nico, so that will be the mute off the board as Derpe gets to work on the hatch. Taking a little bit of damage as there has been an Electro Claw placed on top of it. Derpe squiggling lines all over that hatch, trying to get it open as quickly as possible. Taking a little bit of time and a lot of fuel. It will finally be popped with just over a minute to go.
Just enough in that tank to be able to pop the soft hatch, but look at that, Sinister not really playing on site at all. Fisho and Luna are the closest two players. Two more off-site. It was Nico on the mute who was taken out first. Luna with a nice, dirty little angle into Archives there. Vinny playing nearby also. Drone's coming up from Wildcard. Oscar playing on the main stairs, trying to hold that long angle into Tellers. Which looks like Wildcard do want to take, but they will be up against some opponents.
Ethan continues to drone out for his teammates. That drone will eventually become redundant, and he jumps into the lone office. He has a really nice long angle down past the elevators to his right. And again, Wildcard are just taking their time, and Sinister looking quite strong, but when it starts to get hectic, that's when we often see them crumble. 15 seconds left on the board now, and Diesel's going to attempt the plant. Hopefully the plant denial is there from Sinister as Milo's above. Derpe and Vinny get one, and the plant comes out from Milo. He gets two, and Diesel is forced to get the plant down, and Milo gets three, leaving it up to Ethan, who had that long angle before, to cover the plant. Sinister now need to play this very smart. Go for those refrags. Just be very mindful of the fact that he could be above. They feed him once, but Vinny gets the refrag, and Sinister, they didn't throw the round, Raven.
They closed it out. They closed it out off the back of a beautiful flank from Milo. And some beautiful refrags. Great start for Sinister. And not just that, they secured a round win on the random bomb site, you could say. This worked out by choosing this first. And not only that, Wildcard's mindset already affected coming into this map after last night. And now on that total off-meta site, they've lost the round in a post-plant situation to a devastating flank.
Attackers are activating the diffuser.
I did allude to the fact earlier that Milo might struggle a little bit to frag out, but hey, he proved me wrong. And This is going to be a really interesting matchup because of the way these teams play. Wildcard on the attack, they often take a really long time to eventually go for the execute. Sinister, on the other hand, they often look so comfortable until those late round rushes. So potentially Wildcard's playstyle could throw Sinister off, but on that occasion, they held strong. They had a really nice refrag to finish things off, and it looked pretty convincing.
Did, and they're going to go up to CEO. Nice double castle onto the box windows there. As common, usually you see maybe just the left side taken so you can still freely rotate around. They're really just castling off box there. Interesting strat. See how it works out. Milo was the one that went off on that last round, netting himself 3 kills. Vinny here on the Maestro. Like maybe he might play around Kanto, setting himself up with Evil Eye. Nope, not going to happen. Sinister. It's a great start for them. Not something we haven't seen before though, so I hope they can continue the form throughout their defense half.
Does look like Sinister do have pretty well prepared setups here. Everything feels deliberate, which is always nice. It's going to be up to Wildcard to try and pick it apart. They do have 2 hard breaches on the board, and they may well go for a site take from the east over towards Square. That's to the right of Derpe. Of course, he is one of those hard breaches. Alternatively, Wildcard could swing around and go from the other side at Lobby, but it does look like Wildcard are going to commit to this side of the map so far.
Yep, looks like they want to try and get these walls open, which means they're going to have to secure Skylight, check the room below, check stock, clear the hallways so they're finally able to move in. And then the other thing they have to deal with is potentially an impact trick, which could be Milo. Castle could have brought those impacts. Fisher is also sitting tight in Janitor there with a shield. Can be difficult to flush out. There is an ADS there as well. And with no Thatcher, means they will have to deal with it otherwise. And no IQ to spot it out.
A lot of intel there for Sinister to play off with those Evil Eyes. Nico, meanwhile, he's doing Nico Tings, playing all the way below. We know he can have a big impact. Playing on the Jaeger on this occasion. And again, it's just so quiet. Wildcard are just droning out, taking their sweet time, and Sinister are just sitting around waiting.
I think that's something that if Sinister mastered this early round patience, could really come back to hurt Wildcard. See how it works out for this round. Half of the round played out now. Diesel is the Thermite player there on that Skylight window. We'll need to repel into do the hard breach. Speaking of repelling in, they are repelling into that box position that has been completely castled off. Could be the undoing for Sinister. Milo knows very much that the plant is coming. Execute is happening, Guz. 4 versus 3 though, some refrags coming out.
Make that a 3-on-3 as Fisho gets 1, but unfortunately he will be dropped, leaving it up to Nico and Vinny. The diffuser in a good position for Sinister, right in the middle of side, and Nico with the flank could get a kill, but he gets shut down. So Vinny now with the older needs to try and clutch it up. Emorin attempting the plant, so it's effectively a 1-on-2 during this stage, but the plant, it won't go down as Wildcard get the final kill. That's Ethan. And a push that looked a little bit sketch is recovered.
I'm not sure whether that was meant to be some kind of trap that Sinister was setting up with Box, but by setting up those 3 castles, they effectively set up a safe zone for Wildcard to just repel in. Once they knew that they had that CEO control, the Janitor's player was playing in that hard wall, they could just repel in, which we saw 2 players just came straight in. They had all that safety, so I'm not too sure about the strategy there from Sinister. Might need to rework that on, but they're going to just rotate away. They're going to go to lockers. And look, they're showing the castle, so maybe trying to bait them to think they're retrying that top floor.
Potentially. Fisho did jump onto the Kaid. He'll be useful in denying entries from the hatches. But guess what? Derpe brought the Maverick, so it won't be that effective anyway. Maybe if they could drop Derpe early, they'll be in a really nice position to win the round. But I'd say it's a pretty safe bet. He will play quite passively. He'll have coverage from his teammates and Sinister. Basically have to forfeit control of those hatches late round.
They're making light work of those walls with that TCSG. But yeah, the Kaid, look, it will at least ensure that you can't just freely get the hatches. You have to use your Maverick. As you said, that means that Derpe needs to be a little bit cautious, because if he is picked early, it means that they have to either try and use the Thermite and shoot off the Electric Claw somehow, or that just simply don't get hatches open.
Attackers are moving
Depends
out
on
to
what
locate
Sinister
a
try to
bomb
do. If there is a roam, then of course Derpe will be in danger. But if they do turtle onto site, not going to be too much of an issue for him to get in and actually open the hatches.
Wildcard now. Spraying down the window at open area. There isn't a play there. It looks like Sinister are playing pretty standard downstairs hold. We do occasionally see teams attempt an upstairs roam, but it is quite risky. Maybe that is the play against Wildcard. Try and make them feel a bit uneasy in the early stages of the round where they feel so comfortable. Either way, though, Sinister are just going to stay below for now. Nico, probably in the most aggressive position at the moment. He's playing Smoke at the top of blue with that shotgun. Often, we will see Smoke play safer for that plant denial. So if Nico dies here, Sinister might find it a little bit tricky to waste time late round.
Speaking of wasting time, they haven't really set up anything to waste time of Wildcard on gaining this map control, which is their biggest weakness. So Derpe is already making work on these hatches, only after a minute ticked away. Quite efficient. That means that Wildcard can progress closer and closer to server. If they can clear that out quickly, they'll be in a really great position to bait out utility for an execute.
Derpe does get that hatch open using his little, I'm going to call it the squiggle technique. A little bit safer as it's hard to shoot him back through his own angle. Neofighter on the IQ will spot a gadget, but it's on the other side of the wall, and I don't think he will be able to shoot it just yet. Luna and Vinny are there to greet him at the bottom of the stairs if he does decide to push it. Meanwhile, Diesel on the Thermite, he will open 2 hatches as well. So hatch control completely forfeited, and Wildcard in a nice position now to set up for a plant.
Yeah, and more importantly, using those Thermite charges on the west side means they're doing a lobby push. They won't really push server. They can't open those walls. I'd be surprised if they did at least. Derpe can hold that server rotate now, which means that player will either have to flank or push through. Ethan's struggling to get this garage control, but if he's able to obtain this and flush out this position, that's strong control for Wildcard to get that execute ready.
Ethan, he's pushing inside of garage and could be in an early engagement here with Luna. Gets
Oh,
one.
no way!
The transfer onto Fisho nets him 2 kills early, and Sinister. And now on the back foot, it's a 3-on-5. Just over 30 seconds remaining. And Wildcard are now in the perfect position to go for their classic late round execute. Nico still holding the top of blue, but look, there's no one there. Vinny, meanwhile, he gets emo rin. Nico still wasting time at the top of blue. Not sure what those smokes are trying to achieve. He teams up with Milo now, and they could potentially go for a flank. 15 seconds left, and that smoke is actually being used against him. Still getting lit up by it. Nico, of course, is immune. Neofighter is going for the plant. The denial not really there, and the flank watch is also in position. Milo refrags it, and it's a 3-on-2. Vinny, I believe, may have been downed. He has, but Milo with the wallbang makes it a little bit more possible. It's effectively a 1-on-2. He needs to try and retake the bomb site. Almost gets that kill. I almost thought he hit it, but he doesn't. And Wildcard will take the round. Or did he take the kill? Did he get a headshot against? Was that against Neo in the kill feed?
Yeah, it might have been a trade. It was a trade.
He was dead.
Yeah, so got it down to almost a 1v1. Look, Sinister, I'm not too sure what their read was there once everything was open on that west side. Oh, I've got to see this shot from Ethan. That transfer was crazy to get that double kill. Oh, Sinister are going to be spewing if they see that back.
Oh, the slow-mo makes it worse.
Milo almost getting that successful push, but yeah, you know what? That read from Sinister, I'm not too sure. Like, it was very, very obvious that Wildcard were going to push that west side. Vinny was in vault perfectly. He was the maestro. He has the bullet hose. He can watch that hatch drop. He did get 1 on the hatch drop, but his 2 mates were over just in server stairs.
Oh, just like
they were smoking off nobody, and then they couldn't get out because of those smoke grenades. And Vinny just got isolated. So some poor decision making there from Sinister. They could have potentially brought that back. Not to be. Wildcard will be up 2-1, and Sinister will rotate bomb site. Now they're going to hold Tiller's Archives.
That's an around the world trip now for Sinister. All 4 sites have been played now. Definitely looks like Sinister have stratted for all 4. The last objective in terms of setup probably looked their weakest. Most default, I feel. And unfortunately, once Luna was taken out there, alongside Fisho, the rest of it crumbled. Hopefully,
5 seconds left.
Sinister can bring one back here. Towers and Archives.
Attackers
Definitely
are
a
moving out to
defendable
locate a
position,
bomb
and it looks like
defuse it.
Sinister are quite confident in roaming vertically, or at least horizontally once again.
In one way, you would never have thought that the round that Sinister did win was that open area defense. But in another way, maybe it was just enough to catch Wildcard off guard. So of course they won it. But either way, they need to win some other bomb sites here. See what they can pull out for Teller's Archives. Again, I really think they just need to slow down Wildcard. So it's great to see they've got this Mute Mozzie combo that will slow down the droning. That is a drone taken now. And that means that they will have to slow down, be more thorough on their clear because they don't have that intel.
Doesn't really look like Sinister have a strong roam above anyway, so Wildcard are leaking the clock at the moment. Just trying to make sure that every single corner has been checked. However, Sinister are roaming strong horizontally across the map. They've extended it over towards open area. Derpay now setting up for this skylight drop. We've seen Fnatic use this quite a bit to get aggressive. Derpay just playing patiently, waiting to see if a player will cross his crosshairs. Meanwhile though, Ethan has made his way inside of lobby and Wildcard is starting to get things ticking.
Yeah, Ethan with some pretty solid control there in lobby, and if Sinister can't take that top floor back, blue control will be very safe for them. Guy under siege a bit on site with that sledge above. Trying to peek through and get some shots onto Emo Rin. Not seeing anything so far. Also has a C4 in his pocket that he could try to use to get in Rin.
Fisho trying to get this early peek, but he gets droned out. Gets shot from above, I believe. Gets away with his life. Another wasteful C4. Will not net a kill and only create another angle for him to be watched through. Derpay still on this skylight drop.
Diesel looks like he's going to start opening up that printer wall now at the teller's desk. Which means Fisher Guy is just under so much pressure right now. He needs his teammates to start alleviating some of that. Start putting some pressure back onto Wildcard. Well, he is just going to be picked, and that will mean that side is clear. 40 seconds to go as Diesel does finally clear him out. It's looking very much like this could be another Wildcard round.
30 seconds left. Diesel has the diffuser in hand. Sees a play across the footholds, but doesn't net the kill. That will be Milo who gets away with it once again. 10 seconds have dropped down, so there's 20 to go. They need to start pushing towards the site. The more this timer runs down, the less chances they have to re-attempt the plant. Nico gets one. Ethan as well, so it is a 4-on-3. Molosika gets flashed out. They know he's on these stairs, but they're still yet to flush him out. He's wasting so much time, and there's only 5 seconds left. Diesel, he's low, but he's going to attempt the plant. Ethan gets 2. That's his triple for the round, and Milo's left all alone to try and retake the site. But once again, Wildcard with an explosive final few seconds will net the round win.
Sinister just giving Wildcard too much space, and Fisher Guy really just not helped at all on site. Once he was cleared out, it was all Wildcard. They did take their time getting that plant down, just wanting to make sure they pushed a little deeper to work those picks. Worked out for them on that occasion. They are up 3-1 now, guys, so these attacks working out relatively well for Wildcard. Sinister left to, go back to the drawing board. They're going to have to change some of these strats. They're going to attempt lockers again. They think they can do that one better.
Sinister they look so strong until the very end. It just slowly falls apart. And it's a trend that has continued throughout many of actually Wildcard's games, at least for their opponents, because Wildcard continue over and over and over playing that slow, methodical playstyle followed up by that explosive execute. So this is potentially one of Sinister's hardest opponents when Wildcard are playing well, just because of that contrast in playstyle.
One thing I think Sinister just aren't exploiting enough is that time management. They've got Fisher Guy on the Mozzie this time, that's great. But especially for a Lockers defense, because it gives you those extra floors to roam. They're able to get the Mute Mozzie combo running on those top floors, or even a light roam just to shoot some drones. That's just going to stall out Wildcard so much more. Last time we saw Sinister defend this, Wildcard cleared the map super easy with their drones. They were in opening hatches all within about 50 seconds. And that is just playing too much to a strength of Wildcard by giving them that extra time.
You'd see Luna there in the late round setting up again inside of Garage. Fortunately, she, alongside Fisher Guy, were shut down previously and really helped Wildcard win that attack. Hopefully this time they can waste a little bit more time. We did see Vinny actually place barbed wire to help assist in that entry, but it does look like the initial entry is going to come out from Neo. He's already got nice control of open area. There is a rotate there. Not exactly sure the reasoning behind that. Nico, I think, used it to get to the hatch maybe a little bit quicker. I'm not too sure. But Sinister, they're not playing above, and Wildcard now have full control.
They do. Luna's trying to play aggressive on the stairs, but she's just going to back away once that drone comes through. And again, nothing really slowing down Wildcard at all. Drone's not really shot, and not sure how effective those pests were, but Derpe's in, opening that hatch again in that first 50 seconds to a minute. So, look, Wildcard look like they might push server this time. Ethan is over there. Nico ready to contest. Last time it was completely ignored. This could be a slight change in the attack.
We did see Diesel use his exothermic charges on the hatches last time. Maybe he'll keep them spare as they try and push blue. Nico now feeling the pump more so than he did on their previous attempt. Ethan, Emo Rin, and Neo alongside Diesel. 4 members of Wildcard trying to flush out this position. So many flashes coming out, and Nico will fall victim to the last, but his smoke will prevent the rush, and now he's in a nice position to potentially get a few kills. They're going to start peeking it. They're forced to. They've only got just over a minute to go. Another flash comes out, and the concussion. Nico, can he make it back to safety? He will momentarily, but he gets over aggressive with that peek, and Nico will shut him down.
Yeah, that was looking good for Nico. He did make it to safety. Probably shouldn't have peeked out with that gas grenade, but either way, he did delay some time. So finally, some delay came into the Wildcard attack. That's a good job by him into the final minute now. The smoke bait's not there to bait out though, so it allows Wildcard that extra time.
Oh!
Oh, that
okay.
pre-fire.
What?
That's the thermite as well. Oh, some fortunate luck for Sinister. Now Wildcard are going to have some work cut out for them.
Wildcard now unable to open the wall, and they're going to be forced to rush in towards site, potentially plant just behind the bomb. Sinister in a really nice position to win this round, but it looks like Derpe and Ethan may rotate to try and squeeze them out. The smokes will be shot out from Neo, and the entry is on. Ethan drops the hatch and gets Luna looking the wrong way. Now he's got control of the hallway, and they could attempt the plant quickly. Ethan gets shut down, just misses that second shot, and Neo should be able to stick the plant. Derpe, meanwhile, he's getting lit up on main stairs, unable to cover, but it doesn't matter. The diffuser has gone down, and now Vinny and Milo need to clutch it out. Ethan gets one, so Vinny now on the Alder, on the Maestro, needs to try and get 3, worried that he could get shot from the hatch, but he's also exposed 2 behind as well. He's going to push out, but the pinch is there, and Wildcard will win round number 5, and Raven, that's 4 straight.
It is, and Sinister maybe not able to capitalize on that sheer luck of that pre-fire getting the thermite. Maybe not realizing who exactly they took out, but no real denial of entry into that doorway. At that stage, once they had that thermite off the board, hard peeks onto the doorway, even nobody watching or trying to assess the hatch drop situation where Ethan just dropped and found Luna completely unaware in red hallway. Just gave Wildcard just too much control. They're up 4-1 now in their attack half.
Yeah, it just seemed that Sinister weren't conscious of the fact that the wall hadn't been opened, and there wasn't really time left for them to then open the wall and attempt the plant. So that in their minds, they should have gone, they're going to drop the hatch, they're going to rush into sight. Luna,
Attackers need to locate
she's caught off
and
guard.
defuse
The rest of their
bombs.
teammates playing so far away from the site that they had to take on long angles that again, Wildcard shut down. So Sinister just struggling, I think, to adapt in these last second scenarios. Think on their feet a little bit more, and it costs them. They could still go into the half with a 4-2 loss. I think if they do that, they're still in with a shot to maybe draw out the match. But a 5-1 deficit, that's really stretching the envelope. Stretching the envelope, pushing the envelope.
Well, it stretches it as well if you push it, I guess.
Remaining.
Yeah.
Either way,
True.
It's not good for Sinister. And
Yep.
they have to win this. And ironically, if they do win this, the only site they would have won in their defenses is open area. It's quite astounding.
Don't take Sinister to bank for open area. Asterix.
See whether they can do it again. Potentially, you could say the first round was simply because they caught Wildcard off guard a little bit. They can replicate it. At least they'll get themselves another round. Give themselves more of a chance to get back into this game. Win some attacks.
Wildcard did only win 1 defense. Again, no, sorry, they won 3 defenses against Kanga when they lost it. Of course, on bank. So maybe that'll bode well for Sinister in the second half. But there is still 1 round to go. if they win this, maybe they'll give themselves a nice confidence boost. But I think they're definitely going to have to tidy up that late round because time and time again, Wildcard are playing so patiently, not giving away that early pick, and then their explosivity late in the round is it's been beautiful to watch. It's like a painting. It's like a performance. Every piece just coming together. Makes me a bit emotional.
Like the feeling of solving a jigsaw puzzle.
Yeah.
Anyway, speaking of though, half the round ticking away. Not a whole lot. They do have some ground and holding some angles to the roamed areas from Sinister. No engagements or picks at this stage, which puts more pressure onto those attackers. Imarin's starting to push down the main stairs. Fisher trying to get a nice little peek onto the Maverick. Jope been so careful so far though as he opens these hatches. I don't think Fisher is going to have much luck finding anything.
Derpay creating many angles that can watch and monitor this long hallway. It can be guesswork as a defender to know which one to pick. Diesel, he gets the first on to Fisho, so that will be the Kaid off the board. Pretty similar setup coming out again from Sinister in terms of their offsite for OS. But with this man disadvantage, it may be too risky.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of C4s not making connections. Emo Rin's going to renovate the roof above Vinny as he's being pressured from all angles. Diesel also managed to find one. Vinny shooting up onto the Maverick. Does get him down at least. But wow, Wildcard really putting the pressure on this roam.
I know exactly where this Valkyrie is, and he will be shut down, leaving it up to Nico and Luna. 20 seconds left, but the Claymore gets one. Luna, though, she gets two, and this is definitely winnable. Luna up against Ethan on the Zofia. Luna has the diffuser to her left, should know it's in position, and potentially Sinister have some intel. They have Valkyrie on the board, and it looks like she may well know where Ethan is entering from. He doesn't have time. He needs to go for the frag. The sound cue from Luna is enough, and she gets the 3K to win the round for her team. And Wildcard will let that one slip away, and Raven, the only site on Bake that they win is open area.
It is. Luna, the beast, stepping up. What a clutch from her. That round looked totally Wildcard and totally lost for Sinister. It was an insane little 1 versus 3, and it does give them that extra chance coming into their attack half.
That was nice.
That was nice.
I think, mate, do you reckon they had intel there at the end? It feels like it.
Sinister?
Yeah.
Yeah, I felt like I heard some pings as Ethan entered through admin. So really helping Sinister secure that. Really going to come down to how they deal with their attacks though.
Attackers need to locate.
Struggled a bit on defense, and Wildcard have looked all right on their bank defenses before. So these attacks are the true telling story for Sinister. Kanga did manage to win quite a few attacks against Wildcard, and also they got a rush that was executed beautifully against Wildcard. Definitely some cracks there they can exploit. Hopefully they can find them.
Expecting Wildcard to likely go for a more standard default setup down towards side. It doesn't look like they will attempt to roam. Sinister didn't either. That trend may continue. Okay, Ethan, 13 kills. Not bad. Milo as well, top fragging for Sinister. Milo has had a few rough matches so far this season. Of course, it is his Pro League debut coming across from Sleeper Gaming. But I think he's been doing quite a decent job considering that he doesn't have as much experience as a lot of these players in ANZ have previously.
Yeah, he's definitely shown that he can play at this level, and he can be in a Pro League team. So just not combining as a team, though, to secure anything thus far. Those open area holds looked not too bad. That last one a bit sketch. See what Wildcard can pull out. Ethan looks like he's going to play these service stairs by himself as the Jaeger, keeping those ADSs in his pocket, so waiting for them to burn, and then he'll place more, creating some frustrations for the attack.
Talking about the attack, Vinny's going to get the ball rolling, entering open area. Looks like Luna will be alongside, so the two hard breaches are targeting those hatches. Milo, meanwhile, he's going to play flank watch in the meantime, holding the main stairs, and Fisher Guy is going to look for gadgets inside of Archives. Places a breach charge as well, so that's a nice rotate for his team that are above if they want to go for a blue execute. And it looks like that may well be the case, as a lot of intel gathering is happening. Ethan's actually fallen back, so this is a really nice chance for Sinister to gain this control early. Luna needs to be careful that she doesn't get her head taken off here. We saw Derpe play it very smart. Ethan is well and truly aware that it could be another peak, but Luna gets away safe.
Ethan still pre-fires it just in case, not finding anything though. We'll finally be able to dump his ADSs in towards red, which will save the red player from some stuns and frag grenades. Thermite charges. Oh, being denied by an Evil Eye there. Big oversight from Sinister, which means they only have one left and the long angle won't get opened up at least. Giving themselves about a minute to start baiting out utility. Diesel still completely has his smoke grenades. It's going to take a lot of effort to bait these out. Still some C4s as well.
Diesel with the pre-ripped smoke. He's a long way away in safety behind the desk that is in front of him. Vinny is going to try and re-attempt the plant. But hey, guess what? Diesel's going to throw another smoke. So 30 seconds left on the board and one smoke left in hand. Diesel will be able to bait out a little bit more time, and Sinister will need to go for an aggressive execute. Vinny, he's going to re-attempt it, but hey, guess what? It's another smoke to greet him. So now there's only 20 seconds left on the board. Milo is above on the hatch to try and cover and could drop late if required. And now this is where it's going to start heating up. Vinny's going to attempt the plant. No more smokes left on the board. Wildcard need to throw a C4. Hey, they will. They get two. Diesel as well gets one, and now it's all up to Nico in the site. And Wildcard will flawlessly take their first defense.
Wildcard just had no need to really reposition in that final part of the round. Oh, some crisp shots from Ethan there to close it out. Those C4s just being held safely from Wildcard in the red hallway. Not able to be stopped by the stun. Nobody from Sinister really pressuring anybody on site. Just trying to hold some angles. And in that instance, it's always going to favor the defenders, especially with all that utility that was still in their pocket with so much time. Beautifully executed from Wildcard, giving themselves a 3-round buffer now. Looking pretty good to take this map, guys.
And I mean, sometimes you don't necessarily need to heavily pressure red, but you need to have the long angle open so that you have the potential to shoot those C4s that do fly out. Without that long angle open, shooting them in midair is incredibly tough because you don't have as much time to see it, track it, and actually shoot it. So, well played by Wildcard. Once again, just playing nice and poised and controlled. Sinister looking a little bit erratic. And now we are potentially one round away from that match point.
Wildcard going to the top floor here. Going to be playing a double ACOG strat. Neo and Derpe both with that ACOG. Diesel opening those holes above the walls means maybe we'll see an impact trick coming out. It could be in the form of Emarin. Or even Derpe if he has brought impact grenades. Something that Sinister will have to be aware of because it's not as simple as just taking the Skylight control. You have to either flush out the player looking to throw those impact grenades, figure out some other counter. They do have some good verticality there. Nico on the buck will be enabling them to go below and buck up and take out some of those players' positions so that they can more comfortably deal with those walls.
Wildcard, like Sinister, have brought the castle. Slightly different setup though, not quite as aggressive over at the box. Sinister now taking their time to drone things out. Milo on the rappel, trying to pressure the windows potentially, but he will fall off. Nico, he spots that the above the walls have been opened, so he can actually lob grenades over that if he wants. Try to prevent that trick, the impact trick, from coming out by Wildcard, who, again, they're just chilling inside, waiting for their time to explode.
Neo Fighter though, he'll peek out onto Milo. Zofia taken off with no utility burn. That means those Evil Eyes are a little bit safer. There are some frag grenades to worry about from two operators on the attackers. But it means there's a little more work to be done for the attackers to do so. Castle sitting pretty right near this wall. He might be able to easily impact trick this if Sinister aren't careful. Nobody on those windows to pressure. Luna is finally there, close now. Ooh. That frag grenade coming out, not going to actually do any fatal damage. Impact missed though, guys. Not quite deep enough, but Imarin legs it out the window and gets Luna.
A big kill there for Wildcard. Nico almost dropped as well from the long angle. He survives. Emo Rin though, where's he gone? I think he's made his way potentially to the main door. Either way though, Sinister are left in a 3-5 deficit. Vinny, Nico and Fisho are the 3 members left alive on the board. All 3 with decent guns and decent frag potential. But look at these long angles from Wildcard. The double ACOG strat, as you alluded to earlier, will be critical in helping to deny this entry. Derpay will watch one side, and I'm assuming that Neo will likely watch the hallway or the other entry.
Yeah, Fisher guy was in lobby looking to shut down the rotate. Back in from Emo Rin. Tagged him up, but Neo was there beautifully to cover. Vinny is getting this plant down though. Ethan right next to him to deny. This could be another flawless round for Wildcard here.
Nico left with the impossible to do. He's going to pre-fire Janitors. That won't get him a kill. And now all of Wildcard will be watching this side of the map, knowing that he is in this position. And there we go. They'll clean it up. A flawless round in the end for Wildcard, and now they're on match point.
Doop. Beautifully played from Wildcard in the end. Sinister just not really able to get anything going in these attacks, guys. Every time they look like they're just getting the control they need or just at the step they need to be, Wildcard have thrown something at them. It came in the form of Imirin just jumping out and taking out Luna. Maybe they tunneled a bit. Fisho going into the lobby to try and get Imorin. He was just playing patiently in ATMs, baiting it out. So Neo playing at the top of the red stairs could just peek and take him off. Beautifully played Wildcard. 6-2 match point. Huge buffer.
Wildcard definitely playing better than they did against Kanga, where unfortunately they did drop the map. Sinister just looking a little bit shaky. Unable to really formulate any momentum in these rounds.
Need to locate and defuse bombs.
The 2 rounds they did win, if you have just joined us, were defenses on open area. Which is, you know, a good effort. But if you're unable to defend and attack the more default sites, you are going to fall victim to these sort of scorelines.
Yeah, let's not take anything away from those open area victories either. First one coming from a beautiful retake and a nice 3k flank from Milo. And then the second one came from a nice 1v3 clutch from Luna. So nice rounds, but just getting nothing happening here on attack at all. Their last chance, essentially, they've got 4 perfect rounds ahead of them to at least secure the draw on this map. Wildcard looking to secure themselves another 3 points that they are so desperately searching for.
Wildcard need every point they can get at this stage. The start of their season hasn't been fantastic. Look, you could make the argument that this season is all but over for them, but they can't have that in their minds. They need to push for every point from here on out. Give themselves every opportunity to make it to that APAC Land final. Sinister though, they're looking to avoid relegations at this stage. They're at the bottom of the standings coming into this Playday, and if they don't get any points, they're going to stay there.
Conversely as well, Wildcard need to think broader. They need to bring some momentum into SI because you don't want to be coming off the back of a dismal Pro League season start to try and have to buck that trend at boot camp.
Wait, did you say buck because Nico was playing buck?
I didn't, but it was just beautiful. That's beautiful timing.
Thanks, MC.
Oh, Neo hitting some shots on the Fisho there from the lobby. Again, Sinister, do they not have drones in the lobby watching that position? It's so common that somebody's playing in that position if you're going to repel on the windows. These mistakes from Sinister really costing them. C4 from Imorin. Not getting anything.
The C4 usage on this map tonight
Yeah.
has been pretty ordinary.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Ethan though, he picks up Fisho. That's a nice kill for Wildcard, and that'll be the IQ dropped off the board for Sinister. Ethan tries to take on the long angle there with the holo. Derpay gets Luna though, so it's a 5-on-3. Derpay on the dock. Milo gets one though. He's on the Zofia. He actually flanked and got Ethan, who was playing that desk position. If Milo can pick up another under Derpay, this round is winnable. Vinny sees the player to his left in Janitors, but he misses the shot. And Derpay's allowed to get Nico. A misplay from Sinister will help Wildcard get a grip on this round. Nico needs to try and be mindful. His teammates aren't holding that flank. Either way, though, it's a 1-on-3 now. And Vinny, with 1 shot left of HP, has 50 seconds left to try and clutch the round. But Raven, this should definitely go the way of Wildcard.
I'll definitely be surprised if he's able to get this. He's clutched some rounds before, but considering his HP, it's going to be a big ask, considering there could be a simple goo mine that he walks into, or a bullet from Neo Fighter.
Wildcard will return to their best form. They take bank against Sinister, a relatively good performance in the end. Sinister only getting 2 rounds, both in their defensive half. Wildcard looking quite dominant throughout. Ethan, with the MVP in the Legion Elite, looking very nice.
Very nice indeed. Oof, 17-4. Ethan just man on fire tonight. See whether he can continue it into the second map, but that's a great effort from him, popping off for Wildcard to finally secure some more points, considering their disappointment of only getting 1 in their series against Fury last night. And it was a solid effort on bank from Wildcard.
It's a little bit early, but is this the start of Wildcard returning?
Look, I've got to say, they looked pretty good, but Sinister also made a lot of errors. A lot of errors. It's just frustrating to watch because you have rounds where like, Milo and Luna are both popping off, showing off great individual skill. But then you go to the last round where Nico's flank just isn't watched. Well, 2 players are dedicated to killing Derpe. And Derpe himself still ends up getting a 2k. So just these small little mistakes are really adding up. Yeah, and just almost a similar issue to what we saw with Fury earlier on Clubhouse, just not having enough control around their opponents on their attacks. Very one-dimensional. It just allowed Wildcard to play around them. That last round was the best example you could physically see. They just all came from Skylight. Milo did have a flank that worked out, but there was no support there, nothing to push through and assist with the roam clear. And in the end, it just allowed Derpe to constantly play in and out of Janitor. Getting those picks with the ACOG is just too good.
Well, that's map number 1 all wrapped up. Wildcard successful with a 7-2 victory on bank. But don't go anywhere. We will be back very shortly with map number 2.
Attackers are activating the diffuser. The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers have located a bomb. Attackers dropped the diffuser. A bomb has been located. Attackers.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. You got a voice, then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said
Ayy, push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, yeah. I'm killing your favorite rapper, it's minimum effort. Yeah, your corpse getting severed. The industry dry, it's a desert. Do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better. Straight double use, that's my letter. Don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy. They tryna figure out what's on our plate. Infinity sideways, we already ate. Skipping is basic, skipping is classics, yeah.
Hello there, and welcome back to the ANZ Pro League. I'm Guz, this is Raven. Wildcard, they smashed Sinister in the first map. Will they be able to replicate it here for the second?
Smashed is probably the right word.
Yeah, it's harsh. I'm sorry, guys, but yeah, I don't know. It's pretty rough.
It was probably one of the more dominant one-sided matches we've seen for the entire season. Sinister, they had a couple of good rounds in their defense in open area with some nice plays, but at the end of the day, it just looked all wildcard. And I think they can replicate it on map 2. I was just looking through the map pool and some of the stats. I'm just not sure what map Sinister might be able to get wildcard on that gives them that opportunity. Maybe a map like Border or Villa, but wildcard have just been banning it out. I think it's just insta-bans that won't make it through.
Well, guess what? We're going to find out exactly where we are heading right now. Let's bring up the map veto and see where we will be heading. Border, of course, banned out. That's pretty likely to happen, and it's going to end up on Clubhouse.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard have had a draw this season on Clubhouse, so that's showing again that maybe it's a map they're a little exposed to. Sinister, on the other hand, have had a loss on Clubhouse. That was against Fnatic, and it's a map that they've been alright on in the past.
And I guess going back to that Fnatic game, there were actually, again, a couple rounds there that should have gone their way. They were thrown.
True.
So maybe that could have been a little bit closer. Let's hone in on Wildcard for a second. How have they been going on Clubhouse? The most recent form I've got on them is homeless. They drew that. So that's a little bit worrisome.
Yeah, they've shown some shakiness. And even in the past, I know that there's been other teams that have really challenged them on Club. So maybe there's something there that Sinister have said, you know what, we could exploit that. But that's what we said about Bank. And besides the open area hold from Sinister, there was very little exploiting happening. So I'm not feeling too confident about Club.
Well, Raven's not a fan of Sinister in their current form, but what do you guys think? Let's have a look at the community poll results. Okay, that's...
okay.
You guys know what's up, all right? I'm not going to question it, but I would have thought it would have been a bit more one-sided to Wildcard after that first map. But hey, maybe the Sinister fans are waking up. I don't know.
Could be it. NA Org, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, so's Wildcard though, NA Org. So.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah. NA versus NA in ANZ.
Yeah.
Wrap your head around that.
But at the end of the day, players are Aussies, and at the end of the day, Wildcard have had pretty good form tonight. I'm not seeing it change too much on Clubhouse. I'm sticking that Wildcard's probably going to take this map.
All right. Wildcard looking good coming into this second matchup of the evening between these two teams. Clubhouse, of course, is the map Can Wildcard replicate that form? We will find out very shortly. Sinister on the attack first and Wildcard defending. That means, of course, they have the first ban. What are we going to see?
Good question. Probably Thatcher. I feel like Thatcher's going to come out again here on Clubhouse. Or Maverick is the other very common Clubhouse ban.
Okay,
So.
you're wrong.
I am wrong. Hey, there's still one attack ban left.
Come on, hey, Raven, you're here for the analysis, mate. What is going on?
I'm talking about attack bans in general. If neither of these is a Maverick or a Thatcher, surely it's a Thatcher. If it's a Maverick, then that's going to make it really difficult for Sinister attack, and they'd be doing it to themselves. Otherwise, maybe a Capital, maybe a Nomad.
Oh, you're really covering your bases now, aren't you?
Oh, you know, come on. Look, Thatcher.
Hey, there you go.
There.
All right, you saved your job. Okay, Thatcher Thermite. That means Sinister are going to have the odds against him on this attack. Hopefully, they have a good Maverick player. We saw Magnet for Fnatic earlier tonight really get to work with that blowtorch. Wildcard as well in the last map. Derpay was playing a really strong Maverick, so Sinister have to be mindful of that when they switch sides.
I mean, we saw Sinister playing Maverick, but can't say I saw any outstanding efforts from the Maverick that makes me think, wow, Sinister, at least they've got that guy playing Maverick. So hopefully it works out for them. They are in attack, so they're going to be stuck. They have to do 6 rounds on attack with these bans on Clubhouse, traditionally defender-sided. Echo off the board on defense, no massive surprise. Mirror as well. Could have been a Maestro, but Wildcard not doing it to themselves, keeping that on the board.
I mean, if there's anything going for Sinister in this match, heading into this season, from about the back half of Season 10 onwards, teams that started on attack were actually more likely to win this map at about 51%. Defense was about 34%. The draw actually on this map is quite low. So hey, Sinister, you've got the numbers on your side. Give it everything you've got. CCTV cash will be defended first by Wildcard. Sinister bringing a lineup to really help open up a lot of angles. Again, Maverick and Habana I feel are going to definitely be staples for the entirety of this map.
Yes, and no 6 picks coming out on the side of Sinister. Goyo 6 picked in instead of the Valkyrie for Imarin though. Interesting to see what Wildcard do with that, as we've seen some very innovative strats with Goyo this week. Could be something that Sinister struggle to deal with. Vinny is going to be the one playing Maverick. See how he goes with Kennel's Wall. Very likely Maverick tricked that wall.
I wonder where these Goyo shields will be placed. I feel like Cash is one of the harder sites to really utilize those shields. I guess it depends on the way that Wildcard really want to play this. The first of the shields will actually help in slowing down the garage push. Maybe the rest will be placed on site.
Attackers are heading
Ethan
out
playing the
defuse a
smoke
bomb.
roll for Wildcard.
Unprecedented.
Yeah, well, usually it's Diesel, but he's actually going to be the one playing the Maverick, so quite change up from Wildcard in their roles there. See how it works.
You said Maverick, it's Maestro.
That,
Come on, Raven.
Did I actually? Oh
Yeah,
no,
you
I've
did,
done
man.
it, guys.
I'm going to clip that.
Far out. Anyway, Vinny on the Maverick is going to be at Kennel's Wall. He has spotted out player at top of Cash Stairs, and he's going to get to work on Maverick tricking his wall.
Attackers have located a bomb.
A nice quick start to the round for Sinister. Vinny getting to work very swiftly. He will now open the bottom. I'm assuming Sinister have a player potentially on the rappel to help watch this angle. Milo is coming to assist. There we go. Okay. Vinny takes a little bit of splash damage from that. Not the worst. Milo, though, he does a bit of damage to Ethan, who was on that smoke. If Ethan had died there, I don't think Ethan ever would have been allowed to play smoke again. But he gets away with his life, and Wildcard can now just settle down for a little bit.
And just picture if he did Diesel in comms, would have been like, what are you doing, mate? That's not how you play smoke. Either way, he did survive. Some good time management for Sinister. They've got that wall open. Gives them a beautiful angle to cut site. Next challenge is going to be either isolating the garage player or taking that construction control and working on that construction cache wall. Clearing out that Goyo shield, very important. And also important is clearing out Imarin, who is the Goyo player.
A nice entry for Fisho. He is low on health now, but that kill could prove critical. Derpay has been droned out at the top of Garage. Sinister may try and get control of that soon. The Goyo shield still is in position, which may slow them down, but it does look like Nico will come across to try and flush him out.
So far, some really good attack positioning from Sinister. They're really surrounding Wildcard, getting good control. Diesel, though, he's going to finally answer back for Wildcard as that final minute has been entered. Ooh, getting a little aggressive, though, was Derpay. Not sure why he surrendered Garage Control just to do that. Nico will capitalize on it, giving Sinister that man advantage. Neo is on the prowl in Lounge, though.
Neo and Diesel now left to try and hold this bomb site. Diesel with the older holding a strong position on the breach. He has Neo as backup as he swings wide. He won't find a pick yet, but Luna finds hers, and now it's a 1-on-4. We've seen Sinister throw these before. Hopefully they can win this round. And there we go. Sinister will cleanly take that first round. And I have to question it. What was Derpay doing, swinging wide and forfeiting Garage Control? Because as we can see, Vinny, he just walked straight in and got that final kill.
Yeah, that's a little bit questionable whether it was a call out from a teammate or a self-decision. Either way, was not the right call. The fact that Goyo shield was still in the doorway meant that he would have had to maneuver around it in a really tricky way, slowing down his push out that door. So Wildcard making some big errors there on that defense. Sinister capitalizing on them. They looked pretty good. Again, they looked really good in the first round of Bank.
Hey, don't curse. Raven, don't curse.
I'm just pointing it out. You just said before, I'm here to analyze. That's actually what happened. So
that's some very good analysis, I must say. If they lose this next round, I mean, it's all your fault. It's not Sinister's fault.
I'll cop it.
Caster curse is a real thing.
I'll cop it, guys. It's alright. I'll take it. You've already bullied them enough, I think.
Hey, I love Sinister. They're actually really nice guys and girls. Yeah. Why are you looking at me like that?
Anyway, Wildcard have changed bomb site. They're not happy with how that played out upstairs. They're going to go down to this basement, Church Arsenal. See what they can do here. Flexing roll flexibility again. Ethan going onto the Goyo. Diesel now on the Mozzie. So no real anchor operators, in fact. That's a big thing here. Derpay maybe you could say on the Kaid. But no traditional smoke, no traditional maestro, which have really been massive Wildcard staples. They're really changing up their playstyle.
Attackers are moving
Sinister
out to
with
locate
a
a bomb and defuse
pretty
it.
standard setup themselves, though. The double hard breach. Also sticking Milo on the frag. Fisho, who got the entry last round on the Jackal. Okay, Nico. That was looking a little sketch there, but he survives. I believe there is now a player above him inside of Garage, so maybe Wildcard are going for an aggressive roam.
Yeah, it really looks like it. They've decided to buck their trend of trying to be thorough, patient, a little bit passive. They're really spread out. Ethan playing top of cash stairs. Emo over on the garage balcony. Got Goyo shields here set up to delay as well. Sinister will have to make the decision of whether they're pushing this or whether they are going to rotate away and hold these rotates. Neo has pushed up storage stairs as well to assist. Means there's only essentially 2 players hard holding site right now for Wildcard.
Does look like Nico is trying to potentially disrupt this roam above. Not much assistance coming up from his teammates yet, so it looks like it will be a solo entry. That entry does come from Jacuzzi, and now he may decide to drop Billiards. Fisho is coming above as well. There is a player just to the right of that pre-fire on the catwalk. Needs to be mindful that there is a rotate. Emo has created one, so needs to be mindful that he doesn't get flanked, but again, they're just playing cat and mouse.
They can really stall this out now. They can just surround these positions and continue with their push in order to preserve some HP and also not get fragged out. They are going to have to get a move on though, because it's half the round taken out just getting into these positions. The fact they have to Maverick hatches open, that takes a bit of time in itself. Have to start doing something, otherwise this wildcard roam will prove effective whether fragged out or not.
I don't mind the fact that Sinister are largely ignoring this roam. Fisho could find himself in a very tricky situation shortly as that intel directly behind him. Either way though, the rest of Sinister need to get to work on site. Looks like Fisho will try and continually progress above. Sees one of those Goyos and will pop it. But I think that wildcard, they've already rotated. They're long gone.
Yeah, nothing really successful happening with that roam clear. In fact, Ethan actually got the pick onto Fisho. He almost finds another. He's getting shot through the wall. He's getting flushed out from Cash Stairs, so at least there was a trade there. Nico finds another Guz. 30 seconds to go, though. They've done nothing with sight. They're just going to have to explode and try to get some kind of frag train happening.
They do drop blue. Okay, that almost works, but no. Wildcard will shut that down, and now Molosca and Luna need to clutch it up. The diffuser has been dropped near blue. Milo will sneak up slowly as Luna just drops the hatch. She gets taken down, and now Milo's in a 1-on-3. He can't even get the first, and Wildcard will get one back.
That roam just absolutely stalled out Sinister, whether they weren't sure what to do or just not confident enough to push into it. Either way, Wildcard didn't really have to do anything. They sat in those positions for so long, just shooting drones, sitting there, shooting drones, sitting there. Not even sure how effective the Jackal scans were. Didn't see or hear a whole lot of scan pings. Wildcard, that roam just too good. At the stage where it was 2 minutes ticked down, they didn't have to get any of those picks. Even if both of them got picked out, it just would have required Sinister to explode onto site, and we saw the angles that were being held. It was just too strong. Sinister, their own enemy there. Wildcard will rotate to Gym Bedroom now. I'm going to give that one an attempt.
Poor Sinister, falling victim to the caster curse. Ah.
Defenders,
I don't feel bad.
your bomb. Defused by attackers.
Nah, look, it was definitely the fault of Sinister. That roam from Wildcard wasted a lot of time.
It did.
And they all pushed blue, I think, in the end. 4 of them? Did 4 of them end up dropping the hatch and dying?
I think there was 2 that dropped the hatch. Luna ended up dropping the hatch, and then Milo pushed down Oil Pit. So.
Yeah. I mean, the only time we often see that blue drop where it's effective is the rush strat.
Yeah, it's got to be a lot earlier, because otherwise they're expecting it. And I think the other thing is, I don't believe they used anything to open kitchen or moto hatch. So it really was their only entry point to site. Super predictable. As you saw, Wildcard had it completely covered.
Attackers must
Didn't really have a chance at all in that last round, so hopefully they give themselves a better chance on this one. Bringing the same operator line up, very versatile. Wildcard again, changing their roles around. Derpay's gone onto the Maestro. This is a little more traditional though. Diesel on the SAS operator on the mute. Probably bringing his shotgun. Ethan will be playing a lot looser on the Valkyrie.
Milo and Fisho looking to try and gain some early map control. They struggled a little bit on the last map. Their time usage was not the most effective. And it looks like they again will try and flush out these players above. Milo has been spotted by the default and the Valkyrie, but he shoots both, so not the worst result. And now he will be droned above by Luna. Vinny as well will assist. So I think it's really going to be up to Milo and Fisher on that entry to try and get something going.
Now looking to push this Cash CCTV side, which is being held very firm by Wildcard. There's one hard in Cash. One on the stairs, in fact. And if that's not been droned out, that player could prove deadly as they do that push into CCTV. Diesel, oh, his hip exposed. Luna will find that as Fisho gets the stairs. So great clear of that side now. Very much polarizing compared to the room clear of the last round.
Burpay will be the next obstacle inside of logistics, holding that long angle with the older ACOG. But he already feels under the pressure. He's going to back off just a little bit, mindful that the hatch could expose his position also. Ethan, meanwhile, he's on site. Emo Rin, though, he's a long way away. Sinister not really in a position to cut that rotate off, though, as they have full control on the construction side of the map. Ethan now, he's exposed as that window is popped. And this is the first time where we've really seen Wildcard feel uncomfortable on site.
Yeah, they're all piled up in one corner, finally spreading out a little bit. Immerin moving around to Jim, but Fisher gets another Guz. So the 5 versus 2 man advantages. Immerin's taken out as well, all up to Ethan.
Ethan needs to hit 5, but he can't even get 1. Sinister with a flawless third round. And Raven, that was really well played. They cleared out Cash so quickly, held quite strong, didn't drop a single member, and Wildcard, as I mentioned, for the first time, looked quite uncomfortable.
They did. Really solid, confident push from Sinister. I think that's the biggest difference between those attacks was instead of them just stalled out and just waiting and waiting for Wildcard to move, that just pushed through and got those picks, used their utility beautifully. So a nice attack from Sinister, giving themselves another one on the board. They are up 2-1, and Gym Bedroom will be repeated here by Wildcard.
6 pick coming out from Wildcard. That's Neofighter jumping off the Legion onto Castle, an operator that we do quite often see on this objective. His ability to cut down a lot of those angles is very, very effective. Doesn't look like they will necessarily be used to protect a bandit, for example, as wildcard. They haven't brought a bandit. They also haven't brought a Fayed, which is quite interesting because Sinister actually banned out Thatcher. Maybe Diesel will play the mutes on the walls though.
Yeah, I'd say that's what they're going to use the mute jammers for, is for the walls. I think more critically, because of how well Sinister cleared out that cache CC side, need to use a few extra mute jammers on that side just to slow them down. Even muting Kennel's wall will just be another obstacle. It means that they will have to drone in through the lounge, buck out below to clear that mute jammer, because Sinister haven't brought the IQ. So it means they're going to hard find this utility. The drone's going to hit the mute jammer, and then they'll have to decide what to do, as opposed to a simple scan.
I wonder if Sinister are going to go for that cache take again. It looks like it may well be the case. Philo likely tasked with that entry once again, and Nico will drone him through garage to support. The call should come out that it is clear. And it will. Milo will now push up. Very similar fashion to what we saw earlier. He did open this wall previously. Vinny, meanwhile, he's going to Maverick trip the exterior wall, and Raven, it's looking like it's an efficient take once again. Milo gets aggressive on that door, holding a very similar position right next to this walkie-talkie. The C4 last time did stick to the door frame. Milo needs to be mindful. If this second one is successful, he could be taken out.
Yeah, and so far it doesn't look like they know exactly where his position is. As C4 does come over, it doesn't actually get any damage off the attacker, but Fisho has been taken out. That's the sledge.
Fisho was massive in that last round, getting multiple kills on entry. But unfortunately, he will be off the board. And this has been stored out now. Sinister, unlike the previous round, are taking their time. Neofighter finds himself under the pump a little bit and misses that player. That's crossed to CC. That'll be Vinny, who would now blow torch the wall and expose Diesel. But Diesel's going to sit at the table. That means that he can't be taken out. Flashes will try and flush the player out on the stairs, and that will work. Neo's taken out by the pistol, and now the push will come through. But it's shut down, and now it's a 3-on-3. The push from behind as well is shut down from Diesel. He can't quite get the next one, so now it's a 2-on-2. Diffuser is down on that cache side, but both players from Wildcard are on site, so Sinister should be able to collect it and use the next minute to formulate their execute.
Got quite a bit of time too, with a minute, and it is a strong anchor operator as the maestro for Wildcard on site. Luna getting some good intel there though, so knowing that Imarin's going to be in the bathroom, very critical for how they approach site. Going to rotate though, that secondary drone maybe not necessary. They could have just watched it from the first. Means that Imarin has now repositioned and they don't know where he is anymore. They're going to use Habana charges to open the castle barricade, and as we enter the final 30 seconds, they're going to be not 100% aware of where Wildcard are playing around. It's going to come down to how Sinister work together to get these final two players.
Verpay is holding the bedroom hallway. Emo Rin last seen towards bathroom, and now Nico and Luna need to team up to try and clear them out. Nico will enter from Con. Luna covering from the window. If they vault in, Verpay will see their feet. He shoots through and Luna gets dropped, and now it's a 1-on-2. Nico has 10 seconds to try and find two. He gets aggressive in towards bathroom. Doesn't quite see the player to his left. Emo Rin will pop up and Wildcard will win the round.
It was almost like Sinister were a little overcautious in the end there. That first drone that Luna had that peeked the construction door, they saw Imarin go into bathroom. He didn't know that they knew. At that stage, you've just got to push deep and isolate that position. She might have been able to cut him off, rotating out or moving around. It could have played out very differently. Sinister redroning that allowed Wildcard to reposition, and in the end, it caught them off guard.
Well, that does leave the scores 2 apiece. It wasn't that close this time last map, where we saw it really start to slip away for Sinister. Is there still hope that maybe they can actually win this map? Because they do look a little bit more comfortable. Wildcard equally look much less comfortable, particularly the way that they're trying to set up those late rounds. They feel like sometimes they're just sort of running around trying to find somewhere safe to sit, and Sinister are shutting that down.
Yeah, they do look more comfortable on this map. I think that's a really strong point. They have had some great attacks. They had that one flawless round. And on top of that, this is their attack phase. So we talked about Clubhouse being more defender-sided, and these attacker bans make it even more tricky to attack. So the fact that they're actually doing all right gets them in a really good position for that second half.
And of course, yes, it is defender-sided, and we did mention that Maverick would have quite a big impact on how this plays out, and we were a little bit cautious that Sinister may not really have a strong Maverick player, but I think to Vinny's credit, he's been playing really well so far, efficient in getting those walls open, hasn't died early, I don't think, yet. So I think that's a really strong takeaway so far.
Yeah, that's a really great point. I think besides that one church attack where they really didn't do a whole lot, the Maverick player has been doing really well in Vinny, just getting his job done nice and early, and he's being able to hold those positions, and maybe he's having some instrumentation in how the push is starting to play out, using some comms, a bit of IGLing. Hard to say exactly, but yeah, it's definitely working to their advantage, and even the soft breach used from Milo and Nico has been pretty good so far. On top of that, yeah, their attacks are actually looking alright.
Yeah, we've definitely been critical, I think, of Sinister in general late round. Their early rounds so far, they've been pretty good. But I feel like the 2 rounds that they have lost, particularly that second loss when they attacked downstairs, and they were all forced down blue, that was pretty sketch. I think it's a reflection of how poor their late round has been.
Yeah, I think overall that whole round you could say is a total write-off. That roam clear was just didn't happen. Like 2 minutes and they never had a shot really onto the wildcard players. And they used so much time to do so that they didn't have anything left to open other hatches. So no kitchen hatch open, no motor hatch open. All they had was blue, and they didn't even have control of that. So it was just too predictable, too easy for wildcard in that round. But yeah, besides that, their attacks have started to come together.
Yeah, and often when we do see teams have those really heavy roams, particularly multiple floors above the objective, sometimes it's easy for us to sort of say, hey, why aren't you guys just pushing the site?
Yeah.
As it did appear like Sinister did get sucked in a little bit, is there maybe something that Sinister could do on these attacks or something they need to prepare to maybe just go, hey, let's just leave these roamers, we'll get them later?
I think it's just a difference of committing. So one thing that I thought with that roam clear that really failed was they just didn't look fully committed on it. They had players around there and they were trying to position themselves in a way where if wildcard moved or made a mistake, they could capitalize. But in that instance, if you're attacking bottom floor and you're going for a roam clear, you have to commit. You have to flush those players out, whether it's with the buck from below, some kind of verticality, or just trying to push in and frag behind a drone. You have to actually do something. That was the difference, because the round after that, I think that was the flawless round, where they just pushed aggressively into cash. They cleared that out so quick, they committed. That's the big difference.
Yeah, well, we're definitely on the tail end now of Sinister's attack on this map. We saw them have pretty major issues defending in the last map of Bank, where they only won 2 defenses, both on the least popular side. Let's start talking about what this second half could shape up to be. Do you get the impression that maybe Sinister will begin to falter again? Because time and time again, wildcard, doesn't matter the map, they take their sweet time setting up, establishing the crossfires, and Sinister is a team that will probably be quite vulnerable to that.
Yeah, and they have to exploit it. I pointed out on Bank, they never really did a whole lot to exploit that weakness of wildcard. For most of their lockers defenses, there was nothing to stall them out. No mute jammers or pests that were in positions that allowed wildcard to, or forced wildcard to have to re-drone areas on those top floors. They just took it. 40 seconds, done. It's going to be the same for Clubhouse. They have to create stall points for wildcard. They will stall. We've seen it 10 out of 10 times. As soon as there's a stall point created for them, they will focus around it, they will drone, they'll figure out what to do, and it takes ages. If Sinister can do that, they're going to put themselves in their best position possible to actually secure some rounds.
Well, on the topic of wildcard, we did see Diesel jump off smoke, which is interesting. It's a big comfort pick for him. From your perspective, is there any maybe particular reason that might happen? Because it's a role change that is quite rare on this roster.
I think they're just trying to freshen it up. Based on their form and the issues they've had, I think they're just trying to say, guys, it's just not working anymore. We need to do something. Let's try and just flick around these roles and see what works. I don't think you could point and say, wow, that was a great role change. It's a good thing they did that. I don't think it's worked out so far, but at least they're trying something. It's always good to see teams trying to adapt. What you don't want to see is them have poor form and then they're just going to try and do the same thing again. And then it's a wonder why it didn't work.
Yeah, and wildcard, of course, as we have mentioned a couple of times, have the 6th Invitational coming up in a couple of weeks. their Pro League form, I feel, will impact that. It hasn't been the greatest so far, but they're playing alright here. If they can get this second map here, do you think maybe that momentum will start to sort of generate once again, get the train starting to roll? Do you think it will be enough to give them what they need at the Sixth Invitational, despite, I guess, Sinister being a lower team?
It's definitely going to be important for them to have the best possible momentum going into their boot camp. If they end up losing this map, they're going to end tonight on a negative note, and they're going to be in a pretty similar mindset to probably how they finished last night. Again, really disappointed with their performance. And they do have a boot camp before Sixth Invitational, but they don't want to be going into that, you know, frustrated or trying to focus on issues of their own. We spoke to Magnet earlier, and he said a lot of their boot camp is about working about how to beat their opponents. And if Wildcard don't have a chance to do that, it's going to set them up for a really hard time at SI.
Well, we are back from the rehost. CCTV and Cash will be the objective picks by Wildcard for the 5th round in this matchup. Only 2 to go before we reach the half.
Attackers need
Any
to
team
locate and defuse as
would
many
get
bombs
the
as they
lead here,
can.
or potentially we will see a draw. This site has been played once thus far. Sinister actually won that round. It was the very first round of this map. Maybe they'll be able to follow it up here with the second.
Came off the back with some solid use of their utility, some good time management, and also on just capitalizing mistakes from Wildcard. That was the round that we saw Derpe surrender garage control essentially by pushing to the garage door and just getting picked. So if they can minimize those mistakes, Wildcard, they might have a better time holding this.
5 seconds to go.
Deploying ADS!
Neo Fighter, he's on the Jaeger, setting up some nice ADSs for his teammates to hold Catwalk. We did see Derpe holding that in their last defense, but then he forfeited control going for a risky peek. Sinister capitalized on that. Wildcard did have a significant man-draw disadvantage. Assuming Wildcard will continue to play this passive as always, try and keep their gang count as healthy as possible as Neo gets Fisho below, I believe. That's inside of stock. A nice entry for him, and unfortunately one of the entries for Sinister will fall.
Got a question, did Sinister drone stock? Because those leg height holes were definitely made in prep phase. If you see those, you don't call it clear just because there's no player in there. You've got to check bar. You know, really getting away literally with murder in that instance. And that's a big mistake for Sinister to start that round. I have got that wall open though, so again, got to commend Vinny. He's being very efficient on this Maverick, and it's allowing them to have at least some good map control and good pressure onto Wildcard nice and early in the rounds.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Wildcard trying to prevent any sort of rush coming in from that main wall, holding multiple crossing. But Sinister, they are playing it quite passively. They're just waiting, droning it out, working out where the rest of their members can assist in the pinch. Garage is probably going to be a place of critical control for this attack. Derpe once again is holding that position. Milo drones it out. I'm expecting him to probably go for this one-on-one engagement. The garage door hasn't been opened yet. So if he wants to go for that entry, it will need to be quite quickly to try and throw Derpe off.
That just reminded me, I'm pretty sure it was Sinister that we saw playing Clubhouse previous weeks, where they weren't opening the garage door and they were allowing teams to retake. So that's still not being opened.
Recovered the bomb diffuser.
A bit concerning, but they have made some good progress on the construction side, taking a bit of control in Master and construction, pushing up to that wall. Probably work with Luna to get that open, create some angles, make it hard for Wildcard, and making it hard they did for Neo. He's actually out of the match now. Out of the round, I should say, not the match. Jeez.
Either way, it's a 4-on-4 Milo with the diffuser in hand. Interesting to see one of their entries with the diffuser, but either way, they're going to look to push through Con. Diesel, though, he will mow down Vinny, and it's a 3-on-4. Luna just gets away with her life on the Habana, and once again, Sinister looking a little bit stalled out in the late phase of this round. Milo stuns himself. That's unfortunate for him, and Luna gets dropped. Milo tries to enter. He gets shut down as well. Nico is the third to fall at the same door, and Wildcard will recover to take the round.
Well, very much like that church round we talked about, where they all just dropped down the stock hatch, push down blue. He'll just push through construction door in that instance. Just It's not giving Wildcard that extra thing to think about. They're pushing all from one direction. It's very readable. Wildcard with a secure defense. And now they will be up 3-2 on their final defense of the half. Sinister, they can get this round. At least it will be 3-3 as they go into their defense half.
If Sinister win this next round, they're definitely a fair chance at getting their first points of the season. Points that they definitely need. Of course, they are definitely risking falling in the bottom two, which
Attackers need
could
to
spell their
locate and
demise in the
defuse
Pro League.
bombs.
Definitely not the result they will be after. Sinister are a team that I don't think many predicted to fall in that category, but so far just lack that polish, and against a team like Wildcard, they've been made to pay. But if there is any chance to get some points against a top tier team, it's now. They've got a decent scoreline on the attack, and if they win this, it's not looking too bad.
You're right, this is their best chance to try and get some points against some of the top teams. They've had a rough start in terms of their opponents. There is no doubting that. Either way, they need to pick it up. So playing this Kaid again, sticking true to that. Ethan and Diesel again playing these aggressive operators, Goyo and Mozzie. Not seeing any SAS operators brought, which is quite strange for Wildcard. They really usually bring at least the smoke or the mute or both. But not for this hold.
Sinister now approaching the map to try and enter Nico. Once again, will head to the jacuzzi wall, drone himself in. Vinny, meanwhile, he may well create an entry for himself using that blowtorch in towards dirt, which can be utilized later in the round. Shots raining out from Milo as well. The entry for Sinister. Hasn't had a massive impact this round. Had one nice play on the previous map, but been a little bit quiet here. It's been a pretty consistent effort across the board though for Sinister, not really relying on any strong individual performance.
This is good. They've decided and committing to not push their own fit. Ethan has been not pushed at all upstairs. Imran has not been pushed. Sinister are actually nowhere near that side. Fisher is the only one over there. He's just going to cut this rotate in lounge. Sinister have all rotated over to stock, and they're starting to open things up. This is much better than last time. It's going to put more pressure on those players on site. And this will be even more reason for the roam to move than the pressure they put last time, just by opening things up.
Diesel is being tracked, but he's deep in sight. Not much Sinister can do acting upon that intel. Vinny, meanwhile, he gets his drone collected by the Mozzie despite knowing it was there, and now his position will be revealed in dirt. Dirtbay shuts that down. The massive sound cue for him will spell his demise. Milo's dropped as well, and it's a 2-on-5. Nico and Fisho up against the mighty Wildcard. 5 members still on the board. They do collect the diffuser. They do have a minute to play with, but Wildcard, they'll do Wildcard things. They're just going to sit back, wait for the push, and they should win the round.
Not a whole lot that they really need to do at this stage in a 5 versus 2. So it's all on Sinister in the final 50 seconds. They've got no idea where Emo Rin is in that garage. Nico is going to rotate around and pre-fire a couple of spots to try and put pressure. As Fisho's pushed down the storage stairs, pushed towards site, but he is going to have a lot of people looking for him, and especially now he's the only one left in this round.
Okay, Neil. That's a flawless round for Wildcard. Round number 6 goes their way. 3 rounds straight to end their defensive half, and the chances of Sinister winning this map is starting to slide a little bit. They do have a side that is favoured on this map now for the second half. That will be the defense. Question is, Raven, is that margin too much?
The margin definitely makes it trickier, but I've got to say, like, if they'd put up a bit more of a fight on that round and they didn't have it handed to them, at least they would have had a bit more confidence probably coming into their defense. But after that, that's going to be putting a little bit of doubt in their mind. And looking at the scoreboard, yeah, 2 rounds behind, bit tricky. The one thing that they can rest on is the fact that this is their defense half. Clubhouse, usually you're a bit more comfy on the defense. You should be winning more rounds in defense. So like the scorecard of 4-2 is not overly strange, but either way, it's just extra work for Sinister now.
Against Fnatic, they did hit 2 defenses.
Swapping mags!
That won't necessarily be enough to win this map. Going back a little bit further, they played Fnatic again. They won 1 defense. So they do sometimes struggle to collect these rounds against low-tier teams. And I think this round will be telling what we're going to see in the second half.
5 seconds remaining.
They're doing this roam as well. We talked about it earlier. We saw Fnatic executing it. The castle being utilized to allow roamers on the top floor and that ground floor in the bar area. This will be interesting to see what Wildcard's decision is to do with the round. They're all stacked up at stock. I'm wondering if this is going to be a hatch drop in stock. Looking very much so. Tagged up, but it's going to be a rush, Guz.
A rush through blue for Wildcard, but it gets slowed down, and Luna gets 3? Okay. Derpay's now left in a 1-on-5, and an unnecessary rush from Wildcard will lose them this round, surely. A rush from Wildcard, I don't think I'd ever say that, because I don't think I've ever seen them rush, not at least in this season that I've casted. Often so slow and methodical, but on this occasion it just doesn't work out, and the rest of Wildcard and now us will have the pleasure of watching Derpay attempt a 1-on-5.
Yeah, wow, that was just shut down almost instantly. Luna going big on the triple. Derpay left alone. No mates to help him out, and he's going to push through the bathroom on this west side. That's barricades. That's going to give him away. He's just trying to find a sneaky point he can get through without being detected. He's going to use some charges on that castle barricade and then just get out of there. Again, I believe he's probably just trying to find a way to enter. It's not going to give him away. If he can get them by surprise, he might be able to get a couple of picks. Give him that look in to secure the round.
Derpay now entering through kitchen. Keep in mind that the diffuser was dropped, so he can't even go for a plan if required. It will require 5 kills, as he now creeps his way down the main stairs. Starting to get close to 1 minute left. The crouch walk continues for Derp. Expecting a player to be in moto, there isn't. He pre-fires that angle. Maybe Wildcard, they're just using this as a bit of a tactical timeout, maybe discuss how they're going to approach the next round. I don't think there's really much to talk about in this round. Essentially just a failed rush. Flashes will come out from Derp. That will give away his position, but could cover the drop. The sound cue, I believe, has been masked as he makes his way to the main corridor. Surely Sinister are holding that angle. Guess what? They are, and it's a flawless round to start their half on the defense.
I mean, the other thing there with Derp is he was trying so hard to be quiet. He didn't even shoot the default. So someone would have just spotted him in the hallway. No wonder it got wall bangs. In the end, solid defense shutting down that roam. Bit of a fail from Wildcard. That'll give Sinister some confidence, bit of momentum into their next round. They're going to be holding CCTV cash room. And Wildcard are going to have to probably pull out something a bit different. I'm sure they're not going to try to rush this one.
Definitely think that is a fair assessment. CCTV cash will be Sinister's second site choice as they try and even out the scoreline. Yeah, not quite sure about the thought process on that rush. Especially considering Wildcard have been quite successful, at least tonight, with that very measured
need to locate and defuse bombs.
attack. We have seen that rush pay off a couple of occasions, but it is definitely high risk, high reward.
I talked about what to do with roam clears as well. Is one thing you gotta do is commit, and boy, they committed to that rush. At least all 4 of them died, pushing through the doorway. Nothing worse than when you call a rush, and you're the only player that goes through, and the other 4 just stay safe. Either way, that was a round lost for Wildcard. See what they can do here. Sinister dedicating a lot to Garage, which means that Wildcard will have to decide if they want to clear Garage. They could have to use Habana charges to open some angles, which they might do, seeing as Neo is on the Capitao. And that can be used effectively against a bandit trick. There is no bandit though. They're going to use the Kaid.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Wildcard now spawning in towards Kennels, or at least Neofarm, alongside Emo Rin. I haven't seen Emo Rin play a lot of Buck tonight. That's actually going to be Ethan on this occasion. Wildcard continuing to flex their roles around. Hear that Maverick torch going off, so I'm assuming that's Diesel on the main wall. Nico, meanwhile, is watching the dirt entry for any players that don't drone ahead. But hey, There's no one out there. Nico is now basically left all alone below, and Diesel will continue to trick the wall.
Taking a bit of time and leaving a bit of gaps there. Not really working out at all for Diesel, but they're doing it nice and early, so he's got a bit of time to work with. As the rest of his team are going to drone out this west side, take master bedroom, and put some pressure into construction. That's somebody prone in the doorway trying to shoot some drones. Not going to have any of it, as Wildcard will enter over here and start to put some pressure onto site.
Ethan is pushing on the bedroom side of the map.
Attackers
They need
have
to be
located
mindful
a
that they
bomb.
don't get flanked. Hopefully the flank watch is effective. Neo is pre-firing through Con in the meantime. Trying to put some pressure on Vinny, who is playing a little bit exposed to that angle. He's going to retreat over towards Luna, and I think their positions will be switched around. Ethan, meanwhile, he will push from below. There actually is a player at the top of blue. I'm not sure if Ethan saw that player's leg. He may have. The nade comes out. He's going to go for the nade below. He cooks it and gets it perfectly. That's Fisho off the board. Ethan's droning has been stunted out a little bit by that Mozzie device, and he could be taken out by the player at the top of blue. It doesn't look like he's too conscious of that angle to his left. Maybe it has been revealed now, but it looks like he's going to go for another nade.
Yeah, and he's got these lined up beautifully. He might be able to find that other one. He does down that player. It is Luna, the Maestro, finished off. Great play vertically there. Nico not having any impact to stop that, even though he was in a great position and undetected. Wildcard looking good for this round, but time is ticking away. They're going to have to start pushing soon.
Nico still trying to find that pick. He avoids the flash. I believe that may have been above, but now he's going to try and get aggressive towards those shelves. But instead, he will fall back, allowing Ethan to maintain control below. He's going to try and assist Vinny, who's compromised at the top of the main stairs, but that asphyxiating bolt will slow that down. He gets lit up a little bit, and will make his way back down below. Ethan is still sitting here. Nico doesn't seem too aware, and it gets shut down. It's a 1-on-5 as Molosca falls as well. And a flawless round for Wildcard. Will really see momentum fall against him once again.
I feel like we've really seen a lot of flawless rounds for either side in the series so far. And look, Sinister on that defense was lacking intel, just some bad calls. They just let Wildcard have their way with them from below, mainly Ethan, and it just set them up for such a strong position. These nades
that was nuts.
Were just perfect.
2 from 2.
Yeah, that kid was snakes though. I'd be frustrated about that.
A little bit unfortunate that Nico didn't have the confidence to maybe push through. Maybe expecting a player to be holding the flank from the main door, potentially. I'm not sure. But Nico was in such a nice spot to try and deny that. Unfortunate for him, he didn't have an impact on that round. And now, we are potentially 1 round away from Wildcard hitting match point.
We are, and they've got to create a little more delay for Wildcard, play with them a bit harder, because they look very comfortable on that attack. Just employing this castle strat we talked about to assist with a bandit trick. This instance, Luna is actually playing the Kaid, so we'll protect those electric claws a lot more. Wildcard also not bringing an IQ, so it's something that they will have to drone out to discover. And with the mute there, that's going to cause a hindrance for those drones. So hopefully this is the stall that Sinister need. They can get some picks. They might be able to get themselves another round, close that gap.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
Luna is playing on the Kaid. She'll play quite a critical role in helping to deny this Jacuzzi wall. However, Diesel is playing on the Maverick, and he will be able to open that wall regardless of how many Electro Claws are placed. A late shield there inside of Bathroom will offer additional protection to Luna if she is required to fall back. And Raven, here's Diesel right on cue, waiting to get the wall opened nice and quickly.
Yep, priority 1, open this wall. That's what's happening here. They can get this open, they can cut rotates through that hallway, watch main stairs. This creates a lot of pressure for the defense. Hizzle walking into that wall a bit, taking a little bit of damage, but he has perfectly Maverick tricked it so that it can be opened by some soft breach. Hard roam over on the east side though. It's Vinny and Nico playing around Cash with Milo very close by in that construction doorway, so that's going to have to be contested by Wildcard. This could be where the round is won or lost.
Molosca playing aggressive inside of Con. I was just about to say that that castle is providing some really nice cover, but it got blown open. Fishogo tries to pre-fire through the wooden barricade, doesn't net himself a kill, and now is exposed to that angle if he so desires to hold it. Emo, Rin, and Neo are both out there. Neo could flame him out if needed, and this could be very risky from Fisho. He will use a smoke to try and disguise himself, but he's still prone in a vulnerable position. He does run off. Neofighter, I believe, getting pre-fired from the CC wall. They're looking a little bit uncomfortable on this attack.
It's not quite in the deep positions that they want to be. Just Sinister putting on enough pressure to slow them down. But they haven't pushed deep into that east side, which makes me think that Wildcard are just deciding Dega's going to cut that, push straight to site. We see Ethan on that logistics hatch and 2 over on this balcony, which means they are going to ignore it. Derpe, he's trying to get a nice angle there, but the electricity giving him away. Some shots coming out. 50 seconds left, Guz.
Derpe does make his way all the way to the gym door, but Nico, he gets 2, and now it's a 3-on-5 in favor of Sinister. More frags coming out, making it a 2-on-4. Derpe and Emo Rin need to clutch it up. He gets 1, but gets fragged out, and now Emo Rin needs to clutch up big. It's a 1-on-2 as he gets the entry inside of Con. That's Molosca off the board. So now Vinny and Luna need to try and hold on. They have 30 seconds that they have to play with. Emo Rin doesn't have the diffuser in hand, so he will likely need to go for frags. This is a scenario that we have seen Sinister throw previously. Hopefully they can hold on here as Emo Rin. He gets lit up. Doesn't quite get that frag onto Vinny inside of sight. Luna wasn't in the greatest position to refrag it, so luckily he doesn't fall. And now Emo Rin needs to go big. He gets shot at once again, and he's at 1 HP, or at least 1 shot's worth of HP. Ooh. The wall lights him up even more, and the pre-fire through the wall will shut him down. That's Luna getting the final kill, and Sinister will get one back. A nice defense. Okay. Yep. Okay, Luna. That was a nice shot. Didn't see Emo Rin, but hey, it was a good pre-fire.
So there was some solid refrags coming out of Sinister in that round. It was really critical for them to maintain control. Wildcard tried their little explosion, but it just did not work out. I mean, Sinister will go down to Church Arsenal. This was the round that Wildcard attempted a rush last time to no success at all. See what happens this time.
I don't think they're going to try it again.
I don't think so either.
Just a small part of me. I'm expecting Wildcard to be much more measured.
Need to locate and defuse bombs.
In that last round, they tried to be measured. It seemed to be a little bit scattered. Wasn't probably the most confident that we've seen Wildcard in that setup phase of the round. And they were forced to sort of send it and rely on refrags, which Sinister did win. Just to confirm, Sinister are holding below here, right?
Yes. They are holding below. And they are setting up a very heavy vertical roam yet again. They did this last time, which is what the decision-making process of Wildcard was. They saw the roam, and they said, you know what, let's not push this. We could probably just rush through stock. And this is a good adaptation from Sinister. Vinny's going to have some holes here in stock. He can keep an eye on that nice and early, just to see if that rush comes past. And again, alert his teammates to shut it down. Definitely not happening this time. Derpe is going to rappel to the roof. Looks like they are going to push into that room, and they might push vertically.
Derpe using the first of his X-Kairos on the castle barricade. That opens up an angle towards the main stairs, and he can cut off that rotate. But he's likely going to need to move on and get more going. Meanwhile, Ethan's made his way to the central hallway, catches Vinny off guard. He's caught sleeping, and now it's a 4-on-5, and he could get Moto open. This is massive if Ethan can get the kills here. He's alongside Diesel as well as they make their way in towards the site. Fisho guy gets deleted as well. Luna gets one back though, so a nice frag from her does drop the diffuser, which is pretty important.
It's also in a really precarious spot over by the jukebox there. Can be covered nicely by Sinister. Wildcard have all the control of Church they need. They just don't have that diffuser, and now they have to think about how to get it back without losing another player. Sinister have a chance to hold on to this round. It was a great push onto site from Ethan and Diesel off the back of a great entry from Emo. Nico still in the bathroom though, Guz. Could come back onto them from Moto.
They really need to try and cover this diffuser. Maybe Luna doesn't know it's down, but if she is aware, she should have called that out. Milo gets aggressive. Okay, that's Neo taken down as he was droning. It's now a 3-on-3. The diffuser was recovered by Emo Rin, and he will now make his way to the black box default plant. It is going down, but there's only one player covering as Derpe is late, pushing through Dirt. Takes a little bit of damage as he tries to enter, but hey, the diffuser is planted, and now it's a post-plant for Sinister.
Whoa.
Milo gets a C4 kill. He will be refragged, though, by Ethan eventually. That's his double, and it's a 2-on-2. Luna last seen in blue. Nico was above and could go for a flank. Derpe, he's inside of Dirt. That position should be given away. The sound of that barricade going down will be quite loud. Ethan is behind the bar. Is exposed. The double peek from Sinister. That's massive, and now Derpe needs to swing around late. If he manages to kill this player on the counter defuse, they may not have time to reattempt. He misses the first frag though and gets taken down. And there we go. Luna will be able to stick that counter defuse. Nico, he will nod in approval. And Sinister have now evened out the scoreline.
Nice retake from Sinister, and you've got to credit the frag onto Diesel, the diffuser carrier, as Wildcard pushed through to Church. That hadn't happened, I believe it was Luna in blue that got that. If that did not come out, that would have been the round for Wildcard. So well played, and the retake just working nicely for them. As you said, score is even now, guys. 5-5, Wildcard are back in danger zone, potentially dropping some points on this map.
The tilt is looming for Wildcard. They need to try and stay mentally strong here, try and close it out. Sinister are going to head to CCTV and Cash. It's a site that they've attempted twice, won once. So definitely not outside of the realm of possibility for them to win this round. Wildcard on both attempted rushes. The second one being a little bit more measured, of course, than the first. Failed. So maybe the lesson for Wildcard is either one, fine-tune their rush game, or two, stick to the good old 20 seconds to go execute.
Feels rough, right? We rag on them for such bad time management, such slow pushes.
Yeah.
And they try and push out something that's a little bit quicker, a little more edgy, and it's still not working out. And now we're being rough on them for their failed rushes. Got to find a happy medium there.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, Sinister, look, they were a bit miscalculated the last time they held this site, just allowing Ethan to have his way with them from below. They are able to better protect themselves vertically. They may have a better chance of holding this round. Luna looking either to put some intel or roam over on the master side to slow down that push. Again, anything that can delay Wildcard is going to help Sinister.
Wildcard are bringing two hard breaches to the board. Derpe on the Habana. Diesel will be playing Maverick. We've seen him be quite efficient in opening up these walls quite early with the classic Maverick trick, and here it is once again on display. Diesel with those beautiful straight lines will begin to trick that wall, and only a minute in, it should be over nice and quickly. Okay, I think, was that a C4? That got
Might
shot?
have been. Might have been.
Close. That could have spelled disaster for Wildcard.
Yeah, Sinister trying to be a little aggressive onto Diesel, the Maverick player. He's having a lot more trouble than we've seen most Maverick players tonight with these walls, leaving a lot of gaps.
Oh, no.
It's really a bit rough. Finally gets it done, which means it can get opened. Looks still a lot of time, though. Not like that wasted a whole lot. They are entering from that master bedroom side. We saw Luna run over that side, probably to place a camera. That's not spotted out by Wildcard. That will give Sinister some intel needed to be able to try and get a flank or some kind of protection of sight down.
Nico playing below again. We saw him have some struggles in flushing out Ethan, I believe it was. He was throwing nades last time. He is playing a little bit more aggressively with bullet holes, watching that stock entrance on this occasion. And this could be massive. Ethan may not be aware. He's going to attempt the nade, and the timing from Nico is just off. If he holds it for a little bit longer, he should be able to get him on that second nade. But no, Ethan is going to fall back as Ethan drones it out. Hopefully, Nico will just hold this angle and get the kill. He'll be so frustrated watching this back if he doesn't. He just needs to wait a little bit longer. There's a player at the top of blue that Ethan will probably be mindful of. Nico falls off at the timing. Oh my god! No, you! Oh, Nico! Oh, I'm crying. That was awful. That was so unlucky.
Nothing Nico could have necessarily done to have not decided to pull off that instance. But look, I'm drawn to the time here. 30 seconds. The vertical play hasn't been as effective as last time, so that means it's still a 5 versus 5. And look, Wildcard just don't have that much control here. They don't have Garage. It means they're going to have to rush through the cache side, and it means they're going to have to rush through Breach. This is something that Sinister can set up crossfires to deal with.
They can also C4 below if needed. Both Luna and Nico likely running C4s. And now it's 10 seconds left. There we go. There's one C4. That's actually Fisho Guy. It's a 4-on-4 now. Trade's coming out, and it's just a 2v2 like that. One more on site for Milo. Will make it a 2-on-1. Ethan with limited HP. He doesn't have the time, and Sinister will now have the lead. Raven, we're going all the way.
We are going all the way, and there's two things here. Sinister have their first point for the season. Woo! Good
Hey!
job, guys.
Woo! Let's clap. Claps in chat.
In the other instance, though, Wildcard have dropped more points against a team that they should be expecting to get 6 points against, guys. And it's been a comeback. They had a strong advantage coming into the second half that they did expand on. And look, they're going to be, again, I talked about it going into SI. This is their last map. It's not going to be the motivation that they needed. Now they're going to be feeling real negative about this whole season so far.
All I'm going to say is the stats don't lie.
Defenders,
If you start
protect your bombs from being
on
defused
attack
by
first, you are still more likely to win this map, which is pretty crazy. Of course, Sinister haven't quite won the map, but they are in a very nice position to take it. And yeah, as you mentioned, Wildcard, this is not ideal SI prep. The mental game in Siege is massive. It's so understated. A good team with a bad mentality is going to lose matches. It doesn't matter the opponent. Hopefully the tilt isn't getting to them here on this occasion and they can at least get a point, because if they lose another 3, man, yeah, it's not good. Not good at all.
Yes, you're right. They do have to dig deep. This is the last round possible for this map, and their last round to secure a point on this map. Otherwise, they will be taking no points, and it would be a 3-3 head-to-head in favor of Sinister in this occasion of Clubhouse. It is Gym Bedroom, and that was held successfully by Sinister last time. See how they go this time. Wildcard. If they are stalled out, could be the end of them on this map. No points.
So much pressure on both these teams for different reasons. Sinister in prime position to gain their first win of Season 11. Wildcard heavily compromising their spot at the APAC final. If they don't finish in the top 2, they're not going to make it. That's looking more and more likely, particularly if they lose this map. So they need to try not to get stalled out. Ethan actually lucky he didn't open that, but he does eventually. Ethan gets away, but no! The aggression from Fisho Guy isn't retraded. He gets one, and Sinister now in a great position to win the round and win the map.
Yeah, that was worthwhile aggression there from Fisho. Sometimes you just got to risk it for the biscuit, and taking Ethan off the board, he's been the informed player for Wildcard tonight. Really big, and it's going to stall them out a bit. Half the round. They still have not cleared out this CC cache roam. Vinny really wanting to throw that C4. Does come out. No damage, though. Nico still on these cache stairs, not being pushed below. Could be able to get the jump on these breach players. All the Capital bolts perfectly timed as Emo pushes through. Can't quite get to the rotate, though, which will allow, I think it was Vinny, to run away. 4 versus 4 guys entering this final minute.
Control being forfeited by Sinister, defaulting back towards the side, and Wildcard looking a little bit more confident in this attack. Haven't quite been stalled out, but they do have their next challenge ahead, pushing through Con. They need to try and clear out logistics, try and clear out the bedroom as well. Sinister with some nice angles currently.
And Fisho, he has 3 smoke babes, so he can stall out the entrance to master bedroom, being the doorway. Means that Wildcard will have to fan out to the windows or to logistics. They know exactly where the smoke play is, though. He's not in a great position. Very exposed if someone was to jump in. He is now flashed. No one can enter, though, as he's been able to smoke it off. The Capital Bolt will hit the mark. So nice job by Neo pushing in. 20 seconds to go though, Guz.
All right, that's a flank from Milo. That turns it into a 3-on-3, and there's only 15 seconds left. Luna gets one as well. Diesel's found himself inside. Emo Rin as well, but that plant is going to be so hard with those holes. Emo Rin with the pre-fire until Luna makes it a 2-on-2, but there's only 5 seconds left. The plant has to go down. Milo surely can swing wide if Emo Rin misses this shot. He's going to go for it, but he doesn't hit it. Emo Rin with the triple will cover the planter, and now it's a post-plant. Vinny, he gets one. It's now a 1-on-1 scenario. Emo Rin gets the shot though. He comes up clutch for his team, and Wildcard will scrape 1 point in this map. Sinister were on the edge of their very first win in Season 11. But it wasn't meant to be.
No, but either way, they have got themselves a point, and it was against one of those top teams. And I've got to say, out of both of those, of course, Wildcard are not going to be happy with that result. They wanted the 6, they were hungry for it, and they did not get it. Sinister playing pretty well on Clubhouse tonight, Guz. Managing to close out some more rounds than we've seen from them in the past.
Particularly on map 2, they definitely looked a lot more confident. Their defenses were much more effective in displacing Wildcard. They didn't look quite as confident. On their attack, it wasn't quite as good, but the 2 rounds that they did win, definitely a reflection of their ability to flush out Wildcard in those comfortable positions, because we know when Wildcard are comfortable, they are really hard to beat.
That's right, and it was all about just displacing Wildcard's comfort, stalling them out on those attacks. They did really well with their defenses tonight on Clubhouse, Sinister, closing out a lot more of those rounds. And just playing to more of their strengths. Something that I really noticed was that they were playing more to the playstyle that works well for them. And if they can replicate that more, they'll start to get some more points.
Let's hone in on Wildcard, because we know that recently they haven't been in the greatest form. Season 11 not really going the way they would have liked. Looking ahead, they have the 6th Invitational, the biggest event of the year, the biggest event of their careers. What can we expect? What are they going to look like? Do you feel as if their form currently is going to transfer over to the SI? And if it does, is that going to look bad?
Well, their potential saving grace is their upcoming boot camp. They are boot camping before 6 Invitational, which gives them the opportunity to just fix whatever is going wrong at the moment. All we have from Silex is he noted a lot of communication issues and just basic mistakes. So if they can work on that at boot camp, they're going to give themselves a really good chance. A lot of people have said that they have a chance to get out of their group. It's not out of the realm of possibility. I think it all comes down to this boot camp. Their form in Pro League has not been great, and if this is what they carry through, it's going to be a rough time.
Well, guess what? We have Silex ready and waiting for his interview. Let's bring him up. G'day, Silex. How you going, mate? Map number 2.
Hey, guys.
Probably not the way you would have wanted it to go, but overall you did get 4 points. Not too bad.
Started out all right, but yeah, attack side, things could have gone better. Yeah.
Well, look, speaking of your attacks, I actually really want to ask about the Clubhouse rush that was shut down dramatically. Was there a particular thing that triggered a call for the rush in that round?
They're running the SSG strat, which is just a heavy roam with hatches open, or like soft at least. And it leaves the bottom sites relatively vulnerable. So we figured we'd just try to take the site really quickly. You saw the same thing happen on the next basement defense as well, except we went from a different direction. We took out the vigil first and then went down the moto hatch. Same principle, because they've got roamers upstairs. Just target the guys on site who are like hopefully separated and rather weak. But we lost the kit and we didn't know if it was safe to get. So yeah, we ended up losing that round as well.
Yeah. And we've been talking about your SI prep now, seeing as that is the next big target for you guys. You have a boot camp. Is there something in particular coming into this boot camp? You cited communication issues. Is there something else coming into the boot camp that you guys will be working on to get yourselves ready for group stage?
Primarily, it is working out like all the individual kinks, communication issues, and whatnot. That's about as much as I'm willing to say at this stage. But yeah, a lot needs to be ironed out right now.
Yep. All right. Well, Silex, we appreciate your time. All the best at the 6th Invitational, and we will see you again very shortly.
Thank you very much. See you guys.
Doesn't want to give away too much.
No, of course not.
Makes sense.
Yeah, no. You don't want to be like, hey, yeah, we're going to really counter-strat that team. We're gonna fix...
We're going to
blah,
play
blah,
these
blah.
maps and do these strats. Of course, they're not going to give it away.
Yeah, look, you could tell he was still a bit disappointed. Just like last night, not as much as last night.
Not quite, no.
There was still definitely an element of disappointment in his voice. And yeah, that rush both times on that church hole really was just to try and counter that roam. Deciding not to try and back their coordination to clear it and actually try and just get straight to side.
All right, well, let's move on to Sinister. They've gained their first point of the night this evening. I guess, what does the rest of the season sort of look like for them? Because there's still a chance of being relegated. This game by no means secures their position in the Pro League 4 next season. What can we expect?
Well, they've had the tough start. Like, they've had Fnatic and Nixian wildcard, arguably the top 3 teams based on their positioning last season. So, in theory, their coming up matches shouldn't be as difficult. So if they can continue to move from strength to strength, I think they can get some more points. They showed some good signs on Clubhouse, and if they can replicate that against some of these other teams, they should be a lot more competitive. There is definitely a chance they can get out of the bottom 2 situation that they're in at the moment. It's just all about working on their mistakes and just trying to minimize those as much as possible coming into their coming up matches.
Yeah, I definitely think there's positive signs for them, considering that they were 4-2 down heading into the half on map number 2. I think it's a really nice sign that they're able to come back from that, because any deficit is really a mental game. Despite the fact that it is a defender-sided map, if you go into the half thinking, yeah, we've lost it, it's wild card, blah, 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 you are probably going to lose it. So I think that's a testament to a mental game that is likely improving.
That's a great point, and you always have to be on top of your mental game, because as soon as you start doubting yourselves, as you said, even though it's a defender-sided map, you can look at that scoreboard, and if you read too much into that, you're not going to play the same way. And that's something that Sinister seemed to have countered tonight compared to previous matches that they've played out this season.
Yeah, and I guess the fact that they were a little bit more controlled and more disciplined, is there anything you feel that maybe can have contributed to that? Maybe something they've done in scrims or dry runs, or even some mindfulness? I know you're a massive fan of the mindfulness drills. How effective can that actually be for a team that does have a small tendency to get a little bit flustered late round?
Oh, super effective. You want to talk about the Sinister throws, as we've been referring to tonight. That's all about just not thinking through the situation you're in. Post-plant is a great example. You just don't peek on post-plant situation. If you've got multiple people, you sit safe, you make sure you've got your intel, or you play a sound cue, and you just relax. You wait for the other person to make the mistake, because they're the one that has to move. But what we keep seeing from Sinister is them just move themselves into positions that aren't great, and that's just because they're panicking. So doing mindfulness just allows you to be more calm in the situations.
Well, we have our interview with Sinister ready and waiting. Let's bring it up. Nico, how's it going, man?
Hello.
Hey, man.
How you feeling?
How
First,
are we today?
First point of the
Yeah,
season.
pretty good.
How you feeling?
It's something. Okay?
It's a start.
It's a start, exactly.
I want to ask about your Clubhouse, because you guys performed quite well on Clubhouse tonight. We'd seen it being shaky in the past. Was there something in particular you guys worked on, or is it more broad than that?
There was a lot of things that we wanted to do, but like with the lack of info that we had, I guess, well, not lack of info that we had on Wildcard, but we definitely just stuck to the basics and tried to adapt off that, I guess I'd say.
Yeah, and you guys struggled a bit on Bank. I want to ask, when that got through the veto, was that intended? Is there something that you guys had planned to do on Bank that just never came together, or was it more of a surprise?
Their playstyles, like, we couldn't really adapt to that. We were panicking, just like you said.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say we were like underprepared or anything like that, but it was just something that definitely caught us off guard. Their playstyle in particular.
Yeah. And you guys, of course, like many of the other teams in Pro League, have a nice little break now before it resumes after the SI. What have you guys got in store? What are you guys going to do over that break to try and improve?
Just keep improving on, like, we're obviously making same mistakes most rounds. That's something that we got to iron out. But we've been working particularly like on, you know, we'll watch this match back, find out what we're doing wrong. We know what we've done wrong, and we won't use this break as a relaxing session, you know.
Awesome. Well, Nico, we appreciate your time. All the best over the break, and we will see you again soon.
All right. Thanks for having a chat. Have a good day.
Cool. Yeah, pretty wholesome. he seemed pretty happy that they got a point. Not really content, I guess, with the fact that the whole season as a whole, hasn't gone too great. But hey, you got to start somewhere.
Yeah, at least they've got the point. But like he identified, and they know very well, there's some big issues that they need to fix. They've got a big opportunity moving forward, as we were talking about their opponents. Not quite the same caliber of the opponents that they've already played, which gives them that chance. If they peak at the right time, they could really start to secure a lot more points, and they'll be able to rise through the standings.
And I think the thing that I found interesting from Nico is the fact that he does seem quite confident in the team's ability to identify mistakes. The question is, how do you go from identifying a mistake to actually fixing it in an official game?
Yeah, and that's the hard part, right? It's always easy just to watch a VOD back and be like, that's where we went wrong.
Yep.
But you've got to actually fix it. That's not easy, and there's definitely no simple answer. You have to figure out what works for you as a team. It's just a matter of actively working on it to fix it, because sometimes what can happen is you say, that's what's wrong, let's fix it, and then you scrim, but you're not really actively working on fixing it. You're just kind of coasting by it, and it just stays the same.
I do like the fact that they're looking at the break not as a holiday, as they mentioned, as Nico mentioned. They're really going to try and hone in on these mistakes, and I feel like if they put in the commitment, maybe they will jump above other teams that might be a little bit cruisy over this break.
It's a great point, and you don't want to be caught sleeping in the break. It can really affect synergy if you do take it as a true break. So any teams that maybe thought they could take a lighter schedule could really affect them in that second half.
Well, all the matches for tonight are done. Let's have a look at the standings and see where everyone is placed. Raven, take us through it.
Yes, it's shaping up nicely here, guys. We've had a lot of matches played. A couple of teams there on 8, being Fnatic and Wildcard, as they're heading off to their boot camp next week for SI. Anixian's still sitting pretty in second place. And look, they've only played 4 matches, so that's equal least with TBD in terms of matches played, and they're still in second. So that's a telling sign. They will have a couple of big matches next week. Fury sitting there in 4th, we talked a lot about earlier with their potential top 4 placements, and that's where they're sitting. Kanga's the one that's really dropped this week due to results. They were in that 4th position, I believe, at the start of the week. And that's now very much degraded. And Sinister there on the bottom. Finally getting that 1 point. At least not the 0.
Yeah, and I think one thing to really take out from this is the fact that both Homeless and Kanga are down towards the bottom. They are, of course, the 2 teams that were elevated from Challenger League. And I guess this does prove that there is quite a big skill discrepancy from Challenger League to Pro League. And the standings definitely reflect that.
They do, but that's not to say that those teams haven't been playing well. They've had some great matches, just not able to secure points. It's somewhat similar to the Sinister situation, and that's almost how that bottom 4 is kind of shaping up. They are good teams, and they've had some great patches. There's just some inconsistencies, and maybe that's something they can iron out throughout this season.
Well, we are done. Pro League is going to be going on break for the 6th Invitational. We hope you all enjoyed the show tonight. We'll catch you when it returns. See you later.
No pulse and all alone. Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's on mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness back. It's the soul in me and the heart I feel. It beats for you. It beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life.
Attackers are activated.
always told. Stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return.